Thank you, Anurag. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to making it a point and get your time slot allocated to this conference. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, all the professionals. This is a matter of pride for Acclivis to organize the international conference under banner of IEEE, which is on connected vehicles and autonomous vehicle. The purpose is that we should be able to bring multiple stakeholders and share the knowledge. We have tried to bring industry, academia, financial institutions, and tier one automotive companies, and they will be sharing their experiences throughout the day. So if we see IEEE sponsors every year almost 1900 conferences. So roughly you can say around 6 conferences every day in any part of the globe. And in these conferences, they cover each and every topic, whatever comes under banner of science. Interestingly, in automotive and related topics, there are more than a dozen conferences where IEEE covers these topics prominently. Now, if we look into the type of cars, they have been divided in multiple sections. But for the sake of understanding, if we say that the oldest generation was manual car, everything was manual. Then it came out to be semi-automatic, partially automatic. Then ADAS is there, electric cars, hybrid cars, autonomous, where semi-autonomous vehicles are there, fully autonomous vehicles are there, connected cars are there, and the trend is going towards supercars and hypercars. Now, if we see, earlier it was the skills of the driver to avoid the accident and drive it comfortably, which was the manual or up to certain level semi-automatic. Then sensors started coming up. They start recognizing different conditions, and accordingly the cars started responding. Electric car was more in order to save the fuel. It was having its own limitation and lots of advantages. Hybrid was having multiple fuel types. It might be on gas, it might be on electric, it might be solar energy, so on and so forth. Now the autonomous car, these cars are the point of discussions nowadays. Multiple sensors are there, sensors which are inside the vehicle, outside of the vehicle, interacting with the environment and trying to automatically navigate the vehicle. And when it comes on connected cars, it means the vehicle is also interacting with the infrastructure, with the other cars and the environment which is outside, and the information is being gathered in order to provide more information to autonomous vehicle for taking the right decisions. So if I can give one example, a vehicle is coming from other direction and finds that the road patch is bad, and it also finds that the curves are not very friendly. So it will pass the information to all the vehicles which are going to that direction. So these vehicles will be well prepared in order to face that situation. And there are multiple ways through which when cars interact with each other, they can also inform if something is wrong in an existing car, or if something is not favorable, then external environment, then other types of information sharing. People are also talking about the supercar and hypercar. They are basically still in imagination phase, but it looks like many academic institutions and the vehicle or OEMs are working in these directions. These are self-configurable cars. It means that if only 2 people are there, the car will become smaller. If 6 people are sitting, car will become bigger. It will also have different types of configurations, so that if road is bad, then the tire will have different configuration. If minor stairs are there, accordingly tires will change themselves. They are also having a type of mechanism through which these cars can interact with drone. So because in autonomous car, the cars can go and run in a known terrain. But when it comes out to be unfriendly terrain or unknown terrain, it becomes difficult for them to move ahead. And there, the mechanism which people are looking for is that there will be some service provider, and those drones will be flying and mapping the data and passing on to the vehicle, and accordingly vehicle will be going in autonomous mode. Similarly, multiple ways of energy consumption, energy saving, and also there are a couple of sites and the papers they talk about, can the car be useful to run in water, on the road, and even as air taxi. So the cars are having multiple domains, they are having multiple changing technologies, and this is moving very fast. So probably the cars of today will no more be visible on the road 2 to 3 decades down the line. And this is the phenomena in fast moving technology, that whatever we are perceiving for tomorrow becomes old very quickly. Sorry. So just let me fix this. But meanwhile, I will be now. If we see the global connected car market, it is registering a CAGR of 17.1%, and it looks like that this will further increase after 2 or 3 years when actually vehicles will be coming on the road. Global autonomous vehicle market looks like will become around $550 billion by 2026, and that will be having CAGR of 39.47%, which is phenomenal, and in technology domain, it is not that high otherwise. Now, the basic difference between connected vehicles and autonomous vehicle is the types of communication. It might be vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure, vehicle to device. Device may be device of the passengers or the driver if driver is there. Vehicle to cloud, all the health parameters and other information is going to the cloud for further analysis. Vehicle to pedestrian. So in this, the pedestrian will be getting information, particularly the signal from the car about some related to if they are having high speed or there is possibility of something going wrong. The pedestrian will get the information. And then V2E is all data is being shared among the infrastructure and other technologies which are around. So the research is moving in multiple directions. Lots of research are in hidden mode, not in public domain. But if we see, then there are configurable cars where, as I spoke, they will be having multi-purpose utilities. Their shapes might change, their tires might change, their internal decor might change, so on and so forth. Similarly, people are talking about, can gesture be used for internal experience as well as external experience? We will be having some video to discuss, but sometimes it happens when the old people or the people with special need are inside the vehicle, and in autonomous vehicle there is no driver, how they will communicate with the vehicle, or in medical emergency, how they will communicate with the vehicle. Can it be gesture control, or there might be other technologies also? In the same way, the gesture which are quite common, like stop, is a common gesture across the globe. Come here is the common gesture. When people show their hand and fingers, people understand it. So there are certain generic gestures which might be useful, and one of the applications is an old person is trying to cross the road and the vehicles are coming fast. Through hand gesture can inform to the traffic to slow down. And many more such gestures will be developed over a period of time so that a proper interaction among the passengers, vehicle and the pedestrian can be done. There is also very interesting research going on, and that is on the color configuration. There will be sensors on the body of the vehicle with certain LED combinations. And suppose it is dark night or it is raining heavily or weather is unfriendly, then depending on this information, the color will become brighter so that people can see from distance. It means the LED light will reconfigure themselves and the color will become brighter. Similarly, under different conditions, either automatically or through configuration, the color can change. It might be useful under certain conditions when vehicle is being driven in a tunnel or it is being driven in the dark region where from distance people can see it, and it will be good to avoid accidents. Energy efficient charging and the current generation is also one of the concepts which people are working. It means that there will be either solar cells on the vehicle, or there will be very small turbines which are generating the power, or the roads are having the electric connections and from the distance vehicle is getting charged, or if vehicle is becoming overcharged, it can pass on the power to the feeder. So all those concepts people are looking for, so that there should not be a scenario where electrically charged vehicle gets stuck up in a remote area and there is no way how to charge it. So there are multiple ways people are talking about the charging and efficiency of battery and other non-conventional energy sources. Long distance connectivity among the vehicle and drones, which I discussed. It is also one of the case study which I was going through. A patient in a multi-story building can take the drone service and inform to the nearest medical assistance, might be ambulance or doctor, and the drone will pass on the information and guide them to come to the right location. So all those things which earlier used to be science fiction are absolutely possible, and companies are working in that domain. So what might happen with time? So first thing is, no wonder after 15 to 20 years, auto repair shops will go. Because a gas engine is having thousands of components, electric motor has 20, and it can be replaced very quickly. These are the lifetime guarantee. Anything goes wrong, within 5 to 10 minutes, motor will be replaced. So if gas stations are reduced or die, then many countries will have economic recession. Today's car, after 20 years, maybe 15 years, might be in museum. So the young generation or the generation which is just born after 20 years may not have experience of manual car or today's car. The personal car buying will be very limited because cars will be on the call. There will be no parking kiosks, very easy accessibility, and use and pay will be the concept. Reduction in pollution, although very recent article Elon Musk has written, and he says that he is afraid of traffic chaos when the autonomous vehicles will be there, because autonomous vehicle will be more than required on the road. All personal cars will be going. So there will be lots of disconnection among the vehicles and the infrastructure, and it might lead to traffic congestion. But I think this is something which is part of the growth, and slowly those things will also get solved out with different types of technologies or usage parameters. The best thing which appears to be, right now 1.2 million people die each year in car accidents. So one person every 60,000 miles. This will go 1 person death in every 6 million miles. So human life will be saved. And no wonders that the big car players if they are not changing the gear at this moment. Either there will be history or they will change business in support role, or probably they will merge with someone. So if the existence of the current company is going to change, it clearly means that technology is going to take over complete business paradigm. In this conference, we have tried to bring multiple types of speakers. They are from automotive industry, from compliance side, from defense also. And we wanted that people should have a better exposure that how different industry segment is working towards the autonomous vehicle. We are also lucky enough to get full support of academia. So a very famous university in India is MIT University. They have already designed some autonomous vehicle. We will be showing the vehicle which they have designed, and there we will be talking to the students and the professors of the university, and they will be talking about what work they are doing. We are also having some recorded video and presentation in domain of augmented reality and virtual reality. There are certain solution providers. They will be showing what type of different technologies they are using to expedite the success of the automotive industry. Because automotive industry or autonomous vehicle is not a single unit. There are multiple things. And these multiple things include artificial intelligence, deep learning, training the data, multiple types of sensors. So all these things make it much bigger platform than vehicle as a unit. We are lucky to have one more speaker whose recorded video we will be showing, and this is that how autonomous vehicle is influencing the investment pattern. Because autonomous vehicle and the connected vehicle and the future vehicle technologies, they need huge investment, and the success will take little bit longer time than other products. Then how much risk is there and how it can be taken care of. We also have certain researchers who have been working and doing research in this domain, and they will also be presenting their work. So gentlemen, thank you very much for making it possible to join, and we are
Thank you very much. Awesome by any standard. Moving to the next participant, Mr. Mukul, whose video will be playing over here, is a management professional with experience across commercial, financial, risk management, leadership role in financial services, diversified into chemical infrastructure and renewable energy sector. He has a multiple business turnaround in positive direction, business transformation, operational excellence initiatives, IT platform, KPI implementation at operating company level, and financial planning and risk management at the corporate level in global context. He has worked in diverse multicultural cross-disciplinary contexts, led country-specific and multi-local teams and projects across the geographies. His key areas of experience and expertise includes corporate finance, treasury, financial risk management, capital structuring, international business, global insurance and enterprise risk, new product and service development, innovation and strategy. Now we'll be playing the video of Mr. Mukul.
Dear friends, good morning. Today in this session, we are going to talk about evolving investment landscape for connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles. Mobility industry is in midst of a significant transformation during the forthcoming decade. In this session, we are going to try to understand the drivers of disruption, structure of innovation, its level of openness for collaboration, and its sources of funding in this transformation journey. I would like to start context setting with this very interesting observation by Morgan Stanley analyst Adam Jones in 2015, who summed it up in a very interesting manner. Auto industry is a century-old ecosystem being ogled from outside players hungry for a slice of this $10 trillion mobility market. The car, on our estimates, is the most underutilized asset. In this session, we shall limit our focus to connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles. The process started a couple of years ago and will reach maturation over the coming decade, and is likely to gain much wider acceptance during the following decade. It is estimated that by 2040, more than 50% of new vehicle sales will be autonomous vehicles. Now, there will be many uncertainties along the way. Whether we will get there or not is anybody's guess. Connected vehicles and level 2 automation is already here, and the business case well established, and it falls within the regulatory changes enacted over last 4 years in major markets. In another 5 years, we should start to see level 4 automation vehicles getting launched by OEMs. As for level 5 automation vehicles, they are unlikely to appear on the road until 2030. The next key aspect I would like to discuss is what is driving VC investments in connected vehicles and autonomous vehicles. What is the business case for VC funding? Now, enhanced safety remains the core value proposition. 90% of road fatalities are on account of driver error. Thanks to connected vehicle developments, the road ahead likely become much safer. The way to see connected vehicle technologies is that there are core areas and then there are fringe benefits. The core value proposition of connected vehicles is better safety due to significant drop in road accidents from V2X technologies, better route planning, decongestion, and reduced travel time. And then there are fringe areas like infotainment and other services, and also things like insurance, which can be based on usage levels or driving habits. Connectivity and in-car systems transform human to vehicle interaction and make car truly smart. Now, as for connectivity, it is already here and now. By 2023, it is expected that a quarter of all cars will be connected worldwide, and this represents approximately 3 times growth over connected cars in 2018, which was about 120 million cars, about 8% of total vehicles on the road. Now, industry is likely to grow faster in Asia and China. It is simply due to the fact that Asia has younger population who are quick to adapt to newer technological solutions. These digital natives will make up a significant portion of the market for launch of new connected cars. So a lot of connectivity related VC invest funding, which tends to be relatively smaller in ticket size, is going to be gravitating towards Asia and China. Business case for autonomous mobility is strongly linked to improving vehicle utilization levels, and thus its evolution is somewhat closely linked to future evolution of mobility as a service, and thus a significant part of large ticket size investments are likely to happen in developed markets where vehicle ownership is already very high, leading to high time spent in traffic due to road congestion. And this creates significant room for improvisation due to its impact on congestion reduction, network efficiency, and journey time reliability. Besides cost per mile savings that can be accomplished via higher occupancy and driverless cars compared to, let's say, a taxi or ride hailing, and this creates significant headroom for cost savings in overall cost of mobility in these countries. Now let us look at patterns of VC funding in autonomous vehicle and connected vehicle companies. Now, substantial amount of investment has flowed into such companies over last 5 years. Over last several quarters of gradual build-up, the pace suddenly accelerated in 2020 and 21. Almost 50% of investment that we see here has gone into these companies over last 2 years. Now, companies are following an ecosystem approach around vehicle and connectivity ecosystems. Now, very interesting to see that OEMs are sharing investment burden with outside enablers such as tech companies, a significant number of which are VC funded. Now, as for autonomous vehicle companies, from investor perspective, there is a lot of excitement, but there are also a bit of nervousness. When will the dream materialize? Now, which materialize means at scale. I mean, not just the test runs. A business model is one which concerns with sustainable revenue generation. The other investor's challenge is how does your technology stack up in the AV business model? What are your de-risking possibilities and specific strategies? Now, as I mentioned, a significant part of connected and autonomous vehicle funding is happening outside OEMs. Many large OEMs are following an open innovation format, unlike their traditional core business, which is internal combustion engines and also electric vehicles, where 80% of R&D investment continues to come from within the value chain, which is OEM and its suppliers. Now, in case of connected and autonomous vehicles, 80% of investment burden is being shared by tech companies, VC funded or otherwise. Now, automotive industry spends around $75 to $80 billion annually in order to nurture innovation and stay competitive. Now, in comparison, connected and autonomous vehicle technologies are now attracting investment of approximately $25 billion a year. And a significant part of that, as I said, almost about 80% continues to come from outside the value chain. A driver of VC investment in connected and autonomous vehicles is massive increase in economic value during the operational phase of the entire vehicle's life cycle, something that is already beginning to happen and likely to accelerate. Now, as per current estimates, the economic value capture of a vehicle is almost equally split between, from raw material to, finished vehicle stage to the downstream value capture during the operations phase from fueling, insurance, services, maintenance and repair, etc. Now, as per KPMG report, by 2030, this entire electric vehicles rolling up to include, connected and autonomous vehicles, and eventually that further expanding to mobility as a service, the downstream value capture could increase to almost 10 times higher, driven by this new digitally enabled revenue streams combined with improved asset utilization. And this is what is essentially attracting an external investment interest in the sector. Now, another interesting aspect of evolution of connected and autonomous vehicles is likely bifurcation of value chain going forward, and mobility as a service will further, pull in revenues from other modes of mobility due to enhanced flexibility and lower cost per mile. And the likely bifurcation of the market is should be along the lines of metalsmith, the companies which will make ever more sophisticated cars, which will essentially feed into the fleets of mobility as a service providers who will just run cars like pods. And at the other end will be continue to be the companies which will provide a very high quality of connected vehicle experience. You can say can call them grid masters, the companies which will build, and support premium end of vehicles, which are highly connected, support high level of automation, and which makes them safer, and they provide extremely high quality and a personalized driving experience. For example, companies like Tesla. Now, from investor outlook perspective, this becomes a very interesting space with this breakdown of sector boundaries, emergence of new value chains, likely bifurcation in clusters, emergence of clusters within those value chains, rise of new aggregator business models. In this entire change of landscape, there's going to be increased competition for consumer ownership, be it highly demanding customers for premium end vehicles, or mobility as service providers, which needs to run these kind of high technology, highly connected cars as parts. And therefore investors are going to essentially look for players who can who deeply understand this timing and impact of this disruption, and seize the right opportunities, and companies which can move beyond proof of concept to quickly search for a scale, which can pivot their business models as the whole story unfolds, and which are able to also form right partnerships, because the entire mobility is going to evolve along a more integrated ecosystem approach. Now, as for areas of investor interest, the same are outlined here. For connected vehicles, is essentially going to be around infotainment systems, more importantly than V2X technologies, connected car platforms, safety and security, and connectivity solutions. And for autonomous vehicles, is essentially around self-driving technologies, testing, enabling technologies, cybersecurity, and autonomous fleet management. Now, here is a comparative picture of evolving landscape of VC funding in these areas. As we can see, number of companies in connected vehicle landscape is 3 times higher compared to autonomous vehicles, but fewer of these companies are VC funded, and that could be due to the fact that many of these companies are essentially leading to proliferation of proven technologies within say markets, or it could be companies in other geographies which are essentially taking these technologies to newer markets. Now, as far as autonomous vehicle is concerned, significant part of investment, almost 90% actually, is happening in US and China, and this could also be due to the fact that maybe leading German or European automakers are largely funding this kind of development in-house. And another, I think, noteworthy observation is that the median deal size in autonomous vehicle space at every stage from seed stage to late stage is almost 3 times higher. And lastly, we observed that in case of autonomous vehicles, it is early signs are that there are going to be fewer winners in this space, and that's why 75% of company funding is going into late stage companies, whereas in case of connected vehicles, only 50% is going into late stage companies, and a significant part of investment continues to go into companies which probably are engaged in market expansion activities. In case of autonomous vehicles, success in one context or geography does not mean success of similar value proposition in another geography. So unlike many of the success cases of entire mobility space during last decade, such as ride hailing or electric vehicles, which rapidly proliferated around the world or continue to do so, autonomous vehicles are likely to face highly uneven landscape. It is due to the fact that regulatory environment will be very different, operating environments will be very different. The traffic conditions can be far more tricky in certain countries due to varying level of pedestrian adherence to traffic rules. There can be a lot of inconsistencies in traffic signs, different states, different regions following non-standard templates, and therefore investor preference in non-OECD markets is likely to gravitate towards use cases with lesser policy and infrastructure dependencies. Now, finally, looking at a role that India or Indian companies can play in this evolving autonomous vehicle landscape. Now, India remains a place with significant contrast, and this puts our policymakers in a difficult spot, and this eventually leans into our regulatory environment not keeping pace with changing needs of ours, for example, to test latest technologies. At the same time, many global companies have development teams at their development centers in India for their CV or AV initiatives. What is certainly possible that our highly skilled competency pool can be leveraged to build AV solutions for controlled environments like hospitals, airports, etc., and which will have less regulatory overhang and which can have universal applications. Dear friends, so here I summarize some of the key takeaways from this session. To all of you who are part of this journey, wish you a very exciting times ahead.
Moving to the next presentation from CEO of Manomotion, Mr. Lars. Before starting his presentation, we would like to give some introduction about Lars. He has a strong track record of delivering profitable growth, building strong management team, and a sustainable company culture. He has a broad industry experience from several areas in software, IT, high technology companies, which allow him to quickly understand the key challenges and implement a plan for change. His management style is strategic, but still operational, workable, very customer friendly, focus on building commercial growth and team spirit by an inclusive leadership. He has a broad international experience and a good network across Europe, US, India, and China. Over to the presentation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lars Österberg from Stockholm, Sweden, CEO of Manomotion, a world leader in advanced hand tracking and gesture control. And I'm here to show you how hand tracking can be used today already in automotive and in other industrial settings. So why do we need hand tracking? Why do we need gesture control? The reason for that is that with new technology, we need to interact in new ways. Remember the time you first used a smartphone and you started pressing and swiping on the screen. Now when the touch screen is going away and we're putting the smartphone on our head, then we need new ways of interacting. Interacting with digital twins, rotating virtual objects requires new ways. Telling a robot what to do with advanced gestures, we need a new way to interact. There are two types of scenarios for hand tracking and gesture control. One where you look through a pair of glasses to a world with virtual and real objects and interacting in that new world, like the metaverse. The second scenario we're focusing on here is where the camera is placed somewhere else and is looking on your hand and trying to understand what it is doing. This is gesture control and is a very smart way of interacting inside a car, but also there are use cases in safety to detect a hand where it shouldn't be a hand. Looking on state-of-the-art hand tracking today, on the left side we have the Oculus headset here where you use a virtual hand, not looking familiar at all to your real hand, where you tap like a mouse on the helmet and dragging it along. Feels like an advanced way of doing mouse control. Still very usable. On the right side for precision, you're using sensors and controllers to make accurate movements interaction with, for example, a digital twin. Also very usable, but not very natural. Next level of hand interaction is hand-object interaction. Here you interact with a virtual object like this orange in a way that it feels almost for real. This can be used inside a car, for example, to interact with a virtual interior of a car, the steering wheel, a stick, opening and closing windows, etc. in a virtual setting. I'd like to explain the different functionality available in hand tracking system. Assuming there's a camera looking on a hand, giving out a video feed to an AI system, that hand tracking AI system can then output image by image information. Is there a hand or not in this image? Meaning useful for a safety system to see if there's a hand that's getting squeezed or not in a door that's closing, a window that's closing. We also get a 3D coordinates of each joint and the tip of the hand, which can be used to relate the hand in towards virtual objects, grabbing a virtual steering wheel, for example. The third part is segmentation, where you cut out the hand from the background. So actually you can see your natural real hand in the virtual settings in VR. Fourth and perhaps most obviously useful use case is to understand what gesture the hand is doing at this stage. Also if it's a front or a back, what kind of angle it is. It's an open hand, it's grabbing something. Now we're going to demos. Time to take a look on how these features can be used in real use cases. First out is hand detection, where we have an example with a saw machine, an industrial saw machine with a computer and a camera on top of it, stopping the machine if it gets too close. If the hand gets too close, so it's in risk of being injured. Here we see the camera view and the information needed to actually stop or not. Second demo is skeleton tracking, where we use an AR based smart glasses to show all the features of the hand, the joints, the fingertips, etc., and what kind of gestures the hand is actually doing. Next out is segmentation, where we demo it in a virtual setting with depth information. So here you see the real hand cut out from its real background and put into a virtual surrounding. A real hand, a virtual surrounding, interacting with objects. The final demo is about gesture recognition in a small smartphone game. Here we just show what kind of gestures you can use to interact in a game. Grabbing and releasing boxes, holding them, moving them around. Very intuitive, very simple to use. A real-life implementation of gesture control. Here in BMW, with a camera mounted in the roof, it detects what the hand is doing and performs certain gestures. We're answering a mobile phone call. Here we're increasing and later decreasing volume on the stereo player. We'll see things like change track, look on the outside mirrors. But the challenge for the industry is to define gestures that everyone understands, creating the common language, how to interact with gestures. The hand tracking companies like us can provide this infrastructure so that the gestures are detected. Now it's up to you to define what's the language, how to use this successfully. Here we see an example of interaction in augmented reality, using your hands to do gestures to interact with a virtual model of a car. First, we're viewing it through this human eye resolution headset. Then we want to go inside the car, do a gesture to open it, and another gesture to close the door on the virtual car. Here we put our hands up so we can interact with the driving wheel and the coupe in general. And of course we could do this in virtual reality too. So with these real-life demos, I conclude my presentation, and I hope you will consider hand tracking and gesture control as an essential part of your future design. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Moving to the next keynote speaker, Neil D. Bohr. Before handing over the presentation to Neil, I would like to give a short brief about him. He is a program director for future mobility in the Energy Research Institute within Yang Technology University, doing research on low carbon mobility solutions, and the program director of CTRAN, which is tasked by the Singapore Land Transport Authority to develop technical standards and regulations to enable trial testing and deployment of autonomous vehicle on public road. Over to Neil. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Hope the presentation is properly visible. So I'm going to give an overview of the approaches to the regulatory framework and AV certification we use in Singapore. Singapore has been looking at autonomous vehicles, and Singapore as a country has a vision to use autonomous vehicles. And I show here one of the images published by the Singapore Ministry of Transport of what the vision is, what their view is. And you really see a lot of different applications. So this is the future mobility, the future city. There are some things in which are part of the overall mobility network, but not necessarily working on autonomous vehicles. So for example, the MRT system, the rail network, is the backbone of transportation. Nothing can move as many people as fast as rail does, although rail is fast, efficient, but has less flexibility. Your lines are fixed. At the other end, and that is visible, there is what we call active mobility, or walk, cycle, ride, and that is getting more public, because walking and cycling, if it's for very short distances, is very, very efficient. That said, is walking and cycling in Singapore, what you do have is you have challenges with the weather. We are a tropical place, lots of rain, high humidity. So if you would cycle or even a short distance from home to work, you will end up needing a shower before when you arrive. So that's two of the areas we're looking at. But then autonomous vehicles are seen as more or less the glue between these two transfer modes. One of what you can see here is there is special dedicated lines for public transport, AVs, and they are AVs you see of many different shapes and sizes. It's not one size fits all. There are large buses here on the underground layer. There are shuttles, smaller ones. There are even driverless taxis. There are different types of vehicles, and they are really providing different mode of flexibility with different needs. So a bus can, for example, be used to do a connection across two subway lines where there is a decent demand, but not a very high demand, but not the sufficient high demand to put another railway line in. Driverless taxis give flexibility to people who are, for example, poor mobility and need to go from a house to a medical center. Shuttles are a little bit in between, giving a better connection between, for example, central points. That could be offices, it could be railway stations, to other final destinations, and it's going to be a mixture of the type of vehicles. There is a similar view for the night. So the night you see goods logistics. It is bigger transportation, bigger delivery events. You can see package deliveries happening in these pictures. You can see utility functions happening, including watering of plants. Is something which happens in Singapore a lot. It's very green. And the other thing, which is a big deal for us, is road sweeping. And road sweeping is done very frequently. Today, it's done human drivers during the day, and affecting other traffic very badly, because a road sweeper is going along the curb very, very slow. This might potentially be brought to the night, because if you do the night, you don't have your limitation anymore on the human drivers. So you're looking at many different vehicles and many different applications. It's not just a matter of looking at the driverless taxi, at taking today's cars and automation in it. You're looking potentially at completely different type of vehicles in the future. So what does my center do? Citron, the Center of Excellence for Testing and Research of Autonomous Vehicles at NTU, very long name. But what we do is we support the whole Singapore AV community. We do standards development because one of the problems with autonomous vehicles is autonomous vehicles operate in an environment which is very highly regulated. Traffic regulations is very strict. It's same as for aviation. It's same for rail. Traffic autonomous vehicles in Singapore are strictly regulated and strictly deployed. It goes everywhere from vehicle regulations all the way to driver licenses of current drivers. We need to fit in a very highly regulated environment, and therefore, and the current standards are all assuming that it is a human driving and a human responsible for every single accident, and that's not going to be the case. We actually do the testing on behalf of the Singapore Land Transport Authority for autonomous vehicles which are going to be deployed in public. And that's actually an expectation of the population. The general population supports AV deployment, AV trials. The general population wants it to be managed and wants it to be controlled. So and we are doing a test for safety, and this presentation is really going through all the testing and the test procedures. We are the operator of the AV test center. So the AV test center we have it's a very small space, but it's somewhere where a developer can test algorithms, verify the vehicle before they go on the road. It's Singapore. It's very congested. Space is a liability. None of the people who develop autonomous solutions has their own test track. It is financially unaffordable, for example, for a startup to have an own test track in Singapore. We make this test track available, and the test track is available at effectively at subsidized rates to enable the development of the technologies. We're linking up with other countries on standards and testing. We're doing some skill development in terms of training, and we do the support of the developers themselves. So we do quite a number of tasks within this industry. In Singapore, there is a number of activities going on. So there is trials of different mobility modes. So what you see is we have trials of fixed and scheduled services. There have been a number of trials done on 12-meter city buses, 7-meter city buses, all along fixed and scheduled services. There have been point-to-point mobility on demand that could be shuttles and also driverless taxis. Freight has been done, lesser successful. That started off with truck platooning, that was lesser successful, but we can see some autonomous freight deliveries coming. And the last one, which has a lot of attention, is utility services, because utility services is something which needs to be done. And the hope is that by doing them autonomously, they can be done without the need for without having a manpower constraint, can be done at night when the roads are empty and you don't obstruct other traffic, and therefore you can increase the quality of the services at the same time. Then there is an activity called the enabler, which I'm working on. It's working on technology, public acceptance, and regulations, and that's what we are really supporting, and we're working very close with Singapore Land Transport authorities on this work. And the vision is really to reduce the demand for car ownership. It's not a plan to completely eliminate it, but there is really a goal to see if we can reduce car ownerships, reduce the road congestion during peak hours, and a last one, which is for us very important, is reduce manpower reliance. For us, it's not a matter of changing manpower by automation because it's cheaper. It's replacing manpower with automation because the manpower isn't available in the first place. There are sometimes severe constraints on bus services because lack of drivers. If you ask for delivery companies, everybody says they can't find drivers. Taxi companies getting more constraint in drivers. So drivers and people working in this area is a big constraint. So where in Singapore can you trial? It started small in designated area. At the moment, the whole test bed to the left, at the left side, we call the western side of Singapore, is available for trials. So the light blue shaded area is available for trials. The red areas are the areas where trials are happening today, and where trials are being done. The center area is One North. It's the main testbed area. It's also where some of the developers are. At the northwest, you see the NTU campus where I am based. Both the NTU campus, the university campus, and next door Cleantech Park. A number of solutions are being trialed, as well as my test center is there. And in the south, you see two big areas on islands. One is Sentosa, the one on the east side. And Sentosa had the trial of the smaller shuttles, the smaller buses, 7 meters, while 12-meter buses were tested on Jurong Island, which is at the southwest. And Jurong Island is actually a very good place to trial, because Jurong Island is an area where there is a lack of public transport, because the island is a petrochemical facility. It has restricted access for safety reasons and security reasons, and there is a lack of trial. And there it was an interesting place to test these autonomous buses, as the roads are wide, straight. They're also reasonably high speed. Most of them are 70 kilometers per hour, and a good place to test the bigger autonomous buses. The One North testbed, as shown in the small map, it is a really dedicated area. And apart from that area being designated, there is also some additional support. There were DSRC beacons to communicate traffic light informations. There was a backend system for tracking data, and there was close CCTV to track AVs and effectively be able to monitor what happened in case an incident has happened, and luckily that hasn't happened yet. The biggest one we do is, how can we test? Because I thought that the automotive regulations in Singapore are very strict. There are very high taxes, there's very strict regulations, there are limitations of what vehicles can be imported and deployed. It's very strict. So how do you test an autonomous vehicle there? And in many cases, an autonomous vehicle which doesn't fit any of the standard vehicle certifications. So for example, if you want to trial a vehicle like a Navia or an EasyMar vehicle, it doesn't even have a steering wheel, it doesn't have a proper dedicated driver in the driver's seat, it doesn't fit in the normal regulations. So how can you trial these ones on the road? And that is where the regulatory sandbox comes in. So the sandbox is a framework which was introduced in 2017 for a 5-year period. So it would expire February this year. It has been extended for another 5 years to February 2027, and it allows testing on the road. So it allows the Land Transport Authority to permit testing of vehicles which normally don't comply to the normal standard regulations. It doesn't mean it's a free-for-all, that the moment you get the approval on the road, you can test everywhere, anything, how you like. It's strictly managed. So there is a couple of checks here. First, before you can get permission to test in a sandbox, in the regulatory sandbox, the first question is, are you doing something which is really useful to Singapore, and are you really want to deploy something to Singapore? So are you doing something which is useful to society? That's the first check. The second one is more of an R&D thing, is have you defined what you want to develop, what the steps are towards the development, and have you defined the boundary conditions of your operation? So when do you take over with safety driver? When do you test? Where do you trial? Are you having the capability? Those questions. And the last one is the biggest question, is have major foreseeable risks been assessed and mitigated? And we support the Land Transport Authority in making that assessment. To me, using a sandbox has 3 benefits. First, you can trial your potential legislation in the sandbox, and you don't need to get approval for every change you need to make. So for example, Germany has and Netherlands both have an autonomous vehicle testing law, so specific legislation to test a vehicle. The German one says is a safety driver must be at the steering wheel of the vehicle at any point in time. That's in the law, that's written in this testing law in Germany. We don't have it. We do require it, but it's not written down as a mandatory thing, because in the future, there could be a case that somebody wants to test a vehicle which doesn't have a space for a safety driver at all. And then you need to look, okay, if we don't have the safety driver, what other way can we use to mitigate the risk, which is the last checkbox for the sandbox. We also are able to tailor requirements, because if somebody comes with a vehicle which is different and which didn't fit into our previous regulations, then we can allow it, even though it doesn't really meet our original thinking. And a good example is road sweepers. When we first started testing, we looked at driverless taxis. A road sweeper goes 15 kilometers an hour along the curb. We never considered road sweepers. We said if a vehicle goes that slow, it's dangerous because it's blocking traffic. But a road sweeper by nature needs to be that slow, otherwise it can't clean the road. So, but we're able to handle that because of the sandbox. And really we can trial out everything we want before we do so. In our testing, we have a couple of assumptions. First assumption is all vehicles are SAE level 4 in automation. We are not looking at the vehicles as starting at low level automation and increasing over the time. We start with a level 4 vehicle, which is low technical maturity, and then increase the maturity as time goes along. So that is what we're looking at. So we're looking at a level 4, and they start as level 4, they end as level 4, but the technical maturity increases over time. That's the way we're looking at it. It's effectively an R&D stage gate process applied to AV trials. So the stages are the trials with increasing level of complexity and increasing level of risks. And the gates are the readiness assessments to determine if the level of maturity is sufficient to go to the next step, and whether the vehicle has enough maturity that an increase in the complexity makes sense. For example, if you test in a basic test framework, in a basic test bed, and you want to go to a more complex test bed, but half of the roads in the simple test bed you cannot handle fully in autonomous mode, and the safety driver has to overtake all the time, it doesn't make sense to give permission to move to a more complex, therefore a higher risk test bed. And one of the examples why we do that, our basic test bed in Singapore is all low risk industrial park only at places where people are comfortable with technology. If you go the next step in the more complex area, you suddenly get into residential areas. In the residential areas, you no longer deal with students, tech-savvy engineers, and other things. You deal with small children, you deal with elderly people, you deal with other obstacles, and therefore the risk is significantly higher. And we don't want people to move to these high risk area if they're not able to fully drive autonomously in the simpler area. So how does the milestone trials work? So there are effectively four stages and 3 gates. So the first stage is driving in a private area and controlled environment. So in a controlled in Singapore area means a truly private area. If you say it doesn't mean that you own the road. It means that you have not only you have an area where the rest of the public doesn't get easy access to. So if you say, I want to trial on my university campus, it's considered a public road, not a private road, because almost anybody can drive by car, by bicycle, walk onto the university campus and get access. It's not considered a private environment, a controlled environment. Milestone 1 is the basic conduct basic test for safety. Once you've done it, you can test in a simple, what we call a small scale test bed with a safety driver under control at all times. Milestone 2 is a more complex, more complete assessment because it's halfway towards removing the safety driver. We expect a significant increase in maturity. And then you can go to a more complex environment, and complex environment includes residential areas, areas with schools, etc. So it gets, the stakes are much higher. Milestone 3 is removing the safety driver, and effectively the complexity stays the same. In some cases, the complexity actually gets simpler from after milestone 2, but milestone 3 is, are we ready to remove the safety driver? And I go later in more details. We're extending this one to autonomous mobility robots too. These have come up during the COVID period. They are effectively the smaller versions of the same technology. They're significantly lower risk because of the lower speed. But keep in mind, some of these small vehicles who operate in parks, on footpaths, in business parks, they're still 300-400 kilogram. And even if they go 10-15 kilometers an hour at that weight, you can do a significant damage, including fatalities if you hit a person in the wrong way and the person falls and hits his head badly. So we applying the same scheme, but we applying the scheme in a simplified way. We have what we call a supervised trial, T1, and an unsupervised trial where we allow remote access. Because of the very different, we don't have this middle stage where you go from simple to complex testbed. We manage the testbeds from the beginning all along because we see a much bigger variety of testbeds for these devices from scratch, and we need to have a little bit more flexibility here. The test center, this is the picture. This is the test center where we test. It's very small. It's Singapore, so land value, land is scarce and extremely expensive. So testbed is small, but we are able to test almost any autonomous vehicle we get on our track. We're able to test a lot of characteristics, and we see a lot of problems even testing on a small testbed. We do, but this is not the only testing we do. There are some considerations when we do the test. So the first one is we have a very large range of vehicles and very different controls. So we need to have a look at how, so we need to be flexible. For example, if you have a driverless taxi, one of the companies had a BMW 740 as a driverless car. If you sit in a BMW 740 as driverless car, you just close the door and you feel safe. The doors are solid, the seat belts have pre-tensioners, it just feels safe from the scratch. If you do a driverless shuttle like a Navia or EasyMile, you have people sitting on benches, in some cases no seat belts, there is no steering wheel, and the only stopper button is an on-off switch. Even the safety driver can't do a control stop. So that is something we are looking at. We have also a range of operating speeds we're dealing with. For shuttles, we're up to 25 kilometers an hour. In general, they're actually staying below 15. AV buses operate at 25 to 40 kilometers per hour, and AV utility vehicles go up to 15 kilometers per hour. And we also have in the beginning, a milestone 1 and a milestone 2, all the test cases are non-edge cases for the moment. So we do not test critical scenarios. We just test the basic behavior. Just as for a driving license test, you never go straight from a driving license test. When you go on driving license test, it's not the intention that you can do an emergency stop in a critical case. The driving license test for a human, make sure that you don't get in trouble in the first place, and that's what we're looking at. So we're looking at non-edge cases. Vehicle dynamics in general are not critical. And we're looking at common traffic scenarios mainly involving vulnerable road users. So the milestone 1 is really the basic test. Assessment scope with the vehicle and development and maturity. So we do a basic assessment capability. We do a basic safety assessment at the C-Tran track, and AV capability is not assessed. So we do not, it's an outcome-based test, and we do not test the capability yet at this point in time. So in this test, we are still looking at level 4, as I said, and the safety driver is the key risk mitigations. We are operating urban traffic, the road speed limit of 50 kilometers an hour, but we do have vulnerable road users. So the assessment team will have each its own assessment. So we have our people from C-Tran, we have the Land Transport Authority who looks mainly from a vehicle construction basis, but we also have people from the Singapore Traffic Police, and they look at it more or less as the traffic police will look at that, is this safe in general? And we have people with looking at it from different perspectives. We start with a very simple circuit-based test. We're looking at the basic safety construction of the vehicle, assessment of and we assess the ability of the safety driver to conduct the test safer. We do not test the driver, we're testing the controls available to the driver. It's a vehicle system assessment, not a driver assessment. We're looking at the basic capabilities, lane keeping, basic driving, controls available, safety drivers, static obstacle, dynamic obstacle. Test is relatively simple. In general, it takes half a day. It takes about 3 hours in general to do this test assessment. And most new developers fail the test multiple times in the beginning. Okay, so it seems like a simple test, but most new developers fail multiple times in the beginning. We do have people have tested multiple vehicles. They breeze through it because they know what the expectation is. But if you're new developers, they are struggling with it, and there are many different things where we fail the vehicle. We have specified the capability needed. At the moment, we have a Class 3 test, which is cars and shuttles below 3.5 ton. We have Class 4 vehicles, which are shuttles above 3.5 ton, buses, and the bigger road sweeper. And we have a separate ASV autonomous environmental service vehicle road sweeper category, taking better care of the needs of the specific functionalities associated with road sweepers. We have really required a minimum set of capabilities, and that is run the route safely without a problem. Most vehicles achieve this based on pre-mapping a fixed route. So they run effectively on a fixed pre-mapped route. And the key one is all basic functionality, and it is really quite basic, must be achieved without safety driver intervention. We do have a recommendation that safety driver that safety driver follow the SAEJ 3018 standards for safety driver and safety recommendation in general. And it is an outcome-based assessment. We don't look how it is achieved, we only check what is achieved. But again, still we see a lot of issues there. Route can be programmed alternative. Sometimes we allow an alternative route. It doesn't happen in many cases, but in the beginning it was needed because we had no different route for Class 3 and Class 4 vehicles, and certain routes on our track are challenging for big buses. We're looking at all kinds of basic stuff. Milestone 2 becomes a lot more significant. So milestone 2, we added basic behavior and capabilities. We add process review, simulation, in-test competencies, add road test. Even though the basic, for us, the whole program we run through to this assessment is, we schedule it that it could be done in 2 weeks. We see that most developers need 2 or more months to complete all the steps. And I will go through why is it necessary. So the biggest one is process review. We're adding process review. And why do we add process review? Is because we want at milestone 2, we want developers to be able to upload and change software without us having to check that the software is ready to update. So we want to give the developers the freedom to change the software when needed, as it is still a trial. But we do process reviews to make sure that we are confident that when developers update software, it happens in a disciplined process using and that the verification method and that verification is done before people go onto the public road. So that's the first one. The second one is process reviews we look to, because the process reviews verify also the basics which are specified in ISO 26262, functional safety, and ISO SAE 21434, cybersecurity. So sooner or later, these processes need to be in place, because if you want to prove that your functional safety is adequate, and if you want to prove your cybersecurity is adequate, these processes are part of the standards. So they are needed sooner or later. We bring them in at this point to allow people to change software when needed. Again, it is needed really, and we see a lot of problems here that people do, and we have found that some people is that the first time they test software or test parameters is on the road in an undisciplined process, and that's something we don't want. We want confidence that developers will develop, deploy, and change software in a disciplined manner. But there are many challenges in this area, because we know that we work with R&D processes and not with commercial development. So, and R&D is by nature less disciplined than commercial development. So what we still are sometimes having challenges, what we are expected. So originally a level 5 automotive SPICE, CMMI level 3, ISO 262. We don't know what we are at the moment still balancing on a case by case is our expectation to be realistic. That said, there are certain aspects where it is a no-go, which is, for example, verification processes or change control. Simulation is also added at this point in time because it's the tested system, and once we go driverless, a lot of test cases will be done in simulation. So we run again. We require simulation. The developer has its own simulation process and tools. We do not mandate these tools, but we provide the test scenarios, and we do a fidelity check. We run certain tests afterwards on the track to ensure that the vehicle and the simulation give the same results. And this is something we're still looking. One lesson learned, and that is what we're doing research on. It's not in our test framework yet. We need to do much more work on the perception system. One of the challenges we see between milestone 1 and milestone 2, that's the difference between outcome-based and more sophisticated assessment, is what's really the desired behavior. So especially when you have a bus doesn't go very fast, but the bus is very heavy. So a bus could be around 10 tons. And you want to looking at a bus driving, it comes from a certain distance, and then you have a pedestrian crossing the road. It starts at point A, stops at point D. And then the question is, what is the expectation in behavior? So what we are okay with in milestone 1 is that the pedestrian starts crossing, and only when the pedestrian reaches point C, almost get in front of the bus, you brake quite hard, and you stop in time. And you stop 2 meters away from the pedestrian. This kind of braking is uncomfortable to the occupants, but we accept it because it's a milestone 1 assessment. However, in milestone 2, that is no longer acceptable behavior, because you wouldn't like a taxi. If you take a taxi or a bus driver, and every time the taxi or bus driver brakes last minute very hard to prevent an accident, it's a very uncomfortable ride. So what we expect at the milestone 2 test, that the moment the pedestrian starts walking at point A or even standing still at point A, the vehicle gently lowers its speed as a kind of acknowledgement there is a risk, I need to reduce speed. And the moment the pedestrian starts moving, you start to brake. But by slowing down earlier, you buy yourself time, and the final braking is much more gentle than it was in the previous case. And that is really what we're looking for. And this is some behavior we do not see yet in a lot of vehicles. Some of the good vehicles do it. A lot of them don't do it yet. Yeah, and what we're really looking to a gentle slowdown equivalent to lifting the throttle, so that final braking is much more smooth. So that is what we're looking for. Milestone 3, and milestone 3 is it is quite early. We haven't done any milestone 3 test. The test assessment is ready, but we haven't done it yet on anybody ready, because nobody's ready yet to remove the safety driver and have truly driverless trials in Singapore. It adds a field trial-based proof of maturity. It adds cybersecurity, and we're looking at full behavior and capability assessment. Key things here. Operational design domain is going to be important. Milestone 1 and milestone 2 were a kind of generic test. Milestone 3, we are going to do the assessment specific to the design, operational design mode, where the vehicle is deployed. We need to do that because we're looking at many different types of vehicles. So if we had a driverless shuttle and a driverless taxi, if we expect the shuttle to behave the same way the driverless taxi does, it's unrealistic, because the shuttles are designed to do a simpler task. So we only assess we assess them to the task they are designed to operate. We're also looking at minimum risk condition, and that is something we're looking at. Again, milestone 3 is very different, because we start to look at the system level and not at the vehicle level. None of the occupants, so we're looking at assume it's fleet operated. None of the occupants of the vehicle acts as a designated driver or has the responsibility of the driver. Every person in the vehicle is potentially a passenger. It includes the connected AV, remote operation supervision, operating procedures, maintenance procedures, and updated changes to the system. So we really start looking at the system rather than a vehicle. You cannot bring, in this case, it's not possible to bring a vehicle to us and say, this vehicle is autonomous, and you don't have the system around it to do so. Okay, otherwise it's not a truly level 4 autonomous vehicle. If you say, it's more like a level 3 autonomous vehicle, which is to us at the moment still out of scope. The purpose of MASA is so that is what we're doing, so to do trials which does not involve an onboard safety supervisor. And we're looking at a lot of standards when we look at this. So we're looking at overall safety requirements, TR 68 Part 2, functional safety, SOTIF, behavioral requirements, cybersecurity requirements, simulations, and circuit and on-road testing. We're looking at many areas. This is a big assessment, and I expect that the process as a whole takes at least 6 months. Again, what we're going to learn for it goes back into our TR 68. I will get back to that later. Again, the vehicle must be able to handle every single situation without an active intervention by a safety operator. The remote control or onboard operator can help to recover the vehicle from a minimum risk condition, but only after the vehicle has come automatically to the minimum risk condition. So recovery can be done using human assistance. The initial safe stop, it all needs to be autonomous. There cannot be any human who activates a safe stop at this point in time. That includes pedestrians. So at the moment, we have specified that there is no emergency stop button for a pedestrian which can command a safe stop. There is an emergency stop button for the pedestrian, for the passenger to ask for help from the operator, but there is no, this is an ask help button and not an emergency stop button. The vehicle must come to an automated stop at any point in time by itself. The vehicle has to be able to handle all conditions as specified in the ODD. But there could be exceptions. For example, if the maximum rainfall is 150 millimeters per hour, it's extremely heavy rain. It can happen for extremely short times in Singapore. But you say your maximum capability is 50 millimeters per hour. The system should take mitigating action once you exceed 50 millimeters per hour, which is, for example, stop at the side of the road and wait till the rain has recovered. Okay. So and then the key one is, if a specific traffic scenario within the ODD cannot be handled by the vehicle, the AV operator will need to demonstrate how the vehicle will avoid to need to encounter such scenario. Okay. And there is a lot of documentation required, ODD documentation, vehicle information, deployment information, maintenance plan, training plan, update plan, and the last one is management of limitations. Really, how do you manage limitations? Because we need to acknowledge that every vehicle has limitations relative to a human driver. So we need to show, the developer needs to say, these are my limitations and these are the way I handle them. So for example, and that could be something that, for example, that certain type of roadworks cannot be handled by the vehicle. And the plan could be say, okay, we monitor every day for the planned roadworks. And if there is a planned roadwork that day, we schedule a normal human-driven bus. Finally, we are looking at TR68. TR68 is our draft standard. So a TR is called a technical reference, and technical reference is a predecessor to a standard. It's a standard where we're not convinced yet that it is mature enough to be a standard. And it is being developed in the same way as a standard. Once we consider it mature enough, the TR becomes a standard, but we're not there yet. And we work a lot of that with everybody in Singapore on the standards, and we work on that. And we have released a version lately, and we're going to do another one. And many members are involved, including regulators, LTA, traffic police, industry, operators, academia, like me. We're all involved. So we started in 2017. We have done already 2 versions. The first version was in 31 January 2019. The second version was in Q1 2021. I believe it was mid-February. And we are at the moment considering a 3rd release in the future. We do not plan a 4th release. We are hopeful that the 3rd release is mature enough to become a standard. And that's what we're looking at. So what's in the TR68? We have basic behavioral guidelines. How do you drive? What is needed? And that is an area we're still working on quite a bit. Safety guidelines is quite mature, and we follow our milestone process, especially milestone 3 follows effectively the safety guidelines from TR68. Cybersecurity is very mature and complete. It's also used in the milestone 3 assessment. And we have another one for data types and formats. At the moment, it's still out of scope for the milestone process, but it comes in probably at a milestone 3 when we enhance it. So that's effectively all my presentation. I think I'm just nicely on time.
We'll wait for some time. There's some question from the panelists.
Yep.
Your presentation was very illustrative, very informative, and I believe it has grabbed the attention of everybody across. Thank you very much. There's somebody from the panelists who will be asking some question to you.
Yeah.
Please be with us for one minute.
Hi, Dr. Nice. I have a question. So for the CTRAN test facility, do you have a digital twin for the simulation?
Yes, we have. So we have a digital twin. And that's also we have a
Hello.
complete. Oh, wait a moment. Something is gone. Funny.
Yes.
Can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So we have We have a digital twin implemented. So we have a complete open drive implementation of our test track. We give the test that digital version of our test track to our developers to do certain tests, and later during the milestone 2 and the milestone 3 process, we repeat some of the tests on the physical test, and we do fidelity check to make sure that simulation and actual physical tests match. So that's what we do. We also are building up. We had some capability. We're updating the capability to do a test on the track where certain obstacles are virtually injected into the test track using either DSRC or 5G communication.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot, team. Thanks a lot.
Hello, sir. I have one query on matrices. So, are you capturing various matrices while doing validation? And for which component you are covering of AV stack?
So we do not certify or test a component of the AV stack. We're testing the vehicle as it's whole. It's the full stack, all sensors, and the behavior of the vehicle. So we really do it. We really effectively look at the vehicle almost as a gray to black box. We like to change that one, but don't forget, we are looking at third-party vehicles. We don't look at I am not the owner or developer of the vehicle. People who bring the vehicle to us are very sensitive about their IP. So in general, they do not want to give us the internals of the stack, and we test it as such that the stack to us is a black box.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot, Phil. Moving to the next keynote speaker. Sorry, Dr. Limbu, for keeping you wait for 2-3 minutes. Extremely sorry for that. Before we start your presentation, I would like to share your introduction to everybody around. Dr. Limbu is a co-founder and a chief operating officer at Movita. His works were primarily focused on architecting the AV software stack and designing intelligent driving behaviors for the AV. Of his 13-year stint with the A-Star, he was actively involved as PI and co-PI in various robotics R&D projects on human robots interaction, telepresence, and teleoperations. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Limbu. All yours.
Thank you very much. Let me share my screen first. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, this is visible.
Okay. Once again, thank you, Anurag and IEEE ICCVE 2002 team for the kind introduction. And thanks for having me here. Once again, greeting to all of you. I'm Dilip Limbu. As mentioned earlier, I'm a co-founder of Movita. And next 1 hour, I will be presenting how Movita employed Singapore's AV test and deployment guidelines as presented by early speaker Niels to test and deploy autonomous vehicle in Singapore road. And also, I will share some videos of Movita's AV commercial application in various use case scenarios. Please do let me know if you have any problem listening or hearing the presented slide. Please let me know in advance so I can try my best to present. Okay, allow me to introduce Movita. Movita is a Singapore-based deep tech startup company. We founded in 2016, and we specialize in providing vehicle agnostic level 4 driverless software solution for urban environment. Our headquarters in Singapore, and we have offices in Malaysia, in India as well. And we have now 60+ passionate scientists and engineers. And we are one of the first teams in Singapore, as well as in Malaysia, to put autonomous vehicle on the public road. And we have raised so far Series A to scale our business by developing commercially ready autonomous vehicle. Movita is one of the few AV software companies around the world, and we are verge of reaching level 4 of autonomous driving, and we are one of the pure independent R&D company in Asia. So our primary or key product is our MOVAV kit. It is a vehicle agnostic driverless software solution, which has been deployed on 6 different platforms, and such as people mover, first and last mile transportation, logistic, as well as agriculture and utility solution. And these applications are being deployed or trialed in various countries around the world, mainly in UK, Singapore, Malaysia, China, and also in India. We have a proven and trusted technology, and we hope to actually capture or provide our software to vehicle manufacturers, automotive suppliers, and some smart cities, as well as mobility operators. And with this, our all experiences, now we are moving towards building AV shuttle, autonomous vehicle, EV bus, which is 7 meter. And this is our vehicle, and this is actually powered by our MOVAV kit, and it is able to drive autonomously in dynamic and complex environment. It hope to provide commuter a safe and smooth ride without depending on the external interfaces, like for example V2X. And of course, this is very complex development. We are working with the various partners and collaborators, such as vehicle manufacturer, public transport operators, as well as the deep tech companies to build this. And we hope to capture 30% of market in next 4 years' time. So now I come to the actually today's main presentation. As we know that today that the automotive industry is moving towards another revolution, that is, we believe, autonomous vehicle. But the key challenge for this autonomous vehicle is safety, and any accidental failures due to any safety issues may result severe injury or loss of life. Therefore, safety aspects must be addressed in every stages of the autonomous vehicle development process. And as earlier speaker Neil, who have presented 3 milestone tests in Singapore in order to deploy autonomous vehicle on the public road. Those milestones are milestone 1 and milestone 2 and milestone 3. I will not go in details. And I will share with you how one of the video showing how milestone test is done in Singapore later part. And the key thing is that all these milestone tests are designed to assess the overall safety of autonomous vehicle technology. And these are actually based on the safety requirements. What it means is that this all driving assessment or test has come from like basic theory of driving, final theory of driving, and quality management, functional safety, which is ISO 26262, and safety of intended functionality, SOTIF, behavioral safety, and cyber security, and so on. So now, and all these requirements are actually incorporated in TR68, as mentioned by Niels earlier, and we must achieve all these requirements before deploying autonomous vehicle on the public road. And as you can see, that Movita's core software stack consists of various layers, starting from AV core algos and supportive functions, OS, standard libraries, hardware, and sensors, and even the motion and steering controls. All these layers are responsible for sensing and connecting, processing, analyzing, and decision making of autonomous vehicle. And this layer must adhere to the safety standards, as well as for each development process. So now I'm going to share a bit details on how actually we employ all this TR68 on our development. So in terms of the autonomous vehicle behavior development, we always build using safety by design principle, and we comply with all applicable driving behavior rules or reference produced by, as mentioned earlier, BTD and FTD. And we adhere to dynamic driving tasks and guidelines for lateral longitudinal control, stopping distance, speeding, overtaking, and pedestrian crossing, etc. And also, we strictly follow ISO 26262 functional safety as well as the SOTIF standards. We have iterative functions for safety function development and design process that includes validation and verification process, and we measure all these the activities in details, and our teams actually follows all rigorous design process and validation process, and in fact, before deploying any autonomous vehicle, actually we study operational design domain, as mentioned by Neil earlier. So actually we have a brief understanding of where we should deploy this autonomous vehicle. So in order to deploy our autonomous vehicle, right, we follow SOTIF guidelines. So as you can see here that there are area A, area B, and area C. Area E is a known area, and which means that actually the chances of unintended behavior will be less. So we try to have a very good driving behavior. Whereas area B, we know the area, but we may not know, or we may face certain unwanted situations. Later I share the example where actually we deploy very rigid or very safe driving behavior, and not to do anything beyond the basic behavior what we have. The last one is the unknown area with an unknown possible situation, driving situation we can encounter. In this kind of scenarios, the vehicle will just stop until the driving path is clear. So I'm going to show this example here. As you can see here that on the right hand side, we have three different areas of like as I earlier mentioned, area A, area B, and area C. And for area A, it's a normal traffic, and it's expected. There is the pedestrian crossing here. The vehicle is moving. This is expected behavior. So Move Shuttle or any vehicle, our vehicle will actually have a safest behavior all the time, because this is actually known area and the known also scenarios as well. Whereby area B is a little bit different. In this case, there's no zebra crossing. It's a kind of not a natural scenarios whereby the pedestrian crossing from the car park. So in this case, our autonomous vehicle will minimize the dangerous driving behavior by slowing down. For the last one is this, actually there are multiple unusual scenarios here whereby the vehicle is stopping here and the cyclists are trying to overtake this particular vehicle and the pedestrian is coming here. In this case of scenario, our vehicle will completely stop. So later I will share some videos of this, how we actually deploy on an actual vehicle. So the next one is the as Neil mentioned, the quality management is a very important aspect of autonomous vehicle development. And in fact, for milestone 2 test, actually this is one of the key component being assessed. And for Movita, actually we are actually ISO 9000 quality management certified company, and we adopt blended approach for quality management. And our QM process ensure that all Movita's technologies or products, whatever we develop, actually meets the standards, and also the same time the end users requirements. And the key thing here is that we have team, I mean, those actually who attended various standards, ISO standards and guidelines courses. And additionally, we also bring in external audit team to actually work with our internal audit team to make sure that our all processes are actually on the right place. And we adhere to various standards such as HARA and functional safety, ISO 262, MISTRA for coding standard, and all other software best practices. I will not go through in details, but what I want to say is that in order for us to go to M2 test, we have to have all the processes in place, and these processes are actually assessed by the respective authorities in Singapore to make sure that the vehicle developed are actually safer and meet the requirements. So I just give you some other aspect of that what quality management they are looking into is that Movita actually uses fully integrated cloud-based system to actually manage the whole quality management ecosystem. For example, for document management, we use Confluences, and code management, Bitbucket, and bug reporting, we use Jira. And for test autonomous vehicle, the reporting, we use X-ray. And we have a comprehensive access control system and user role, and that actually help us to manage our the bug release or bug fixing, or even bug reporting, and also manage the quality of software. And these are the things actually, if you want to go for a test for M2 test, actually authority will point out, let's say I would like to see particular, one part of your section of test, how do you actually test, and what kind of the process you have it in terms of the either online or offline tools, what kind of tools actually use, how do you actually record, and how do you address, and so on. So we have a complete inter-tool traceability and tracking system, and for issue, bugs, and requirements, and so on. So by the way, when we have to go to M2 tests, Citran test, the documentation is very, very important, and we have to prepare documentation, or we have to show documentation from requirement gathering all the way to the coding and design, coding, testing, and even product release. All document must be submitted or assessed. So they also check how do actually your team does the quality management or checkup. So in this case, actually, we have we enforce various checkpoints to actually to make sure that our software meets quality in terms of both technology and product development. And there are many the checkpoints, as I mentioned earlier. So and it enforce our team to follow rigorous process. And like, for example, in this case here in technology roadmap, actually we do have two quality checkpoints. So for example, for here is a code review, and code review we have a internal team actually doing exchanging their codes to each other to actually review codes. And however, sometimes in some cases we will have external team or external parties also come and check, who are our testers, and they also test for our code review. And also we have a unit test report whereby the internal quality auditor actually they test how does the whole thing actually tested to make sure that whatever we do actually it fits on the whatever we plan to do. And in the case if we fail, it's the iterative process, and it will go back to the previous stage, and follow all the processes in order to go to that checkpoint. Similarly, for product roadmap, we have multiple checkpoints. The idea, what I'm going to share here is that these are the things actually are assessed by this Citran team to make sure that any AV companies, before deploying autonomous vehicle, AV companies actually really follow the standards of the development process, software development process. So this is one of the things. So the next one is another level of the safety management. Autonomous vehicle is consists of not only software but also many hardware, sensors, and other equipments, actuators, and so on. So we have to work closely with the various collaborators to make sure that the design control requirements actually meet certain requirements actually as required by the TR68 safety guidelines. And for example, in this case, we are trying to see the sensor coverage. The sensor coverage must be 360, and we have to make sure that each sensors are actually performing in a level of, what we actually expect, so that there's no failure in future. Also, in terms of the development, they also like to see what kind of process you have. In this case, we have using V model, and we have an internal external team to go through this V model, and we have so many HARA analysis case we do, and on top of that we have an internal and external team to actually check all this verification and validation. It's a complex scenarios. As we've been doing this one for past almost 5 months, we still unable to go for the test because it's a very complex process. So I just want to give you one example of this, how this HARA is done for SOTIF and ISO 262. There's many driving scenarios. Like for example, in here I have, like say, maybe 1 to maybe 100 different driving scenarios. Each driving scenarios are actually categorized based on the injury to pedestrian or the people, and we, for each cases, right, we need to have a right action to actually mitigate this all risks, and these are the things are assessed during the milestone 2 test. So now, moving to run through this, various HARA and SOTIF test is a very lengthy process, because for us, we need to bring vehicle on the road to test each iteration of this vehicle multiple times, and which is not that easy. So it takes very long time to test. It's not like running on the desktop, really compiling and testing. For autonomous vehicle, you need to bring a particular location, you need to create a scenario, and you need to test the way actually, first you need to create the scenarios that you want to test, and you have to test multiple tests to validate what actually or how you want to address that. So it's a quite comprehensive process. So, but I will not go in details. But what I want to share is that there are, some requirements are needed in order to go to the test. And so, with all these processes and tests, and assessed by the different parties, we can actually bring autonomous vehicle on a public road. So, like also the testing process is a little bit different than the normal software development, and this is also very, I would say, complex. But like any other testing processes, we have a unit testing, hardware, software integration testing, system integrating. But the vehicle integrating testing is a very interesting, because this is based on where we want to deploy this autonomous vehicle based on the ODD. So we have to go and test hundreds of times on particular routes and areas to make sure that these things really work. So now I just want to give all this from unit testing to all vehicle integration testing, all must be documented. So for example, here, like this is the one of the test process. Like this is only for particular one route. You will have a like particular small route for particular one test case scenario. You need to have a document. You have to document all in details and like any software development. But for this case, because the things we do is is a different. It's not like any desktop or handphone kind of integration test, but it's a really complex. I also shared earlier, but all this must be documented because these are assessed during the M2 assessment. So now, without further ado, actually, I will go to video mode. I'm not sure whether, if any problem, just let me know. Okay, now, just as I mentioned earlier, this is the Citran test. This is one of the first tests they will assess. This is M1 test. Now the vehicle will actually go through some basic behavior, basically move from A to B, and it stops at a particular location and at a certain speed. And this is the actual Citran test track. Yeah, so you can see, it has a basic driving behavior, always stay on lane and turns left, right, and stops at the certain stop location. And the vehicle must stop at a certain distance based on the vehicle speed. So there's a stopping there to test, and now it will actually move to another location to do left turn, right turn. This is very basically, this test is to test simple behavior testing. It's a fully autonomous. The safety driver is inside, and actually his job is to make sure that if in the event if the vehicle perform unexpected behavior, he has to take over. So I will skip another one. Once you pass this M1 test, you are allowed to bring your vehicle and test in other location. Like for example, we brought our vehicle to one of the location in Singapore, and now we are testing here with on a public road in a way complex environment. So same vehicle. Here the vehicle speed is about 30 km/h because the route itself is a bit short route. You can't pick up your speed here. And the key thing here is that we are not only testing autonomous vehicle, we are also testing V2X capability and 5G network. And the V2X actually providing some information of traffic, and that the vehicle is able to perform based on the information provided by the V2X. So for example, pedestrian crossing in the areas where the vehicle is unable to see. Yeah, so I will skip this one because I have a few more videos to go. So now once you start to able to run your vehicle on a particular area or route, we start to test on a complex area. Just now, for this case is SOTIF area B, where actually it's a known area, but actually the situation is unknown. The vehicle is stopping in front. Now the vehicle actually overtake it gracefully, but however there is another vehicle is the front again. So in this case, the vehicle actually stop until there's no vehicle coming from, or there is no vehicle coming from behind, and actually it takes plan its path and actually move forward. And here there's the front, the guy, the truck driver is closing his door, so actually stop for a while. So as long as the vehicle the vehicle's planned path. If there's anything comes on the vehicle path within the depending on the speed and depending on the how far, I mean, the obstacle is, the vehicle will stop. So now the vehicle is prepared to turn left. In this case, there's a left and right, so it moves to the left. So from once you have milestone 1, you are able to drive around this kind of scenarios. Now we are testing really different kind of scenarios to actually and these scenarios, sometimes you encounter some new case. So the vehicle must be able to handle that kind of scenarios. Now in this scenarios, now it start to rain. The rain is as long as the wiper can actually able to wipe, and we can see similar the vehicle is able to see. We have multiple sensors here. We have a camera, LiDAR, radar, all actually sensor fused. And our case, we rely less on the GPS, RTK GPS, but we rely heavily on the map-based localization. However, we're able to overcome the changes of the environment. As long as there are 70% of the environments there, actually we able to locate where the vehicle is. And now the vehicle will stop here in order to go to the next route. So I will skip for a while. So it's able to detect traffic light, you know, and then able to move around complex environment. So this is the one part. So maybe I will show you another the case. Again, now the key thing here is that the road is very narrow, and this is a two-way. I mean, one-way road with the there's two lanes, but one each incoming going lane. So the vehicle must stop here, make sure that there's no vehicle coming on the road. So the reason is that the vehicle here is very curved. Some vehicles, they drive pretty fast here. So and then we must always keep this vehicle in the middle of this this lane, and this is our the stop place to drop off the people. We simulate that the people drop off, and then we actually continue our journey. So I will skip this one as well. So similarly, as I mentioned earlier, we are the first team to put autonomous vehicle in Singapore as well as in Malaysia. So this is in Malaysia. Now, Malaysia also, we need to go a couple of tests in order to run on the public road. But this is actually one of the event where actually ex-Prime Minister of Malaysia, actually he sat on this vehicle, and we demonstrated to him that this is actually 2019, before COVID happened. By the way, all the videos are before COVID-19. So yeah, it's a fully autonomous, and it can actually handle quite a complex environment. So I will go another the unusual use case scenario. Actually here the vehicle is stopped here, and then the vehicle is monitoring this the vehicle whether it's moving or not. If not, it's not moving, and actually it just make it move. Again, it detects the obstacle, and it stops. Basically, all these behaviors are actually we have to design in order to meet based on the safety requirements, based on the ISO 26262 as well as the SOTIF requirements, and maybe I share other videos. Okay, this is done in 2019, one of the ITS World Congress. This vehicle is a fully autonomous. By the way, all these vehicles are actually powered by MOVAV Kit, Movitas Autonomous Vehicle Software. And in this case, you will see the full features of autonomous vehicle. There were 6 companies demonstrating autonomous vehicle. For us, we use this platform to showcase our autonomous vehicle, whereby you can see here the obstacle avoidance without stopping. You know, it's, when detected, it's not moving, it automatically avoid the obstacle. And then you can see that it's a fully autonomous. So it does the turning without the human intervene. And also we have a capability to do autonomously park this the buggy, but in order for us to demonstrate the two visitors, actually we use different vehicle, and this vehicle also powered by our autonomous vehicle software. So as I mentioned earlier, actually we already deploy our autonomous vehicle on 6 different platforms, and it's very easy to deploy our software on any vehicle platform. In fact, we already licensed our technology to one of the OEM. So just now was doing adaptive cruise control. That means the person was walking. Actually, if person doesn't actually give away, it will horn and make sure that there is a safer road. And the key thing is that there were 6 different companies actually doing autonomous vehicle demonstration. We are the only company demonstrating all autonomous vehicle capabilities, from obstacle avoidance to adaptive cruise control to reverse parking to traffic light and many more. So I will skip this one. So the next one is the this is actual. We were planning to do actual deployment of on-demand based autonomous shuttle, and this is we were working with a few our collaborators, but this COVID happened and we stopped it. So we are planning to do maybe once this COVID situation gets better. So although it looks very simple, but the key thing here is that the road here, is a slope is quite steep, and is for in terms of the development, we thought it's quite easy, but due to the sensor position with the steep, the upslope seems to look like obstacle, but over the time actually we managed to develop algorithm to detect what kind of road it is, and as we move forward, actually we develop various basic intelligent basic driving behavior. Today we are able to drive our autonomous vehicle on a private site, fully autonomous level 5 kind of capabilities. We can do that today, but Singapore context, we only can do level 4, and in order for us to level 5, we need to pass M3. So I will skip this one. So this is in UK, and now the key thing what I want to share here is that all the deployment we are doing, the road structure is different. Some of them are full-fledged road, some of them are very narrow road, some of them, in this case, is a footpath, the sidewalk, but we still managed to drive fully autonomous. This is a 5-kilometer route, and our team flew to UK and installed our software within 3 days, and we demonstrated this 5-kilometer route and for a few days trials. So I will skip this one, and this is another deployment in Malaysia. In this case, so fully autonomous. In fact, we don't need a driver here, and we are actually picking up guests from the lobby and sending them to their room, and also it helps to bring the good or suitcase or luggage to their room also, and evening time also deliver food as well. So it was a pretty good the trial we did here in one resort. It's in Malaysia. So the next one I will sharing. So while we have this all autonomous vehicle, we need to have a fleet monitoring system. This is our fleet monitoring system. We have a control station, and we work with the different parties here actually, and we learn from like public transport operators, and these are all our vehicles are off on the road, and then we have if something happened, the AV operator will actually call to the control station, and control station will does the necessary action in order to solve the situation. So Yeah, so and before all our deployment, it is very important to check all the sensors and the condition of the vehicle, because regardless of what autonomous vehicle is still early stage, and it's because of one simple failure of one software or maybe a component may result, I mean, like serious injury to even safety operator. So they must check. We have a proper SOP to check everything, and if anything on the road, if the sensor is failed, actually the central or control station also able to see what kind of sensor failure, and same time the person or safety operator also can see what kind of system is failed, so they automatically take over this if the situation needs. Yeah, so this is the thing actually seen by both if the operator from control room, if they want to see how the vehicle is performing, they can see from the control station, or the safety operator also can see this our system, how the system is performing on the road. But the system has multiple types of the visualizer or the operating system. So depending on the operator, safety driver, or developer, there's a different kind of access there, so they can actually maintain the system in the way they want to maintain. So this is again it's a campus kind of environment. All these demonstrations are actually meant to actually demonstrate the capability of our software, autonomous software capabilities. So yeah, I mean, it does recognize the and you can see it's the red color here, and then stop once it turning green, actually move, continue to go. So now, so on top of that, our autonomous vehicle platforms are actual software platforms actually are integrated in various platforms in like these three cases and three different scenarios. In Malaysia, we already deployed this little robot as a move courier. Actually, it actually collects or actually pull all this empty trolley to designated location, and it will continue to do the whole day. And this little robot actually go around and patrol the area to see the unusual object or things. And here, this is pretty interesting. This is a very large field, and this vehicle is continuously moving in this plantation to actually deliver goods. Where for human, if you continue to do that, actually you will be very tired. But this the vehicle is continuously delivering good to them. And the key thing is that the safety actually requirements is much lower than the what actually on the public road. So yeah, this is we're testing it. So I move to the another one. This is another deployment of our software. It's in China. There are three tractors here. This is our tractor, and this tractor is powered by our Movita software. And here they're testing the seeding capability. So in fact, they ran for 3 hours, and they later they go and check the accuracy of seeding. In fact, the autonomous vehicle did the best job because it has a consistent speed compared to the human-driven. And after 3 months, they also go and check the crops, and they found that yeah, indeed, the autonomous vehicle actually did very well seeding. So this is actually we did in China, and it's actually picked up by one of the CCTV in China that is one of the prominent TV broadcaster in China. So now, beside us, right, there are many companies around the world. They are working on various application, and personally, I believe there is a very big potential ahead, and I think it will disrupt the way we actually move people and goods in future. However, I mean, we also believe that there are big obstacles are there, and it might not be the technical. Some technicals are there. For example, we've been doing autonomous vehicle for almost 10 years, and we still see that our system unable to drive when we have a downpour or heavy rain, and we are still developing technology to address the all-weather kind of perception. And for large scale deployment, we still feel there are challenges in order to have a real-time HD map and the localization. And there are many edge cases are actually not able to face when we are testing, but we believe there are many edge cases that need to be addressed. So we are continue to develop our intelligent behavior. And in terms of the sensor itself, I think or so far actually we have not seen some of the sensor that works in all kind of weather condition, and we see that standardizations are still evolving in many cases, and interoperability is one of the challenges, and we hope that everybody will follow some standards, and there's interoperable systems out there, so we can actually speed up our AV autonomous vehicle technology development. And cybersecurity is still the bigger challenge, because it's a fully autonomous. If someone actually hack and one of the component, they can have a full access to autonomous vehicle. They can do multiple unwanted things. So also roadside units and on vehicle unit, we really need to see those to be improve or evolve to support this autonomous vehicle. And beside then, that is technical. I think there are many challenges actually we see, because we are going to Malaysia, and we are going to China, and we are actually now exploring in the UK and Japan. I think there are regulation, legislation, and policy still under development, and we don't know, I mean, when that will be ready, and especially when accident happen, who is liable for either manufacturer or operator or drivers. And I think we still, I mean, do not have like what kind of ethics need to be there for AV to perform. Like, for example, there is a person on the road, elderly, young child, in the situation, what I mean, in the unavoidable situation, what it should do. And I think the insurance companies are still, although we have insurance, I think there must be better insurance coverage in terms of the facility and infrastructure. I think also need to be there. What I mean is that what we see today's roads might not be totally relevant to autonomous vehicle, and future the road might be different than what we have. And in fact, the road infrastructure will transform drastically to actually adopt this autonomous vehicle in the future. However, the who will pay that cost and how it will evolve, I think is still a big question mark. And with all this, and hopefully we will have a smart city, improve public transport, and we will have many social benefits, and also high-tech job creation, and many more. Yeah. But now, what is there to know how we should move forward based on our experiences in this autonomous vehicle for past 10 years? I think the key thing is that it's still the safety. We need to work with the various authorities and industries, especially automotive industries, to actually develop standard to actually cover the safety and the testing. We have not seen any testing for autonomous vehicle, because there are thousands of scenarios, I think, need to be tested. And I think left-hand drive, right-hand drive, different weather condition and days and night, there will be thousands of things. I think this need to be there. And also the infrastructure, as I mentioned earlier, I think infrastructure need to be fully developed for autonomous vehicle, because autonomous vehicle use some of the infrastructure information, like for example, even a lane marking, even the traffic light, and even the site footpath, and so on. So this needs to be developed to support this infrastructure. Insurance and liabilities, I think the industry need to work to develop the framework for AV to go on the public road. Like today, I mean, there are for drivers. I think in future must be there to cover manufacturer as well as the software company, and so on. So cybersecurity, and so on. So I think I will not go in details. So I have 10 minutes for questions. If you have any questions, this ends my presentation. I'm open for the questions now. Thank you very much. Hello?
Hello. Any questions from any of the panelists? Am I audible to all the panelists?
Yes.
Any questions from Dr. Lembu?
Yeah. So I have one question, like for the AV stack, has the detection and perception accuracy been computed for AV stack in edge conditions? Like,
sorry, what was the question?
So for the AV stack, has the detection and perception accuracy been computed in edge conditions like snow and dark weather?
Yes, I have to be very frank for this question. What we do is that we always look for the route where we want to deploy. Just now, actually, Neil also mentioned, we will very focus on where we want to deploy our autonomous vehicle, like ODD, and after that, we will drive simultaneously or concurrently many days to in a different weather condition and timing, like day and night, and all this, and we collect data, and we use this to actually simulate our whole system, and based on that one, we develop our technology to address some of the things, and we go outside and test, and we actual test, and we further develop this. For now, to answer your question, for each cases, we only cover on our route where we plan to deploy, the route we want to deploy, but having said so, right, there are many edge cases I think we still need to face, which we can't simulate when we are actually testing.
Okay. And I believe like this has been tested with simulation and like it is on the CI/CD pipeline. Your AV stack is tested.
Yes, definitely. Well, each our development actually start with the simulation. In simulation, we do complex kind of simulate and test. But actual development, actually, we only cover like what actually simulation cover, like maybe 50 to 80%. So indeed, we do all edge cases in simulation, but actual deployment, we only maybe 50% of kind of deployment. Yeah. I mean, the simulation, you can simulate some edge cases. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, sir. I have one query.
Please.
Sir, mostly testing scenarios are shown with multi-manual vehicles and with AVs. So here AV performance looks good and development is happening around that thing. But sir, have you tested the AV vehicle while running multiple AV vehicles and impact of them on AV decisions and their perception thing?
Thank you for the questions. Yeah, I mean, for our case, right, we only test 3 AV vehicles, right, and we have not tested in like, I mean, fleet of AV vehicles yet. We only tested in 3 vehicles. We, as mentioned earlier, we know the routes very well. And the way we deploy is that in that particular route, the vehicle always drive safely. And in fact, even you deploy with 3 other vehicles, human-driven vehicles, actually it able to drive autonomously without a human intervention. But having said so, right, we have not we have not come to the edge cases. I mean, we have not actually encountered those edge cases, and we still, I mean, you know, like we are unable to create some edge cases. But the route, the area where we deploy, actually we are confident that 80% of the driving autonomously, we can do that. So the answer is we have not actually deployed in a large fleet at this moment because we are still a small startup. Yeah, maybe we can work with you to deploy a larger fleet. Yeah, yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions, please? Thank you, Dr. Lembu. It was an excellent, very illustrative, self-explanatory presentation by you. You have actually done the justification to the work the Movita has been doing under your aegis. Thanks a lot. Hats off.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, moving to the next presentation, which is being done by the team Acclivis, Mahesh and Shivendra, where they will be explaining the Polyverif open source autonomous vehicle validation and the demonstration to follow that. Over to Mahesh and Shivendra.
Yeah, thank you, Anurag. Hello, everybody. This is Mahesh Mense, working with Acclivis Technologies as engineering manager for automotive and embedded projects. So before starting the presentation, which is on autonomous vehicle verification and validation framework, I would like to give a brief on, we have a brief message from Dr. Rahul Razdan, who is, just to introduce Dr. Rahul Razdan, he is a seasoned scientist and business executive who had significant roles in the world of academia, startups, and Fortune 500 companies. So he was, in corporate roles, he was Senior Vice President of Strategy for Flextronics, General Manager of Systems and Functional Verification Business at Cadence, and Alpha CPU Architect at Digital Instrument Corporation. So he has been successfully built successful startups in areas of wireless power, machine learning, and low power electronics design. So currently, Dr. Rahul Razdan is a senior director at Florida Polytechnic University for special projects, working directly for the president of the university. So I will just share the screen for his brief message to all the members.
Hello there. I want to welcome you to the IEEE ICCVE Pune event. And this is the, I suppose this is the Polyverif workshop. So I want to welcome you for that. I want to give you a little background on the Polyverif and why we built it and kind of the purpose of it and all of that. And so to do that, I have to give you a little bit of background on me. So my background is I come from the semiconductor world. I was a CPU designer for a long time. And then in that process, we used to use quite a bit of advanced capability for verifying these CPUs because the cost of getting them wrong is extremely high. And then soon afterwards, I was at a company called Cadence Design Systems, where we actually set up a big Noida center while I was at Cadence, which focused on providing these tools and capabilities for verifying hardware in the form of software, so the electronics design automation space. And this was a journey for a long time. And about 5 years ago, I started becoming involved in the autonomous system space. And like a lot of people, I didn't know much about it when we first got in. This new technology of AI had been starting to change the landscape of what was possible. And what we discovered very quickly was the big issue is going to be, can you verify this? Can you actually show that, especially for safety critical system, that this works? So when I started looking at this problem of autonomous vehicle or AI-based algorithms and how you verify them, it turned out that there was a lot of commonality to my old world of semiconductor design and verifying there, the complexity involved as well as the importance. The next step was, of course, there's differences. You're dealing with real-time data. You're dealing with, of course, sensory data that's coming in. So how do you account for those differences? And so the more I started looking at it, the more it felt like there was a need for a learning platform where we can figure out the better algorithms that are useful for verifying what the AI systems are doing. And probably the other thing is, how do we separate the problem of verification in such a way that we have something called separation of concerns? That is, we know when something works and when something doesn't work. We're not trying to solve the whole thing all at once. So in the case of AV systems, you have very major stages like detection, where you see that the sensors can actually see what they're doing. Recognition, if you actually see it, is it actually recognizable into something that you can predict its future behavior? Where is it? Location services. GPS doesn't always work. IMU systems don't always work. So how do you make sure that works? And then finally, you have path planning and actual actuation. And of course, for those of you that are following this market, you will know that the early euphoria of the AV space has now receded as people have realized how hard this problem is. And even ADAS, which is the lowest level safety systems, have some levels of issues that people are finding. And so that's the motivation for this platform. Can we have an open source platform? Why open source? So that we can all participate in trying to find solutions. Can we have an open source platform where we can innovate and try to solve this problem so that we can all take advantage of this technology? So this was about a year and a half ago. We sort of came on this idea and we said, well, what should be the nature of that open source platform? So the first thing is to take advantage of what's out there. So there was a very nice open source design system called AutoAir, which was being used in public transportation shuttles and other research purposes. So we decided to take that and put that in our system. There was a simulator from a company called LG that was also open source that we thought would be useful. The UC Berkeley folks had a test language called Scenic, which we thought would be useful. And then of course, we added capability on top of that, and we make it all available in an open source environment. Now, typically, I come from industry, and one of the issues you have run into industry with dealing with open source environment is who maintains it? So can you actually use it? And so one of the key decisions that I made was, let's get a professional team, in this case, Acclivis, to actually build and maintain this, even though we in the research community would architect it. And so one of the real advantages of our open source environment is if you need help with managing this environment, there's a services team you can easily hire. So today you're going to see the details of this 1.0 platform, which we hope to extend, of course, very deeply as we solve the emerging issues of autonomous vehicles. Thank you. Hope you had a fun time.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll continue with the presentation. Yeah, is my screen visible? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So in today's session, we would be discussing about the Polyverif, which is an autonomous vehicle verification and validation framework, which we have developed in collaboration with Florida Polytechnic University and other industry and academia partners, which I will be sharing in coming slides. So the agenda for today's session is as below, and basically we would like to brief you about what was our motivation to get this AV validation framework in place, what are the current market requirements, and how we did analysis on that. And then we will go to we will deep dive into the technical details of the Polyverif framework, where we will explain about the pipelines which we have created to test each of the components of the AV stack. Then what is the support ecosystem which we have in place, so that if you start developing using our framework, how you can utilize it effectively. And then the Polyverif roadmap, which is for the next year, what we are planning to do, followed by demos, and then we can have a question and answer session. Yeah, so as you know, the automotive market is growing rapidly, and there are lots of innovation areas in automotive with respect to connected cars, autonomous cars, then car sharing technologies. Like in autonomous car, ADAS, sensors, and V2X communications, heavy research and development is going on. Similarly, in the connected car space, for IoT, you can have a digital twin of the complete car. Those types of developments are going on. Also, the telematics and media integration is also a very huge area in connected cars area. Similarly, in the propulsion technologies like gasoline, hybrid, have electric vehicles, all very high level of investment and research is going on. So as you can see in the investment trends, in the past few years, we could see that there was a lot of investment to get the AV stack in level 1 autonomy. So as you know, like there are 5 levels defined for autonomous vehicles, which is from level 0 to 5. So level 0 is completely manual. Level 1 is partially automated. Like we have systems like blind spot detection and all those kind of things. And in the trend, you can see like level 1 is getting stabilized, and slowly it is moving to level 2 and level 3 and level 4. So level 4 and 5 are completely fully autonomous vehicles, in which we are seeing a lot of growth happening. And also there are leading companies in AV development space. Most of the new companies are also pitching in, like Apple, Google, with their shuttles for some predefined routes. Audi, Ford, GM, all these companies are doing heavy investments in the autonomous vehicle development space. Given this scenario, there are few unfortunate incidents as well. You can see there are historical setbacks around safety. So many of the developments have been either slowed down or stopped when we see a lot accidents of EVs. So like Toyota had suspended their US driverless cars tests after a fatal Uber accident. And these accidents have questions on the reliability of the EV vehicles. But still, even after these setbacks, the market growth is predicted, and slowly we are moving towards this complete level 5 autonomy. In the below chart, I have shown testing and disengagement of the AV vehicles. Now, these metrics is being used heavily by industry regulators and policymakers. So, like this metric shows like how many miles have been driven and what is the miles per disengagement. So, miles per disengagement is like when the driver took control from the AV seeing there is like it could not control it on itself. So this matrix shows like even though it was for Waymo, if you consider, it was 628 miles driven, but the control taken back was around 29,000. So you can see it's comparatively it's very less. So to certify any car for AV, it is estimated that the car should be driven at least 275 million miles as per one research paper. Without any disengagement. So there is a huge gap there where we have to do a lot of testing. And imagine if there is a software upgrade in while doing the testing. So you have driven some thousands or millions of miles, and then again there is a software upgrade. So can we test the same thing again? And like there will be a lot of time and cost efforts for this kind of testing. So I've shown a news from recent, like 3 days or 4 days back, in which a Tesla car came to complete stop. So this, when I was reading, I was I did some research, and by what it could have, the reporters are speculating. It's still under analysis, and I think it will take very high time for root causing it. Like they are saying the car was moving around a curve, and it thought the other car which is coming from opposite direction is going to hit it, so it immediately stopped. So these kind of errors are happening at the real scenarios, and suddenly there are questions on the reliability of the EVs. So to root cause the issue, it's a very huge task, and lots of areas in the AV are involved here, like right from hardware to software. Like hardware, we have sensors, actuators, vehicle to infrastructure, and vehicle to vehicle interfaces. And on the software side, yeah, perception, planning, and control algorithms needs to be root cause. So getting to the root cause is quite difficult for this AV stack. So here I have just shown the areas which would be required for validation. This is just one part of sensors which are used in the AV. So you can see there are strengths and weakness of each of the sensor hardware. So like we have LiDAR, radar, ultrasonic, and camera. So in LiDAR we get good range. The speed of detection is high. It works in dark, but it doesn't work in weather conditions. So like in the downside, I have shown for sensor noise. So what kind of noises it can have and how it will behave. So according to one of the research done, like in normal conditions, you can see the LiDAR point cloud data being shown, which is quite good. But if you have rain conditions, it is with 9mm rain, it is getting distorted heavily. And with heavy rainfall like 17mm per hour, it is getting very, you can say, noisy. And how this sensor data will go in the AV stack, and how the AV stack will do its perception and detection algorithms, that is very important. That's where edge cases come into picture, and we have to do a lot of testing in those areas. So picture shown here shows multiple permutations and combinations of the verification which we have to do. And certainly we cannot create such kind of scenarios in physical world, which is quite time consuming, and of course lots of cost is involved there. So with these things, the sensors, noise and all, it affects the complete AV stack performance. As a black box, you can see the car can maneuver in multiple directions while overtaking. So it will completely depend on the sensor data fed, and till how it is perceived, and at the planning side, what the AV stack takes the decision. So you can see multiple paths can be traveled by the AV, and we have to validate it with like whether the car is taking in the drivable area, whether it is overtaking properly or it crashed while overtaking. Those kind of scenarios in edge conditions are very much needed for current AV stacks. So with this thought in mind, we thought of like let's have a validation framework in place, which could be used by multiple research persons or different organizations or standardization committees for testing at a simulation model. And we define like what all things should be in there at a high level. So it should have a simulation environment, which could be you can ingest any map or route into the environment. It should be able to test the driving conditions with respect to different weather conditions like rain, fog, snow, and of course it should be having its own APIs and layers at the framework level, which should be able to model the physics of the sensors. So I have shown one example, which is like for the LiDAR perception, the reflectivity is very much required on from surfaces. So here you can see on the black surface, its reflectivity is very less, like 5%. But on the good surface, it's more than 60%. So these kind of noise models or LiDAR data should be able to be, you should be able to put it into a simulation model and test it. Those were our goals. And certainly it should be open source. We came to this conclusion because we have different research organizations, universities, and industry partners which want to use this framework, and we have to expand this like so that it can be utilized by many organizations. And we are also proposing a standardization on this metrics for which could be used by different third-party standardization organizations like ISO 26262 or UL, which are standard bodies for this testing of AVs. Yeah, so we defined to go for this polyvariate framework, which would be open source. We currently have active development partners with different universities. Florida Polytechnic is the main sponsor for this framework development. Embry-Riddle and Caltech University, and Berkeley University, we are using different modules and validation algorithms in our framework. And this AVVC consortium, where we have all the information with respect to this polyvariate framework, and different organizations are contributing towards it. And Acclivis is the dedicated maintenance and consulting partner for this complete framework. And we have a team here working full time for this, for the development and taking it ahead. We have posted it on GitHub, which I will share in the next few slides. Yeah, so at a high level, we define the requirements of what should be the how should the validation framework be, and I would like to discuss like what are the major requirements which this framework should satisfy. So first thing was we should be able to have a multiple simulator integration. So currently there are 2-3 major players in simulation, which are open source, like Carla simulator, LG simulator. We should be able to plug in these simulators to our framework and utilize it. We should be able to have third-party environment scenarios, from Unity model. There are other third-party platforms like AutoWare, Baidu. These have open source stacks which we should be able to use. And yeah, the third party routes and maps. So there are many formats currently in this space, which we should be able to use. Also on the interfaces side, we have plugin interface for different scenario description language. For Scenic, we have currently integrated. We have planned for open scenario and other formats. And our framework should have test management layers, validation rules, matrices. We should be able to replay all the uh, tested environments and root cause it. But at the same time, we should be able to generate metrics which will help us to immediately narrow down the failed test cases with numbers. So this was at a very high level requirements which we defined. Then I would like to go in the details of the polyvalent framework. Yeah, so basically polyvalent is a research framework which is used for open source autonomy. And we had some critical components here where we have defined methodologies how do you capture a real world environment. So our main goal was for testing this framework for low speed shuttles in predefined areas. So you can say currently there is a lot of development going on for low speed shuttles like in defined areas like university campuses or townships where the low speed shuttles operate. So how we can get this 3D environment complete into the simulation model, which can be close to real world, but not exactly. And we should be able to perform extensive verification and validation with edge cases in this kind of environment, generate the results and diagnostic data. So reports we should be able to generate, and then it should basically provide a path back to physical testing. That means out of say you test thousands of test cases, you have some few hundred test cases which are completely failing, which you have identified. So you can test only those test cases in your physical environment and reduce the testing cycle on the physical premises. So we leveraged existing open source components. So we had done some analysis on different simulators, different maps, formats, and all those kind of things. So we identified like we should go with LG simulator, which is from LG, and we have also Carla, which we have in the roadmap. Then we have scenario description language, which is Scenic. Later on, we plan to have different languages like Open Scenario 2 and Fortelix platform languages. And then we have AutoWare stack, which is completely open source from AutoWare. So we are currently using AutoWare.auto for this. And as I said, like our goal was to get for a fixed route public transportation vehicle and in predefined areas. That was our initial use case model. Yeah, so these are the goals of the polyvalent validation framework, which we are trying to answer. So you can see on the different areas like detection, localization, and decision making. So like if you see in the detection validation, we are trying to validate whether the sensors are seeing all the objects properly, or they are missing some of the objects, they are missing some of the objects in particular ranges, and whether the object detection algorithm is behaving properly in different weather and all conditions. Similarly, perception validation is like whether the detected objects are perceived properly by the AV stack. So like whether the car is detected as a car or any other object. Those kind of things we are trying to validate in perception validation. In location validation, decision with respect to movement of car based on location. This is mainly focused on GPS and IMU. So if we have noises in the sensors, or if GPS fails in certain conditions like tunnels and all, then how the AV will behave. Those kind of things we are trying to validate. And decision validation. So even if the perception is working properly, your decision can go in with different trajectories. So you need to validate whether your car is taking turns properly and whether it's in drivable area. All those kind of metrics needs to be validated. And last is the control validation, which is in respect to the braking and acceleration, whether they have done properly, and we calculate the response time of each of the actuation, whether they have done properly and in defined ranges to avoid any collision. So I have a brief here in this slide about the different components of AV stack. This is with respect to AutoWare, which is open source. So we have at the left hand side, we have the sensing part, which is multiple sensors are there in the AV stack for the like LiDAR, camera, radar, IMU, and GPS. These are the main sensors. There are multiple, like there can be 4 or 5 LiDARs in a car and all those kind of things. In the perception stack, we have detection, prediction, and localization modules, which actually detect the objects and perceive the objects. Based on this, the planning algorithms works. Like you have path planning, where you have the start position and end position of the vehicle to travel, how it should maneuver throughout the path. That is in the motion planning. And then finally the actuation, where based on this planning, the actuation controls take place, like for steering, brake, and acceleration. So at a high level, these are the major components of the any AV stack, and we were validating these particular areas. Yeah. So here I've mentioned the complete flow of the framework. So right from physical world, how do you get into the simulator? So simulation environment. So we have defined some methods there for characterization, that is construction of the 3D scene, which will go in the next few slides in detail. Then we, for simulation, we have different kinds of validation, which is a different layer. And we have test results. So we have also have scenario coverage database, which has say multiple scenes with different permutations combinations. Like overtaking scenario can have multiple permutations combinations. Weather conditions can be there. So all this scenario coverage database as test cases. And we have test management layer, where we can control the execution of these test cases. Say you want to test only for night conditions and all, those kind of management layer is there, and also on the, to view the diagnostic data. And finally, this polyverif, the results from it can be again used in the physical world for actual physical testing with minimized test cases. Yeah, so this is the validation layers. Here I have mentioned in one layer in detail for each of the different test validation areas. So for detection and perception, you can see the reports being generated are like what is the detection range and of each of the vehicles, where all the detection, what is the success rate of the detection. So I will explain that in detail in the next slide. For the control validation, we have parameters like in the reports for time to collision calculations, response time, delay in response time, and whether the controls were properly applied or not. The localization validation, we have on the GPS and IMU errors, what was the deviation of the vehicle with respect to these errors. And finally, the mission planning validation, where we see we have a complete summary of the mission end to end, where it's a start position and end position, whether it took the proper turns, avoided all the cars, there is no collision there. So these kind of statistics are generated in this mission validation pipeline. Yeah, so the complete flow here I will explain in detail, so you will have a visual feel of what we are trying to do. So in the right hand side, you can see the real world, which is currently we are working with Caltech University. for digital acquisition and creating a 3D scene. So here you can see a complete scene of the university campus through the methods defined, like for data capturing using drones and vehicle mounted with sensors. We capture this complete 3D environment. We make it into a digital twin for the simulation world. Here we can annotate multiple things and create our own scenarios in the simulation world, very much like a real world scenario. And then we test it with the framework and AV stack for multiple conditions, like day and night conditions, weather conditions, and all those kind of things. Based on this, we generate the test matrix for each of those algorithms and components of the AV stack. And finally, you can use this all this information and generate a test report, which can be used for certification for the complete AV. Yeah. So, what are the benefits of Polyvalent framework? So now certainly it is like for a digital twin modeling of test tracks. So currently we are working with SunTracks, which is at Florida, to get the digital twin in place. We already have digital twin for Caltech University campus, and we are doing testing in the simulation world for that. The benefits achieved are like it will reduce your physical testing of the autonomous vehicle. You can test critical scenarios. You can create edge conditions of the physical track. There is time and cost benefit for that. And like you can engage with your AV customer at early stages using Polyvalent framework. Like you have digital twin of SunTracks, you can give it to them and ask them to validate their framework. And then when it's ruggedized, you can ask them to test physically. So this engagement model with AV customer can be done at early stages. Yeah, so going to the different steps which we have defined to get the 3D scene in simulation model. So this is the first method which we have defined, which we use for getting any road network into the simulation model. So this is a very straightforward but it uses maps like Google Maps or any other map format, just like OSM map formats. And we create a 3D scene from this. Now there is some development required in this case, like you have to replicate the 3D scene of the complete environment. You get the road network, but the buildings and other characteristics of the map are not there. So we have to define that. But currently there are many tools which we have utilized like Mapbox and all, which directly gives you complete 3D scene from a particular area, Google Map area. So it takes into account your satellite images and all and creates a 3D scene. So we did this for Florida campus and created a scene. It's a scene on the campus which I shown. So advantages of this are like there is easy map data import and implementation, cost and time benefit are there. But yeah, there is a manual work involved here, and you need some expertise on creating the 3D scene, like using Blender or any other tools. So that is there. The second method is which we define and utilize is using drones. So in this case, we are capturing the complete 3D environment of the campus using drone. So for this, the drone is mounted with LiDAR sensors, and it captures the complete point cloud data of the complete area. We process this point cloud data using some tools like Agisoft Metashoot tool, and we create a 3D scene for this. So this gives us a more precise and high resolution environment, and it's more close to real world, and we can annotate it and like use it more effectively than the previous method. Now here I would like to show what our partners are doing from Caltech University. Let me just share the. Yeah. So yeah, so this is the complete workflow which is defined by Caltech University, which we are using in our framework. So as you can see, there are the data capture is done using drones, the point cloud processing using Metashape and Cloud Compare, and finally environment creation in Unity. I will go in a bit detail for this. Yeah, so these are the necessary tools which are utilized. There is a RTK device, then the drones. In the software side, it's Gsoft Metashape tool, Cloud Compare, Unity, LG SVL, and AutoWare.ai, and ROS framework for this. So the aim was to create a more close to real world environment of the complete scene. So there is a physical work needed to get this complete scene created. We have to fly the drone over the campus in particular manners and at particular angles to get the complete point cloud data of each of the buildings and all the environment. So you have depth perception here with respect to drones, point cloud data. And then you create this is a point cloud data generated by the drone. You can see that it's more close to real world environment. And we have depth perception here for all the environment. And this point cloud data is then processed by the algorithm written by us to get the complete 3D scene for Unity. So this particular module is developed for a plugin for Unity, and you get this terrain developed, and then you spawn all the buildings and trees and road network on this over this area, and finally you get this complete model here. Here you can see the car with lidar being traversed in this environment. So we'll go in detail about this in the demo. Yeah. The third method which we have developed is using physical device, where we have a shuttle or a car. So this is currently in roadmap for us, where it will be mounted with different sensors like lidar, camera, radar, GPS, IMU. Currently, this, as you know, these are being done by Google and Waymo and Apple to get the complete environment for AV stack simulation. So this is the next roadmap for us to get it on the real vehicle. Yeah, for the simulation, we analyze some of the open source tags, and we finally we finalized on LG Simulator. Carla is also one good contender for this simulation. So LG Simulator is basically based on Unity graphics engine. It has many features which provide you with libraries for collision and physics for light, collider shapes and rigid bodies. Animation scenes are there, visual effects are there, and rendering was also good with GPU and all. And what LG has done is LG has provided framework on top of Unity, which actually mimics your AV. And you can place multiple sensors. They have developed lidar module, radar module, camera for this Unity framework, and you can use this complete package of LG Simulator for simulating the autonomous vehicle in the simulation environment. So you have all the sensor noise data, sensor data from here, and you can introduce your own sensor noise and all in this framework. So more on that will go in the next few slides. So yeah, so these are to give you a high level overview of the complete polyvariate framework. You can say one level details of this framework. So at the left hand side, you have a map and 3D scene, which we discussed earlier on how to create that. So that data or model will be used inside the framework. It will be ingested in the framework. We have scenario description language. So multiple scenario description languages are there, like Scenic, then Open Scenario, Portalix. So those kind of scenario description language, for that we have developed an interface which can work with all these languages, but currently we are supporting Scenic. We plan to have APIs for adversarial model of sensor noise. So you can input your noise models inside the scenario description language for LiDAR, radar. We also support Python APIs for scene creation. Then there is a simulator which has plugins for vehicle and sensor model. You can have your own vehicle model input to this, and different sensors. So say some AV has 2 sensors, some has 4 sensors. Those are parameters we can set and model it here. This all data from the simulation world is fed to the AutoWare stack on Rossbridge. All the LiDAR, radar, and GPS IMO data, and this 3D scene is fed frame by frame to AutoWare stack. The polyvariate framework has hooked multiple plugins into this both the frameworks. So from the LG we get the ground truth data. Ground truth is like the real world data which we have, like exact data of the complete environment, where the car is, at what location it is, and all those kind of things. On the AutoWare side, we have hooked we have written nodes, ROS nodes to hook into this AutoWare stack and get the data, which actually pulls in the data from each of the modules of the stack. So perception, planning, control, all these modules, we get all the data, and we have developed some algorithms for this. So to compare the complete metrics and like what is the success rate of each of the module. So and this all information is stored per test case and seen in the remote database, which you can visualize later or narrow down your root cause your areas. So here you can see the comparison is not straightforward, like the perception and real world data will be very, the perception stack output will be very noisy. So we have some different, you can say fuzzy logic algorithms developed here, which you can tune for your test results. So just explaining one of the detection validation pipelines, the complete framework. So you can see the blue boxes which are there are all from polyvariate frame components, and the complete framework, the polyvariate framework embeds the simulation as well as the AV stack inside it. So we have sensor models for LG simulator, we have scenario description language. We have hooked the APIs for ground truth data, which is ground truth plugin for data logging. We capture this data, we send the sensor noise, the sensor data to AutoWare stack, and finally the data logging nodes in the AutoWare which we have implemented for getting logging all the data from each of the modules for validation. And finally the algorithms, which it's like comparator algorithms you can say, but more on the fuzzy logic side. And we have defined rules APIs here, which are user configurable. So you can set the threshold for your comparison algorithms as per your requirements. And the detection validation reports, like what are the bounding boxes of each of the for each of the frame perceived by AV stack, what is the range of detection, and what is the consolidated object detection errors. So apart from this, there are multiple other statistics which we are generating. So we will explain that in the demo. So just for to give an overview, like as I said, why these algorithms are important and how the AV stack perceives the object and what is the ground truth data. So in object detection, you can see the green box shown here is the actual ground truth data. But here ego vehicle is the AV vehicle, and how it perceives this vehicle with the bounding box, which is shown using red box. So we need to have comparison algorithms where we should be able to validate this, not exact matching, but it should be able to say that there is a vehicle in this range and it has been detected. So these kind of algorithms are there in this framework, and validation results are like per frame validation, reports on complete object detection by AV stack for success and failure per frame, and the distance-based accuracy for each of the frames. So you can see the ranges defined here. So if the car is at a nearby range and the object detection fails, it will have a very bad impact on the AV. So that kind of thresholds you can set for your like range based, you can set the thresholds for your validation reports. So more of this we will go into the demo part where Shivendra will explain you on the complete flow and how we are generating this flow, how we are doing the coverage, and on the details of the accuracy of each of the algorithms. So same way we have 4 pipelines defined. So I have explained about the object detection pipeline, which was in place. The overall picture for mission planning is similar to that. And similarly, there are other pipelines for control and localization. So these are similar pipelines defined, but different data being extracted at each of the nodes, and different algorithms and validation reports generated for each. This we will cover more deeply in the demo part. So like what was the expected goal position, what was the actual goal position, whether it was achieved properly or not, whether vehicle was in drivable area to go to the goal position, that is also important. Otherwise the vehicle might have reached the goal position, but it is not in the drivable area. Those kind of statistics should be able to be generated by this framework. So I will quickly go over the other 2 pipelines. One is on the control, which generates report for time to collision, response times, and response time delays for the AV. So this will explain like how we are calculating and how we are generating reports with calculations in the demos part. And what is the future scope? Like currently we are considering a single lane highway and overtake scenarios kind of thing. But later we plan to have complex scenarios with multiple ego NPCs and static objects for testing. Yeah. Similarly, on the localization validation pipeline, we have errors related to GPS and IMU, how the AV stack's localization model is performing, and whether it is giving the proper coordinates for the particular area. So just to give you an example, AV stack it uses multiple data from different sensors for localization. Localization means currently where I am in this real world, or at which location I am in. So GPS and these give the sensor data gives near to 1 or 2 meter accuracy, and then the IMU and other SLAM algorithms come into picture, so the AV stack internally combines the data from all these different sensors, and then it generates a position in the real world where it says that I am at this location. It identifies itself. So the basic thing here is what would happen if the GPS gives wrong data, or it has errors, or it completely malfunctions or stops giving the data, like in case of tunnels and all those kind of things. So how the AV will perform, that is the question which we are trying to answer in simulation. We cannot do this testing in physical world. I mean, you can do it, but there might be accidents. But better to validate this in simulation framework first, and then get into the real world. So yeah, these GPS noises, IME noises, internal area, and all those we are validating, which we'll show in demo. So to give you a complete picture of the framework, so at the left hand side you can see this is the Momentum testing facility. Then currently we are working with Suntrax. We are planning to work with Suntrax for getting the 3D environment. So for this we have collaborated working with Embry-Riddle University, Caltech University for on this getting 3D scene. Capturing this complete path through drone, using it in the Unity, converting that complete data to Unity based format, and then getting the digital twin ready for your scene. Then doing the complete verification and validation with all the different permutations combinations of the scene, and finally generating the reports. So as you can see, we tried to answer most of the queries which we had in the design and analysis phase, and tried to have this framework in place. Later on, this framework, as it is open source, we welcome all the suggestions and improvements in this area, and we'll have more improved environment. So I will share the roadmap also for that. So what are the critical connection points and what is the status up till now? Since this is an open source environment, you can contribute to it. So critical points are like we have completed the object detection pipeline, perception pipeline, the final resolved location, that is localization pipeline, the semantically accurate object detection, which is from perception, and the path planning, and also on the driver state, which is the controls of the vehicle. So major components are integrated in this toolchain, like Scenic, LG, AutoWare. Scenic is scenario description language, and the flows which are currently functional are detection, control, and location, and mission planning. So the current now this complete system, we cannot say it works only in the simulation model. We have to demonstrate that it's working in the real world with on some AV. So we have a partner, validation partner, which is Caltech University. So they have their own AV shuttle design based on AutoWare.auto and AI. So they are presently using our framework and validating some of the scenarios. So I will share that also. Yeah. So just to give an information on this complete open source repositories, our website is at avc.net, which is Autonomous Vehicle Verification Consortium, where we have multiple partners and industry and from industry and academia. The repository is at a GitHub. If you can directly clone it and start using it, as it's publicly available. For any development, you can ask us. So on the website, you can register and just ask us for any support. The documentation is provided. We have done major changes with respect to how we execute it. Like we are trying to get it on AWS and have a CI/CD pipeline for this complete framework. You can go to the demo videos, which is on avc.net site. Then our other development partners are Autoware, LG, and Scenic. We have also published a paper and SAE Edge articles. The link is given here. You can go through that. So the current, what is the roadmap for Polyveric? So currently we are concentrating on getting the Suntrax 3D environment. So Embry Riddle University is helping us for this, getting this complete scenario in place. We have planned to, like currently our complete framework is deployed on AWS. You can log into AWS, create an AMI instance and test it. The next step, what we are trying to do is you should be able to run the control the simulation from a UI on your PC. As we know, simulation is very heavy. You cannot run it on simple normal PCs or laptops. You need high-end servers with graphics engine. So all this framework infrastructure is currently on AWS, and you should be able to control it using your PC. So just to give you a use case, you should be able to execute multiple, say thousands of test cases on AWS parallelly through your laptop. All the compute power required will be taken on the AWS. That's the end goal, and it should be integrated with your CI/CD pipeline. So yeah, that's on the AWS side. Carla is also one of the open source simulator, which is also good in terms of simulation, which we will support in moving ahead. Then there are multiple scenario description languages which we plan to have a support. So Open Scenario is 2.0 is coming up, and currently it's in standardization phase, but it has got a very good support with respect to scenario creation. Just like you can say, it's a kind of a probabilistic development language. Like you can have a scene overtaking scenario, and you can define your car speed, not your ego car, but your the other car speed in the range of say 10 to 50 miles per hour, and it will on itself it will create multiple scenes, test cases for this complete flow. Like the other car can have speed in the range of 10 to 50 miles per hour. So multiple combinations can be created in this. And finally, we are planning to have a Docker implementation. So currently there are multiple stacks involved, like LG Simulator, Scenic, Polyveric, and Autoware. So installation is a little bit time consuming, and you need a certain expertise in all in many of the platforms. So we, of course, we will be helping you in that. But to get it easily on your platform, we are trying to get a Docker implementation so that you can easily have on your platform and get it started running. Yeah, so the current development partners which we have is from Autoware, so we are currently using autoware.auto. You can go to this Autoware site, and you can see that they have a AV stack, which has all the modules which we described earlier. For simulator, LG Simulator, and algorithms, like from Berkeley, we are using Scenic scenario description language. From Taltech, we are getting help for creating the 3D scene. And Embry Riddle has a particular expertise in narrowing down the algorithms. So just to give an overview, Embry Riddle has defined algorithms for where you can define edge cases. So say you have thousands of test cases. How do you narrow down that in this area only 50 test cases will fail? So they have defined algorithms based on some few test cases where you can narrow or group your test cases such that they will fail in only those areas. So that's the research work what they are doing in Embry Riddle, and we will be using those algorithms in our framework. So the same way, the same platform moving ahead can be used for in aerospace. So Embry-Riddle is currently also working heavily in aerospace. So we plan to utilize the same validation framework there also, but it's in the near future. Yeah, and finally, Acclivis Technology is a development, maintenance, and consulting partner for this complete framework. So we have a team here who have expertise in automotive vehicle verification, validation, simulation-based machine vision, AI, deep learning, then vehicle communication interfaces. And we do have team for hardware design and development for embedded systems, different ADAS sensor integration, and also for certifications. So we have dedicated team for polygraph development and maintenance. Yeah. So I would also like to just to end the presentation, I would like to show one research paper which we are currently working. So this is the next stage which we are currently following. I'll just share the research paper. Yeah. So as I said, this is not only on the simulation environment. We are actually testing on the physical device. So here in this stage, currently we are progressing with the actual testing this with the AV. So we have collaborated with Caltech University for this. So Caltech is basically having their own AV shuttle. You can see here, and this is a research paper which we are working. So this AV shuttle has all the lidars and radar, and the 3D model generator is being ingested into the simulation environment. In this scenario, we are testing on all these algorithms: mission planning, localization, mapping, sensing, how they are behaving, what is their output, and in edge cases, how it is performing. The validation scenarios are being defined using Scenic and Python. So you can see here there are different conditions which are getting generated with pedestrians and other vehicles. This complete map and scene is being imported into the simulation framework. We'll show this in the demo in the next session. So these different conditions you can see can be generated on the simulation environment. So you can say I have using the scenario description language, you can have one test case and have multiple speed limits to the vehicles. Multiple vehicles can be placed in a scene, and this scene can be generated in Scenic. So the same scene is you can see in the simulation environment being replicated. We'll show this in the demo. The cars, this is the car which is being demo shuttle, and the other cars are NPC vehicles which you are defined using the scenario description language. And based on this, what was our simulation output and what was the physical validation output, those are we are carrying out and validating the complete scene or route. So yeah, so this was the complete work on autonomous vehicle verification and validation which we are doing. You can contact us for getting support for this framework. You can install it and we will help you in getting this to work and use it in your organization or activities. Thank you. Yeah, so if you have any queries, you can ask me. Yeah. Shivendra will take over and we will be presenting the demos of the complete framework. Yeah.
Hello everyone, am I audible? Yes, I am going to share my screen. Just a minute. Is my screen visual? Okay. Hello everyone, I am Sivan, Engineering Manager at Acclivis Technologies and also a member of Polyveric development team. Just now Mahesh discussed architecture and feature of Polyveric framework. Now I am going to show you demo of Polyveric. In this, we will check how we can run Polyveric framework and also we will check how we can design various scenarios. At the end, we will also discuss each pipeline and will check various matrices. Polyveric framework has two very separate versions. One is with UI and second one is shell script based version. UI version currently running on a standalone machine, while shell script version can run on a standalone machine as well as on Amazon Web Server Cloud. Let's check UI version first. So once we have installed all the software like AutoWare, LG Simulator, and Polyverif, then we can go on the particular folder and we can run executable on the terminal. Once we run the executable, that launches Polyverif file and opens the UI. In UI left hand side, we can see various validation pipelines. So as I've already told that Polyverif have various pipelines. So there are 5 various pipelines and we can select any one and we can run our scenario. So we can see here that there after selecting the pipeline, few more buttons appears. So there are various buttons, but few are in active state and few are disabled. So we have designed UI in such a way that whatever required buttons, those should be in active state only. Here we can see there are 2 buttons, Start ADE and second button is Show Report. So if we don't want to run new scenario, we want to check the previous run scenario and their reports, we can click on Show Report button. But if you want to run new scenario, we need to click on Start ADE button. So Start ADE buttons starts AutoWare nodes, various nodes, those are required to run that, to simulate, to run that validation, and also starts LG Simulator. And everything is automatic. Only one thing we need to do the manually. We need to open the browser and start the LG Simulator's communication in API mode. Here we can see we need to select the API mode only, then we need to click start, and now we can see in LG Simulator API mode is ready. So now whatever scenarios we will run, we have designed those LG Simulator can run and that communicate that sensors data to AutoWare over ROS to bridge. Once all the nodes are up and scenario LG Simulator is up, we need to click on select scenario button. This select scenario button shows all the scenes. Those are already up and running with the simulator and AutoWare. So actually LG Simulator required Unity files to run the scenario, while AutoWare required RELNet2 format to run the scenario. So whenever we are adding the scenes, we need to ensure that both the AutoWare and LG have supported files inside them. So here there are 6 different scenes we have added, and we have written scenarios for these scenes. So once we will click on that scene, the written scenarios for that scene will appear. We can select those multiple scenarios or one scenarios, and after selecting those scenario, we need to click on Run Scenario button. So Run Scenario button will start simulation in LG simulator, and also here we can see Arbis window. So Arbis window is nothing, just visualization screen of AutoWare. Here we can see left hand side Arbis window is there, and right hand side LG simulator is there. LG simulator is running the scenario, and AutoWare is running and LG simulator is communicating sensors data to AutoWare, and AutoWare is processing that sensors data. Here we can see red dots, that those dots are LiDAR point cloud, which AutoWare is currently processing. Here we can see multiple cuboid also. So these cuboid are the real top object detection node. Once scenario is complete, we need to click on a stop scenario button. So after clicking this button, it generates, when we click this button, it generates new folder with date and timestamp, and it stores all the relevant input data into that folder. For example, ground truth data from LG simulator and nodes, object detection nodes data into that folder. And that data we can use for run polyverif algorithms and analyze further. To run polyverif algorithm and to analyze the data, we need to click on Show Report button. But after clicking this button, we will see that new screens appears. In this screen, either we can check previous scenarios or we can run new scenario. We can check reports of new scenario. So we need to select that folder, and we need to, whenever we will click on that folder, the generate report button will came in active state. So after clicking this one, this will run polyverif algorithm. It will compare, it will check inputs of from LG simulator and AutoWare, and it will generate various matrices. Those matrices will appear here. Also, if there is table, that will appear here. So this is on these matrices I will talk in detail later while discussing on pipeline. There is one more tab, summary. So in here we can see whatever scenarios we are running, those are consolidated as a success and with the status success and failed. So we have written the rules to define every scenario that was success or failed. And also while clicking that, we are providing some summary of that scenario. So this was UI based version. We also have second version, which is a cell script based version. It is running on standalone machine as well as on Amazon web server. So on Amazon web server, we have installed all the required software like AutoWare, LG simulator, and polyverif. So once we have created the instance, we need to take the control of that instance, and we need, whenever we are getting access of that Amazon web cloud server, we need to go on the machine and we need to run this script, Python 3, then cell script file and XML file. So this XML file, which is a third argument, it defines the scenario. So we can define multiple scenarios or we can define single scenario, and I will also explain in next section that how we can design the scenario. So let's run this XML file, this command, and then see that whatever buttons was required in UI version, those buttons are not required here. Only all the scripts are called with the same single script. Everything is automatic. Only just like UI version, we need to start a browser and we need to start LG simulators communication in API mode. once communication is start, it will start automatically will start scenario, and then it will when scenario ends, it will generate new folder with date and timestamp, and in that folder it will also save files, input data, and whatever validation pipeline we have selected in XML file, it will also run that those algorithms using those input files, and store all the data into that same folder, so that whenever we require, we can cross check that data and cross verify that data. So currently we can run one scenario at a time, and we are planning to add multiple scenarios as a batch file. Now let's see how we can design scenario. So for scenario designing, there are two methods. One is using Python and second one is using Scenic. So here we can see XML file. In XML file, line number 4 and 5 is talking about Python. So here we have designed scenario using Python. In line number 5, we are selecting that Python file where scenario is described. And line number 6, we are defining validation type. So validation type, there are 5 various pipelines. So this validation type ensures that what algorithm polyverif rules are written for data conversion, those algorithms should run and should provide the proper reports. Here we are also defining the scene, which is written in line number 8. Let's see one Python script where we are defining this scenario. So in this Python script, first we need to define the environment. So LG Simulator has provided Python APIs. So using that, we are defining first parameters such like rain, fog, wetness, cloudiness, damage. Every environment related parameter we need to define, so that LG Simulator can understand the environment, and can generate that scenario, environment. Also here in Python, we need to create vehicle, and we need to add the vehicle model, and we need to start the communication of that vehicle. And for every NPCs, we need to define such communication, and also we need to define start position, end position, and also the motion behavior. So this was Python-based scenario generation. Now let's see one more example of Scenic-based scenario generation. So Scenic definitely have advantage over Python, because in Python we need to define environment and also the motion behavior of the NPCs and various objects. But in Scenic only we need to define environment and ego vehicles start at end position. Once that is defined, Scenic automatically can add various objects and also can control their motion. So if we are defining one scene and one scenario, so Scenic can generate multiple scenarios and by adding various objects and controlling their motion. So Scenic is good if we are want to do perception and object detection validation, so by adding various objects. Now let's see here. Here we can see in XML file, line number 4 and 5, we have added Scenic and Scenic script, and in validation type we are defining control to validate control scenario. In line number 8 also we are defining scene. So whatever scene we want to load, that scene will we are defining in XML file. Now let's see example of Scenic script. In this Scenic script we can see that we need to define environment variable, and also we need to add define eco vehicles start and end position, and we need to define NPCs, how many NPCs we want to add. Now let's discuss various pipelines of polyvariate framework. So most important pipeline where we can see object detection validation pipeline, where we want to know the object detection capability of AB stack. And so here we can see this pipeline. So this is the high level architecture of object detection validation pipeline. Here we can design the scenario in Scenic or in Python, and we are running scenario in LG simulator. So we have modified LG simulator. This modified version of LG simulator can add the sensor noise, and also we have written plugins to capture the data. As LG simulator is running Unity at backend, so LG simulator knows the exact location of all the objects. That data we are capturing using plugins, and we are considering that data as our ground truth data. LG simulator is communicating sensors data from AutoWare using RAS2 bridge, and RAS2 bridge is AutoWare is processing that sensors data and then generating various logs. Those logs we are capturing here. So object detection, detected object log we are generating, and then we are running polyvariate comparator algorithms. So these algorithms we have designed in such a way that can use all the captured ground truth data and logs from AutoWare and can generate various matrices. So these comparator algorithms have fuzzy logic based logics to compare that data. As Mahesh have told that actually comparing ground truth with the AutoWare's objects module is very difficult. So those rules are already defined. But if some user want to configure these rules or want to replace these methods, they can do that thing. They can also do that. They can set various thresholds. Those are already defined in these algorithms. The right hand side, we can see generated reports. So we are capturing this data per frame based data, and we are comparing every detected box with ground truth data. We are also generating various statistics that about range, that in which range AutoWare was able to detect the object, and in which range LG simulator is generating various objects. We are also generating consolidated report of object detection module. So on this slide already Mahesh have explained, so I will only talk about the importance of the distance-based accuracy report generation. So actually whatever controls is ego vehicle is going to apply, ABB is going to apply the controls. Those controls are initiated based on that perception module. So if ego vehicle and AV vehicle is not able to detect the object, nearby object, that there is possibility of collision, because it is possible that response time is less or braking distance is very less. So this is more critical thing. So we have divided complete detection range into that small partitions, and we are trying to check that how much accuracy we are getting in this range. Now let's run one scenario and see how we are getting the matrices and what those matrices are telling. So here one scenario we can see, which is LG simulator is running and communicating data to AutoWare over RAS2 bridge. Now let's see matrices. Here we can see detection success rate of AutoWare is 23% only. And second parameter is talking that detection range of LG simulator where various objects appeared, that was -52 to 52 meter. But AutoWare's module was able to detect the various objects from -36 to 34 meters. So this is the analysis from the matrices. Also, we can see the table. The table is clearly talking that when objects are nearby the AV vehicle, that time accuracy is more, and where objects are in far distance, the accuracy is less. As the detection success rate is only 23%, so we have declared by rule it as a failed scenario. Now let's see the reports various captured data. Here we can see this is ground to data captured using LG simulator. Here we can see we have captured data with various timestamps, and LG also provides labeling information with position and size of the objects. This is another sheet which we have captured with the AutoWare. So AutoWare object detection modules, we are also capturing every data with timestamp. So we are capturing various positions of the cuboid and sizes of there. But AutoWare is not able to classify those objects into the vehicle. So we have captured all the boxes, whatever that AutoWare is able to detect, and then we are comparing with ground to data, that is any object or any box is matching with ground to data or not. So that tool we have written, that algorithms we have written. This report is end-to-end generated report, and based on this we are generating our matrices. So this is comparison report where we can see we have highlighted one object with yellow. In this one, what we are analyzing that for first few frames, AutoWare was not able to detect the object, but after some time it was able to detect. So it means that whenever object is appearing in the scene, AutoWare fails for some time, some frames, and then it is able to detect. This is one analysis, and there is also possibility of some control failure or some delays in the perception that we can check in other pipelines. Now let's run same pipeline on some critical weather conditions. So here we can see that in this scenario, we have set conditions like extreme rainy condition and extreme foggy condition. So in this condition, let's discuss its matrix only. Here we can see that previously object detection success rate was 23%, now it is only 11%. And also in this scenario also, object appeared in LG simulator from -52 to 52 meter range, but AutoWare's detection range reduced from -36 to 36, now it reduced to -24 to 20 meter only. From table also we can see that now far distance object detection rate is 0. And near objects, near detection success rate, near objects success rate is high. So because of extreme weather condition, the performance of object detection module of AutoWare is reduced. This is one analysis. As success rate is low than previous one, so we are declaring that as a failed scenario. So now let's discuss the second validation pipeline, which is control validation pipeline. And here we can see high level architecture of control validation pipeline. So just like object detection validation pipeline, here we can also design scenario in Python as well as in Scenic. In this one, we are running scenario in LG. So we are capturing log the data of objects and also various controls. LG is communicating the AutoWare and also checking AutoWare's response. So with AutoWare's currently we are running all the necessary nodes and we are capturing all the logs of objects and controls. Polyverif algorithms are comparing this data and generating various matrices. Here we can see we have compared time to collisions, response time, and response time delays due to perception or detection failure. In this pipeline, we are also checking controls response. Just for example, brake applied or not applied. So let's see simulation and then it matrix first. So we are running one scenario. So in this simulation, what we have done, we are calling AVP demo, and in this one we need to provide initial position and goal position to AutoWare, and AutoWare runs all the necessary nodes. It also runs path planning nodes and decide that which path it should travel, and also take controls of vehicles whenever required. In this scene, we can see that one vehicle we have placed on the road, and ego vehicle is continuously running and checking that object is available or not. AutoWare is also processing the same data, and there is as object is on the road, so AutoWare should take the control and should stop at proper distance. This type of scenario we have created. Now let's see how AutoWare is behaving. So till now we can see that ego vehicle is running and AutoWare is not able to detect that object, that NPC vehicle. Currently we can also see we are approaching towards the collision and AutoWare is not able to detect object. We can see now we are very near to that vehicle. Still there is no vehicle detected. Now we can see that AutoWare is able to detect this NPC vehicle, but we can see that now response time to apply the brake is very less, and also braking distance is very less. So we can see what is happening in the simulation. So in the simulation, collision is happening. So same thing we are trying to validate with our matrices. So what matrices are talking? Now let's see. We have captured 4 parameters here. First parameter is response time of ego in LG simulator. So LG simulator was able to see that NPC vehicle with a distance of 2.33 seconds. But AutoWare detected that object with a distance of only 0.96 seconds. So it means that there was delay in object detection, and that was of 1.38 seconds. So actually there was response delay, so collision happened. Also we can see that fourth parameter where we are saying that we can see that brake was applied by ego vehicle, so brake state is true. So it means that ego vehicle applied the brake, but braking distance was so less, so it collided with NPC vehicle. Now let's see summary. As collision happened, so we are declaring this scenario as a failed scenario. So just like previous 2 pipelines, object detection and control validation, there are 2 more pipelines: localization validation pipeline and control validation and mission planning validation pipeline. So in localization validation pipeline, we have a modified LG simulator to add noises in GPS and IMU. So now any researchers can add their own mathematical model to generate these noise and can see the impact of these noises on AV stack. Also, we have generated scenario by enabling and disabling GPS and IMU sensors. In this pipeline, we are checking the localization errors, and we are generating the matrices. So here we can see the matrices that we are checking that how much deviation we are getting when we are disabling the GPS. So actually, localization algorithm and tracking algorithm reduce this impact of GPS failure. But here we can see that in AutoWare stack, the impact is high, and their match deviation we got 27 meters. So there is complete failure of localization happened in this scenario. Mission planning validation pipeline checks all the relevant, all necessary parameters, for example, object, control, and path related parameters. And this pipeline is responsible to check end-to-end goals, that goal position was achieved or not achieved, any collision happened, or whatever path or AV is traveling, that is drivable, that is safer or not. So as Mahesh have already explained that in this pipeline, we are checking goal position. We are also checking that drivable area was driven or vehicle was driven on drivable area or not. And we are checking obstacles was avoided or not. And in future, we are also going to add AI-based algorithms where we will check that collisions are avoided, but are those avoided with safer distance or not? So such type of intelligence we are going to add in this pipeline. Now let's see matrices of this pipeline. So in this pipeline, we are giving control to AutoWare for deciding the path and for controlling the various controls. So in this one, we can see that by giving initial and goal position, AutoWare has run a path planner node and it has decided its own path. In Acclivis, we can see green dots. So these green dots are planned path, and AutoWare has decided the path and started its motion. But now see end goal, what is happening at goal position. So here we can see this parking lot. This parking lot was defined its goal position, but it has not stopped at the goal position and have some good deviation from goal position. So same behavior we are checking with matrices, that what matrices are showing. After running polyverify algorithm, comparing the data, we can see here that goal position was not achieved, and there was deviation in goal position of 24 meters. As there was no obstacle on the road, so their number of collisions are 0. On the fourth parameter we are currently working, where we will check that drivable area was vehicle drive on drivable area or not. On that currently we are working. As goal position was not achieved, so we have defined this scenario as a failed scenario. So thank you. This is all from my side. So do you have any query? Please let us know.
Anyone among the panelists Anybody having any query? Thank you. Before moving to the next slide, moving forward to the presentation onwards, I would like to compliment both Mahesh and Shivendra, complementing each other, working in complete sync with a complete precision. Wonderful presentation on Acclivis Polyvary framework. They both have actually lived this framework. Thank you very much. Please accept my compliments. Moving ahead to the next presentation. Thank you very much. Now coming to the MIT, next in queue, the University of MIT is recognized by the UGC and NAC as well. Few of the accolades of the MIT, ranked number 5 by the Outlook, Fashion Technology MIT ranked 5 by the India Today, MIT School of Communication ranked top 5 by the Indian Today. They are both into the online and the offline courses at the UG level, postgraduate level, and the doctorate level. Now it will be followed by a small talk by the Shivani, which will be a recorded talk followed by the video. Thank you very much.
Hello, this is Dr. Shivani Verma from Amity Institute of Space Science and Technology, and students of our department have designed an unmanned ground vehicle. So unmanned vehicles have become very important force multipliers in future fights, not only because of their low cost, but also because they pose very little danger to human health. So they are being used in number of defense operations like urban warfare, jungle warfare, number of reconnaissance operations, and so on. So our students have tried to design an unmanned ground vehicle in particular for defense applications. So these are some of the important features of the designed unmanned ground vehicle. First important feature is all-terrain movement and obstacle handling capability. Second is slam technique, and third is independent traction movement. Right. So coming to the first feature, it is capable of moving across all the terrains, all terrain types, and also taking care of any type of obstacle that comes in its path. Right. Second is slam technique. So on the slide, you can see the process flow for the slam technique. So basically, there are two types of technology components that are used to achieve slam. So first type is sensor signal processing that includes the front end processing, and which is largely dependent on the types of sensors that we have used in our design. The second type is post graph optimization. So that basically forms a part of the back end processing, which is sensor independent. Right. Next is the traction control system. So basically, traction control is a kind of an active safety feature that actually helps to keep the traction between the tires and the surface in slippery or dangerous types of conditions. So the safety measure it maintains the vehicle's traction by limiting how much a wheel can spin, how much it can move, so making it easier to stay connected onto the surface on which it is moving. So these are some of the steps that are involved in traction control system that have been written on the slide. So each wheel has a sensor which senses the changes in its speed when the traction is reduced, and from individual wheels the speed is passed to an electronic control unit. Further, after processing the ECU, it initiates braking to the affected wheels. So that is how the traction control system works. Yeah, rest of the features would be explained in detail by our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani, for sharing your recorded version of the day. Thank you very much. We are moving to the next slide of the MIT.
Hello everyone, myself Atisha Jain along with Govind Mishra from MIT Institute of Space Science and Technology. We have designed an autonomous space vehicle. We have designed a low-cost, lightweight, compact 6-wheel rover with all-terrain movement capability, having variable independent traction mechanism, which means all wheels are independently powered, and variable traction is for power saving. Both push and pull mechanism are suitable for traction. It has zero turning radius, which means vehicle can turn 360 degrees without moving from its spot. It has obstacle avoidance plus mapping using SLAM technique. It has been enabled with a camera for image capturing. It has environment parameter measuring sensors like temperature, pressure and humidity. Now I hand over to my colleague Govind Mishra.
Now, this is the hardware assembly and how all these things works. Now, the brain has two components, the Raspberry Pi, that is the master control unit, and the Arduino Uno, that is the slave control unit. The Raspberry Pi is connected to the LiDAR sensor that is feeding the point cloud data to the our SLAM algorithm. Based on those point cloud data, it is creating a 2D map of the surrounding, and also detects its own position and the obstacle from its own position, obstacle distance. Now this obstacle distance is fed to the Arduino Uno, and based on that obstacle distance, the motor driver shield is managing the power for the rotation of the wheel. And all these thing is connected via Wi-Fi or Bluetooth for the controlling. Now this makes it the autonomous system, but also the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth control is given for the manual control to avoid the failure of the autonomous system. Now this is the data flow diagram of the algorithm. First, the LiDAR give the laser scan data to our SLAM algorithm, and this SLAM algorithm creating a map and detects the obstacle in front of them or 360 from its own location. Now based on this obstacle distance, how our algorithm makes decision. Now if there is no obstacle, then it will move forward and keep moving forward. If there will be an obstacle, then it will turn right or left. Possible direction will be right or left. Now if forward direction, if right path is avoided, there is no obstacle in right path, then it will go forward to the right path. And if there is an obstacle, then it will go on the left. If there is an obstacle on both right and left, then it will go to the reverse direction. Now Adisha will take over.
Now this is our final assembly. In left side we can see that it is the SolidWorks assembly we have created in the software. At right side is the actual hardware assembly we have got the final. There are some pictures. We look at our rover we have made. We have tested in obstacles to check its capability. Now here are some more pictures. This is the top view of our rover. This is the top view and side view of our rover. Here are some videos shown. In the left video we can send our rover to our enemy's house to map its area, and in right video we can clearly see that it has zero turning radius, moving 360 degrees without moving from its spot. In left video we can autonomously or manually we can send our rover to our enemy's house, which will help our army and government. Now, future planning to incorporate night vision camera for better capturing and image processing. We are planning to install solar panels to charge batteries. Our battery is our main focus because batteries will decide its time, how much we can run it. IoT control, it can be made IoT control. Connected technologies for making it more intelligent. We are planning to implement all this. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Shivani and Team MIT, for the wonderful piece of work which they have shared. I wish them all the good luck for their future endeavors. Thank you very much. Now moving to the next slide, which is Expert Global. Expert Global is a company which is working with the ISO Fortune 500 companies Global is an engineering and a digitization company in various intensive and heavy engineering industries by transforming legacy data into digital equivalent by leveraging design and new age digital technologies. Mission of the Expert Global is to deliver dependable, scalable, quality service in the field of information technology, engineering design to enhance customer business growth, to become their trusted partner of choice, adding value to their business. Now the video to follow. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everyone. This is Mitali Mishra from Expert Global Solutions, and I'm here to provide a quick overview to data annotation services needed for developing and validating ADAS and AD functions. Now, we all are very well aware of the various technologies for ADAS and AD. If we talk about a modern day car, we know that it is equipped with multiple perception sensors such as radars, lidars, multiple cameras, ultrasonic sensors, thermal cameras, etc. These cameras and the artificially intelligent systems built in the car help the car to build various active safety use cases such as blind spot detection, getting a surround view, collision avoidance mechanisms, adaptive cruise controls, lane departure warning, lane keep assist, etc. As the technology moves from level 1 to level 5 automation of autonomous driving, we see that the number of sensors needed is considerably increasing. This also means that in the cars we see a lot of information redundancy produced by the means of the different types of sensors that we are using, and it also means that any system which is put in the car needs to be able to understand and interpret the data in real time. Now we are all very well aware of the well-known perception cycle where you plan, execute, and perceive, but when we talk about the ADAS AD systems, I think the most important step is interpret. Now, what does interpret mean? It's very important that we differentiate that perception is not equal to interpretation. Let's look at this with a very simple example. Now, what do we see? We see two crosses. But when we try to take a closer look, we get to understand what is this. It still doesn't make any sense, right? But let's move closer and we try to see that these two crosses are actually part of maybe a bigger image, a bigger scene. And when we look at the entire scene, we understand that these crosses are actually maybe the eyes of the Snoopy. Now, how do we get to know this? By assigning meaning. So interpretation is giving meaning to what you see. Now how can we give this meaning? There are different types of meanings, correct? Different objects and components have different meaning. For example, this is an arm, this is the feet, this is the cloak, this is the eye, and this entire picture put together is Snoopy. The scene also conveys a lot of different items in this picture. we understand that Snoopy is standing on both his feet, he's wearing an aviator hood, he's looking to the right, he's raising his left arm, and a lot of things. Now, when we try to look at this different description of the image, we can describe the situation also. We can say that Snoopy is mad at Woodstock and has put his cloak on and aviator hood for a fight duel. He's probably going to run right in next 10 seconds and take off. Now what we did? We added value to the interpreted data. We tried to understand what Snoopy is doing. But you'll ask me, what does this mean in terms of the car world? The car world is very similar. The car needs to understand various pedestrians on the road, the distance, their orientation, what could be the next action that this pedestrian will take, or what is the car in front of me, at what speed is it driving, in which direction is it moving. And hence interpreting all of these scenes is very, very important for ADAS and AD features to function. Now to do that, we need something called as ground truth or labels to be able to train my machine learning algorithm. We also need this ground truth data to be able to validate my algorithm. And hence, we say that valuable data is nothing but ground truth data. The simple data refinement process hence is to get the sensor data, annotate it to be able to convert it into ground truth data, and in the process you're adding value to this data which will help in training and validating the algorithm. Now annotation is nothing but conversion of sensor data into high-level ground truth reference data. You need specialized tools, qualified personnel to do this. You need automation because manually it will just take too much of effort and time to be able to, finish the amount of data needed for training and validation of different types of algorithms. It also needs constant quality control and high throughput because what you feed into the data learning mechanisms is what you are going to get out in your artificial intelligence systems. There are different types of annotations that you take up, such as bounding boxes, semantic segmentation, 3D point clouds, and bounding boxes. Special use cases such as for eye annotation for driver monitoring systems. EGS carries huge amount of experience into these various types of annotations. We've completed more than 67 plus million images in different types of annotations such as bounding box, eye annotation, key point annotation, polyline annotation for different types of use cases such as pedestrian detection, free space annotation, traffic sign understanding, annotating on a construction site, drowsiness detection, etc. The value proposition that EGS brings on table is to bring in highly accurate data, the competence that we carry with almost 1300 plus man years of experience, the flexibility that we extend to our customer, and we understand the need for data security. We are ISO 27000 certified, we have scalable processes with a solid foundation of toolchain support. EGS is your right partner for any annotation needs. Thank you.
Thanks to team. Thanks to Team Expert Global for the nice presentation, nicely explained. Now moving to the next keynote speaker, Lata from Continental Automotive India. She is a dynamic business leader. She is responsible for engineering competence for global and local markets, focusing on automotive technologies that include autonomous mobility and safety and vehicle networking and information business area. She also oversees Continental Engineering Services, artificial intelligence, architecture and software, and processes, methods, and tool, which is PMT Department in India, contributing to continental global R&D expertise. Over to Lata.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for that introduction. And it's a pleasure for me to be here today. I will make a presentation on the megatrends of e-mobility. It's a very close to heart topic for me as well. So I will just share my screen. So you please let me know once you can see that. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, this is visible.
In the slideshow mode, right?
Okay.
Okay. So is it moving to the next slide now?
To the next slide.
Okay, good. Yeah. So basically, what I would like to talk to is about the car of the future. And the car of the future is nothing but, we call it EXE. It is electrified, autonomous, shared, connected, and yearly updated. So autonomous doesn't need any introduction. I think the previous speaker was also speaking about it because I was there for the last couple of minutes. The development of vehicle which requires no human intervention actually will reduce the use of public mobility platforms and other individual mobility to new user groups. So there are a lot of shifts which are happening in the automotive industry. And when we talk about the share, it is talking about professionally managed fleets of shared vehicles that can reduce the cost of mobility by a significant amount through efficient use of expensive mobile assets, I would call it. The third is, it is kind of applies in two ways: communication between the car or with the traffic management infrastructure. We call it as the V2X, and the car of the future will become a third place between home and workplace. For us now, we have two places, and now the car will become another living space, combining the features of both, I would say. And the last but not the least, it is yearly updated, the range of models that can be updated annually to integrate the latest hardware and software developments and react to the changing requirements of the shared fleet buyers. Actually, our generation, we were never imagining that, we could have smartphones, and the smartphones updates we can share through the internet. I think the car is going to be some kind of a device like that. The cars have been transforming to something beyond just offering the capability to drive. I mean, when I was a kid, it was only a device which will take us from point A to point B. Comfort itself was not really thing, because at that time it was a Premier Patni or an Ambassador car. So technological disruption has taken place in the automotive industry over the recent
Sorry
years.
to interrupt you, Lata.
Yeah.
Sorry. Your slides are not in a slide mode.
Okay.
Some problem at your end.
Okay, can you see it now?
This is electrified, autonomous, shared, connected. Electrified,
Yearly
autonomous,
updated.
shared, connected, yearly updated.
Yeah, I don't know whether there's a problem, because whenever I'm using, certain applications, the sharing was actually going for a toss. I really don't know whether it is still an issue. In that
You
case,
can move to the next slide to cross check. This is coming.
It's coming now.
This is coming now.
Okay, so
earlier
now
it wasn't coming.
okay, now I am on the slide which talks about the 6 dominating trends.
You are on the third slide.
The third slide, right? Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. So what I will do is not to interrupt the flow. In case it is not on a slideshow, I'll continue that, because in the previous meeting I had problems to shift the slides. Okay. So in case it's visible, maybe I would continue so that we don't lose time on that, right? So when we talk about the 6 mega trends, what we are talking about is the autonomous mobility is a big one. As I spoke about the smart mobility itself, then we have the architecture and networking. This is a big topic because the complete architecture of the car itself is changing in a big way. And we have talked about safety. Safety is a very important topic. And many of these topics are defined as key strategic action fields. And the software and the system excellence, as well as the architecture and networking, is kind of cutting across as horizontal. And that is how we also operate in continental, which can give us focus in each of these areas. So maybe I will look at some of these trends today. So let us talk about autonomous mobility. I will stay on this slide for some time. I hope the slide is visible on autonomous mobility now, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so from a lane departure warning system to a brake assist, which we call as BAS, today's advanced driver assistance system provide the basis of the automated driving of the future. So when we talk about the company, the Continental is continuously developing high-tech solutions and concepts which are focused on all levels of automation, from starting from sensors, control units, and motion control units to human-machine interface technology, operating systems, and software. So this is on one part. On the other side, you have this different component and devices like the camera, lidar, radar, and the control units that provide the necessary information for highly automated driving. And it is actually paving the way for autonomous mobility. Now, mostly there's a question which comes, why an EV and autonomous driving, why is it closely related? And most of the times, people ask, does the autonomous vehicle have to be electric vehicles? And how does this technology go hand in hand? So there are two revolutions which are happening side by side in the automotive industry. One is the transition to the electric power, and the second one is the rise of autonomous vehicles, and obviously related to the connectivity part. So self-driving cars will use more energy than the people-driven cars to power the sensors and the computers for safe navigation. On the other hand, they also drive smoothly than the humans do. So this will reduce the energy to some extent. So there is a, it's a kind of a combination that we are looking at. And when we look at electric vehicles are contributing towards this widespread advancement of autonomous vehicles. Mainly, I would say there are four things. One is the technology focused early adopters want both the innovation in the same car. So that is number one. The second thing is it is easier to implement the autonomous features on electric vehicles because electric vehicles have fewer moving pieces as a whole. The third is the wireless charging integrates very seamlessly with the autonomous driving. And the last is the more efficient self-driving extends range, for which for which now in EV we have a pain point. So an important thing to keep in mind is that the autonomous technology integrates better with electric engine, and it is estimated that fully autonomous vehicles would add an extra 200 to 300 pounds of technological equipment per car. And electric cars are kind of easier for computers to drive. So basically because of the drive-by-wire and things like that. So more or less because of the technology advancement, these topics are kind of moving hand in hand at this point of time, because it is normally a very, a wide ask kind of a question. Now let us look at the future in terms of safety a little bit. So safety or a zero accidents is no more an utopia. So in the future, the connectivity of the intelligent technologies will ensure that on increasing number of routes, the task of driving will be taken over by the vehicle's electronics. And in keeping with our slogan in Continental, we have a slogan which is called Future in Motion, the future in motion. We are really passionate on making this vision a reality for all the vehicle classes. So we have something which is called as the Vision Zero, and that is talking about zero fatalities, zero crashes, and zero injuries. If you look at the road accidents currently, more than 1.35 million people die in road accidents every year, and more than 50 million people are injured. And this is a huge number. So we follow something kind of a twofold approach, which is increasing the performance and the automation to reduce the human error. And this is something which we call as a sense, plan, and act, and increased installation of established safety systems. So our level 2+ solutions are addressing significant growth needs in the ADAS sector. But as everybody knows that in ADAS, you have 5 levels, starting with L1 and L5, which is a completely driverless car. So the next topic, which is basically is about the user experience. And I think this is a new generation kind of related to this very, in a much better way, because the user experience focuses on 3 aspects of things. One is the joy of use, second is the ease of use, and the third is the safe driving, which I spoke about. So from the consumer perspective, it is now, as I mentioned earlier, that car is something, it's a living space between your home and an office. So this importance is increasing, that you need to have personalized features in the car. From the consumer perspective, it is becoming an emotional need. And from the OEM perspective, it is a need for differentiating by creating different uniqueness. So UX basically matters more because content per vehicle is driving value. So earlier we talked about mileage, but now the new generation talks about the comfort, the convenience, and the content per vehicle. So cabin sensing, the health, the well-being, augmented reality, driver monitoring, you have this 3D transparent hoods, etc., are part and parcel of the user experience. And specifically, important factor, since the survey shows that around 40% of the future car owners will choose a brand or a vehicle based on the experience and not based on the power or mileage. So there's a significant shift that we are seeing in the automotive industry, and more or less, I think the OEMs also have to follow it in a much bigger way. So you can see the complications in the car from this picture, looking at starting from tactile, outside, inside, the audio, visual, and things like that, how the car is actually shifting into a kind of a IoT powered device. So another topic is the smart mobility. So it is clear that in the future, not only vehicles, but organizing traffic will also need the smart mobility solutions such as shared or multinodal transport services. So after all, the overall concept of smart mobility has the potential to reduce the accidents, traffic congestion, and emission. And it is a key factor for greater efficiency and safety, and thus for improving the quality of life. That's how the industry is moving. So the idea is to foster mobility intelligence with interoperable, integrated, and end-to-end solutions and services for a sound economy as well as society, because society also becomes a very important stakeholder when we talk about the smart mobility, and fully connected, and very important again is secure. So it is important to have comprehensive solutions that deliver real value added real added value for vehicle manufacturers, the fleet operators, auto repair shops, mobility users, etc., in shaping this technological disruption. So from our organization, from Continental, we give complete packages as well as modular as well as integrable solution for commercial vehicles, passenger cars, fleet management, diagnostics, and so on. And our portfolio also includes certain microservices, which is key as a service, and also the smartphone-based vehicles, sensor technologies, etc. So this is on the smart mobility part. Another important thing what we have to also notice is that the car itself, as I mentioned, is transforming from a mechanical device into an IoT powered software device. It is basically, IoT device on wheel is the definition of the future car. As the automotive industry transitions from the hardware to the software defined vehicle, we need to understand that the average software and electronic content per vehicle is rapidly increasing. So tomorrow's car drivers will expect their vehicles to be fully integrated with their digital lives. And the established boundaries which we have between the automotive electronics and the consumer electronics will be kind of fading, and it might even disappear, who knows. So, but it is not so easy, because people think that it is quite easy when you move from a mechanical to a software power, but it actually involves a whole lot of challenges. The automotive software poses challenges like, one is the explosion of the complexity, and a high degree of variance which are created due to highly customizable models which is there, and also the regional requirement. For example, if one of the OEMs is introducing a car in Europe and the same thing maybe in a US market, it's not only with respect to the emission, other things, there are a whole lot of features which change, and we need to have a lot of customizable models and the regional requirements. Other one is the, unlike a consumer product, like I was comparing the car with a smartphone. But what we have to understand is that the smartphone probably, it is the shelf life is very less. But then when we talk about the car, we are talking about long-term product lifetime, and again, it is a safety critical machine, where the defects can be life-threatening, unlike any other software device. So, if you look at the overall picture, the amount of software that is coming into the car is really increasing. It is really increasing, and then what we need to do is that when we look at current vehicle, if you look at a medium-sized vehicle currently, software is representing probably 10% of the overall vehicle content. I'm talking maybe about a D segment car or a large car. And the average share of software is expected to grow at a compounded annual growth rate of more than 11 to 12%, which is significantly high. And to reach maybe by 2030 and beyond, it is expected that 30% of the overall vehicle content is going to be software. This is an amazing change. It's an amazing change in the industry itself. And not surprisingly, the players across the digital automotive value chain, they are attempting to capitalize on innovation through software and electronics. So earlier it was hardware alone. When we talked just about ECU, it was hardware, firmware, and now it is hardware plus all sort of software plus software as a service is also coming as a combination, because the user is the king, right? So the success of car in the future, it is depending on the software more than the mechanical side. If I take, I'm not exaggerating because I'm a software person, but more or less, I think the majority of the innovation that is coming up in the automotive industry, especially in the passenger car segments and others, is on the software side. So the trend toward the self-driving and this electric vehicles both together will actually add hundreds of millions of lines of code to cars. So I always tell that, it is the software is eating the car, and the feature and the variants are driving its complexity. So it's a quite a complex system that we are envisaging. And I would like to tell you what are some of the emerging technologies. And when I talk about technologies here, I'm talking about the software technologies which are enabling this transition. So I've just listed maybe 8 of them, like starting with artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cloud computing, 5G, blockchain, IoT, augmented reality, data, and so on. But what I want to tell, it's not limited to that. These are some of the things. These are the icing on the cake. We have the core engineering. So let me, for example, take an electric vehicle. So even an electric vehicle, what does the core engineering consist of? In the core engineering, you have the hardware, obviously, and then you have software control algorithms, which are related to topics like motor control, battery control, thermal management system, simulation, etc., which are the fundamentals of the vehicle itself. On top of it comes these topics of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and related one. So maybe I think each of this topic can be, I would say, taught in a university curriculum for ages together. But due to short of time, maybe let me just try to take you through couple of topics. And the first one, let's look at the artificial intelligence part. So AI, when it comes to driving, the cars with artificial intelligence offer 2 levels of functionality mostly. So considering the audience, let me try to make it simple. So one is the driver assist, and the second one is the fully autonomous mode. So when we talk about the driver assist, so what is happening now? So we are telling that you have artificial intelligence everywhere, and before the automotive industry is really comfortable letting AI take the wheel, take the steering wheel, it wants to put it into the co-pilot seat. Understandable. So AI lends itself perfectly to powering advanced safety features for the connected vehicles. And that helps customers, manufacturers, and regulators to get comfortable with AI as a driver before AI can get its own license to drive, right? So this is some transition phase which we have to go through. So by monitoring the dozens of sensors, AI can identify the dangerous situation. It can also alert the driver or even take the emergency control of the vehicle in order to avoid an accident. So emergency braking, cross traffic detectors, blind spot monitoring, and driver assist steering can help avoid accidents. As I mentioned, the whole idea is about safety, security, and it can save lives in the process. So now let's look at the driverless automobiles. How does it work? Yeah, so the mechanical muscle that is required to control the vehicle, which is the steering, the braking, and the acceleration, it has been within reach for more than almost a century, I would say. From the time the car was discovered, there have been kind of advancement on it, but these fundamental things are in place. The reasons that currently autonomous cars are not jamming the street is because they don't still have a brain, right? The amount of processing power that is needed to drive a vehicle is enormous. Despite the power of modern computers and computer programs, this is not simply up to the task. The reason for that is driving involves more than following a set of rules or an algorithm. It involves learning, and how every driver reacts to a situation is different, and this has to be learned by the system. So this is something which is making this driverless automotives much more complex. And the second thing is that we are also actually, playing with the safety issues. So the AI software crunches data from the vehicle's LiDAR, radar, and high resolution camera, the GPS, and the cloud, and it produces control signals that operate the vehicle. And when we talk about, so this is on the driverless part, and let's talk about the driver monitoring. I'm staying on the slide for a little bit longer because this is it's quite an important and interesting topic with AI. So when we talk about driver monitoring, when a person drives, there are 4 areas in which the driver behavior is being checked. So one is the driver identification. So using advanced AI facial algorithms and so on, the software can detect which driver is operating the vehicle. For example, if you have 3 adults in a house who operate the same car, and each of them will have their own preferences with respect to seat, with respect to mirrors, the temperature to sit in, etc. So all these things can be identified, as well as when the driver, the facial, the face recognition algorithm works. All these parameters can be actually configured by the software. The second one is basically also another one is the driver monitoring. So I'm not going through everything in detail, but driver monitoring, what is it? This is again a safety topic. So by observing the top things like the eye gaze, what we have, the eye opening position, the head position, etc., the software can actually detect distracted driving or maybe sleepy driving and alert the driver to keep their eyes on the road. So through the use of AI in car, the drowsiness is detected by the eye openness and head position, allowing the system sometimes to wake up the driver if necessary. So there is a contextual control which allows to tailor the contents of the head-up display according to where the driver's eyes are focused. So, and the upper body detection that detects the posture of the drivers. And in case of a crash, the airbag can be deployed in a manner that will reduce injury based on how the driver was sitting. So it's actually a whole lot of complex things which can be introduced. Another application of AI is in terms of the infotainment control itself. Just because someone is driving does not mean that they don't need to interact with the vehicle infotainment system. So the software recognizes simple hand gestures to allow the driver to control the infotainment system without taking their eyes off the road. That's something which is there. Another application of AI again is the individualized marketing. So for example, if the driver normally has lunch at 12 and maybe the favorite food is a pizza, there is a possibility that the vehicle can alert and tell that, hey, it's lunchtime, and maybe some 5 kilometers down the road, these are the pizza areas which are there, because it interacts with the environment, the position, the GPS, and the map system also, right? So it actually can make some assessments in a real life situation, and can, based on the driver's eating habits, can lead the system to suggest a relevant restaurant around the corner. It's quite interesting. Last but not the least, it's something which is the automotive insurance, which is a big topic. AI and insurance has something in common. What is it? Both of them spend a great deal of time predicting the future. And it is no surprise that the insurance industry has embraced the use of AI in cars to make the risk assessments on time. And also combined with the combination of blockchain, it can also have filing the claims and the payment, everything together in a integrated ecosystem. So these are some of the use cases which are there in the in the industry. And when you talk to electric vehicles, one is the battery in the cloud, which is used to predict the state of health of the battery. And the last but not the least is predictive maintenance. Predictive maintenance is nothing but diagnostics. Before something can happen in the maintenance, it actually detects and gives the user a warning telling that, hey, for example, your air filter is up for cleaning, or maybe whatever. So there are different topics which are there. So predictive maintenance. Another important topic, very important topic, cybersecurity, because as more and more, that the risk when a computer is connected to the internet, when a phone is connected to the internet. So similarly, when the car is an IoT device and it is connected to the internet, the cybersecurity becomes a very important topic. And a modern high-end car has tremendous computational power via the ECUs. So it is continuously connected, and this exponentially increases the capability to be hacked. Yeah, so connectivity is on the rise, whether it is telematics, automated driving, infotainment, everything. The connectivity is always there, and the risk is also there. And I would say that there was not too much of consciousness about the cyber risk in the past. I think it was in 2015 when there was actually a cyber hijacking of a Jeep, and it was done by white hat hackers. So that is when the whole concept of cybersecurity entered into the public consciousness. What all can happen if a car is hacked? Yeah. So that was very interesting. So the risks are far greater than one vehicle or one OEM. So when you really think into depth of it, so IoT enables, and in fact, let's take an electric vehicle. So the IoT enables an infected EV to communicate with its charging station, and from there to a network of vehicles and even electricity grid at a large. So, which means that if you have a kind of an infected car, it can actually infect an entire system. And the most notable cybersecurity challenges are coming a lot with the physical components. One of the examples which I can give is manipulation of the autonomous vehicles communication equipment. So the attackers could hijack the communication channel and manipulate the sensor readings or wrongly interpret the road messages or signs. So this is a big risk when you're talking about automated driving, especially when you have this driverless cars. The second one is you have sensors which can be jammed, sensor blinding, spoofing, or saturation. So here the attackers can blind or jam sensors to gain control into the autonomous vehicle. And this allows these malicious actors to feed the autonomous vehicles with artificial intelligence model with wrong or incomplete data to undermine the model training itself, which is quite scary, I would say. Another one is the information disclosure, which all of us can relate to, that autonomous vehicle store a large amount of sensitive data, personal data, and AI data. And the attackers could cause the data breaches on the AVs to access the sensitive information. So the resilient and the safety critical systems nowadays must be designed with a potential attacker's perspective in mind. So the engineer's mind is required, but at the same time, I would say that you also need to have a potential hacker's perspective in mind, because then only we can actually find out the exact solution that we need to, what we can do. So this is a little bit about the cybersecurity. And next, another topic which I would like to cover maybe is the 5G, because a lot of talk is happening on the 5G, and we also know that without 5G, the autonomous driving cannot really be a reality, I would call it, because it's a key enabler for the future mobility in many ways. So the 5G will dramatically strengthen the capabilities of self-driving vehicles. So why is it so? It is mainly because, as all of us know, 5G improves the speed, the latency, and the power consumption while supporting more device connection. So let's think of this. I mentioned that you have hundreds of millions of lines of code in the car, and then you have the IoT device, which is the car, which has got so many sensors, so many actuators, and so on. So you can imagine the kind of data a vehicle is producing. Just imagine the data a car can produce if it is running continuously. How much of data it can produce? It runs to terabytes, gigabytes, and much beyond what we can imagine. Now, what is happening in a system? We are talking about vehicle to vehicle communication, vehicle to infrastructure communication. Yeah, and inside the vehicle also. So when you're talking about, maybe let us assume a vehicle to vehicle communication, just imagine the amount of data that has to be transferred between between actually two vehicles. So it normally tells that the number of the bytes of data that a car generates maybe in one day. An autonomous driving vehicle, actually, if you use the standard what do you call the broadband speed at home, it might even take us weeks to get this data, just to download the data. So just when you're talking about the vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure and other things, just imagine the amount of data that has to be transferred. And that is why this power, the speed is important, the latency is important. And the wireless communication technology that promised to enable the safer driving are now enabled by a lot of new innovation. And the current 4G network is basically, okay, 4G, if you look at it, can actually use for infotainment purpose, which can, online stream full HD content, play online games, but it really cannot support the safer, smarter autonomous car. And the 5th generation wireless technology is expected to connect almost everything around us, ultra fast, highly reliable, and a fully responsive network. And when we talk about the over the air, which is again a feature which we are talking about in a big way, which is over the air also, 5G is used in a big way. So these are some of the things in which, for example, we are talking about a safety critical topic. We are talking about some device which is continuously connected to the internet. And in a complete autonomous environment, we are talking about the smart mobility and vehicle to vehicle, vehicle to infrastructure. So the speed becomes the factor. And it is a big challenge at this point of time why autonomous driving is not really becoming a reality. So this is something which when we talk about the safety factor, the comfort, as well as the efficiency, this becomes a very important topic. Last but not the least, a little bit on the architecture. I'm talking about the hardware and the software architecture, because as I mentioned very clearly that we are talking about the car in a D segment car, 10% value, and now it is growing to 30% of the car value is going to be software, which means that the complexity is increasing, the needs are increasing, and there is going to be significant amount of growth. So the architecture and the networking is a very important horizontal for all the topics that I spoke about, whether it is autonomous driving, user experience, safety, everywhere it is there. And I would say that a silent revolution is transforming the automotive industry, changing the whole ecosystem of vehicle architectures. And it is transforming vehicle into a smartphone on wheels, but it's not as simple as a smartphone. And again, as I mentioned, it's not a short-lived thing as a smartphone, it is much more complex. So the upcoming server-based vehicle architecture that enables the new functions and the services so that passengers and drivers will always be connected, are safe, and can also enjoy the new levels of convenience. So the first step towards a new approach to design vehicle architecture more efficiently is implementing a server-oriented architecture. And the goal of the future is standardization, because now the whole ecosystem of the automobiles is changing. Earlier, we had a car manufacturer, and the car manufacturer had one supplier. Then we have a manufacturer, you have multiple suppliers. Now when we look at the current ecosystem where we are, when we talk about the future cars, you have a lot of software sharing, a lot of software integration, and a huge amount of players in designing one car itself. So which means standardization, the goal of the future is standardization, and only if standardization is there, it can enable reuse as well as software integration at ease. And an element in this direction is our high performance computer. It's in a huge topic itself, the high performance computer, which is now done by most of the OEMs like Volkswagen, BMW, and so on. So what I wanted to tell in a nutshell is that we are thinking that yes, software is simple. The transformation from mechanical to hardware and software is simple, but it is not. It is getting more and more complex because of the complexity of the environment, the complexity of the expectation of the user. Yeah, so the entire ecosystem is changing that way. So this is some of the, if you look at the software part itself, as I mentioned, we can talk about it on days together when we talk about this augmented virtual reality, how it is used. Then we talk about the blockchain in terms of an EV ecosystem, how it can happen. So there is a whole lot of things which are there, but I would really like to kind of summarize now with this. What I want to say is that the automobile has long since changed from a technical to a social commodity. Yeah, so it guarantees our personal mobility and social participation. It is shaping our cities and landscape to a large extent, and its structures are temporal and the spatial thinking also. And software is going to be the heart of the mobility. Once software was part of the car, and now software is determining the value of a car in a much bigger way. So that is how the change is going to happen. And if you look at the e-mobility space, electric vehicles and autonomous driving technology, which goes hand in hand, will be a very good opportunity, to the big opportunity for technology companies providing solutions and the success would be to bring all these technologies together. if you look at AI, 5G, IoT, data analytics, and blockchain together. Because if you can really envisage, none of these technologies are standalone, they don't exist together, right? You have an IoT, then you have data generated. And if you want to have data generated, then to process it, you need the artificial intelligence. Then if you want to transfer it, you need to have the 5G. So these are technologies which kind of coexist, and these technologies have the power of sorting the pain points of the mass adoption of EVs, as well as making the autonomous driving a reality. And as I mentioned before, it is not a single party thing. You have the OEMs, you have the tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, you have the industry, the academia putting in research together, a lot of software sharing, all this happening. So the whole ecosystem has been together, and even bodies like IEEE playing in a very, very big way to enable the entire system. So my final sentence would be to say that the engineering will progress by co-creating through collaboration. That's my favorite word. I always tell that all of us have to co-create through collaboration to create the car of the future. So that is it from my side, just to give you a nutshell on what's happening in the automotive industry in terms of the e-mobility, the emerging trend. A lot more progress to make in this, and I hope we can reach there to have an accident-free, efficient, energy-efficient world for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lata. It was an awesome presentation, a masterpiece presentation, so flawless, so illustrative. It has been able to capture the attention of everybody across. Very nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, and it was a pleasure to be here. Thanks a lot, and I exit now. Thank you.
Thank you. Now moving to the next presentation in queue. This is again the presentation from Acclivis team, Vihang, Shevend, Anil, and Shankar, to give the presentation on the Acclivis embedded and automotive expertise. Over to Vihang.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. This is Hemant Shah. I'm going to present on behalf of New Design Automation. You guys hear me okay?
Yes, this is audible.
Great. Thank you for confirming. This distributed remote hybrid model, you need some confirmation without seeing the heads of the people listening to the talk. I'm going to share a presentation. You can see my screen.
This is visible.
So as I mentioned,
This is
they're organized. Okay. All right. Sounds good. So welcome to this talk on behalf of New Design Automation. We're going to focus on how we can help excite the connected vehicle systems design. We're trying to address the productivity challenge for system design engineers. So as I mentioned, we'll talk about a few slides. So let's first start with the challenges that So as I mentioned, we'll talk about a few slides. They're organized by challenges in designing connected systems vehicles, connected vehicle systems, a solution address, followed by a brief demo of Smart System Designer that will address these challenges and the benefits it's really have. So let's first start with the challenges that system designers face when they're designing connected vehicles. IC complexities have been increasing. You all are familiar with it. In the 80s, you had 8-bit microprocessors, then we jumped to 16 to 32. And in parallel, there were field programmable gate arrays that were coming in, and in 2000s, static. S4 or equivalent Xilinx devices were there. Very important, FPGAs are very important to your market space, but they also bring a level of complexity. In 2010s, you started to see multi-chip modules where you had multiple chips embedded in one package. It could be multiple CPUs or could be a CPU and memory. All the smallest footprint possible. Now, how did these semiconductor companies deal with communicating the content of what the device had and how to use it in the design? What they did was started to provide more complex design guides in the form of PDFs. Now, that is great that they're providing you all this information, except it becomes voluminous design guide, and some people use it as a sleep aid at night. Unfortunately, what you end up doing is spending too much time to interpret, understand, and apply the rules of how to use this IC in your design. So it's a time sink, frustration, and you're pulling your hair out, maybe going back. Second set of challenges, design tools were started in the 1990s. Most people use Google search, and Google is great. It can answer any of your questions, except when you're not very specific or you can't describe what you're looking for in a simple 3-4 words. Then you end up dealing with junk results. And frustration increases. You could go bald pulling your hair out because it's not giving you what you really see. And that's typically the bottom-up approach kind of thing. The access to semiconductor companies to ask any questions, there's no direct access. You have indirect approaches that built up where you can write to them or chat with somebody, and you spend a lot of time explaining to them what you're really trying to do. Again, no frustration and using just guess. Lastly, the methodology is really paper and Excel based. There's no EDA tools to support subsystem based design, what we call fabric based design. And so you're spending more time in Excel than design. Third set of challenges you have is the EDA tools don't support the connected vehicles needs for hardware, software, and the ecosystem that goes along with it for radar, LIDAR, cameras, cloud access, communication, you name it. So there's an ecosystem associated with all of these, and you want to make sure that you deal with an ecosystem that can support changes during the life of the cycles, and you want to have the most optimized ecosystem that you can have, so you can manage it through the life of your. Lastly, system designers and teams are often nine, and one of the two wins. Either your design goes out on time, but it may choose parts that the programmer team hasn't really negotiated a good rate for it, and so your end system cost is higher. Or if the procurement team wins or asks you to change a design, then you're spending more time redesigning it, revalidating it, spending more time. In any case, there's time to get the product out at stake and millions at stake, depending on the volume. So what's the solution? A solution is a tool that leverages language to try.
Sorry, Hemant, to interrupt you. Your voice is getting echoed.
I'm sorry?
Your voice is getting echoed.
You're saying, I see. Okay, let me try again and
Can
see.
you get it slightly better?
Is this better?
This is better. Earlier it was getting echoed.
Okay. All right. So let me see. Unfortunately, my presentation has the recording. We had that as a plan B, and unfortunately, it's interfering. So I'm going to try to manage that. So we talked about several different challenges the system designers face. We talked about the fact that at the early part of the system design, there's no EDA tool that allows the users to deal with the hardware plus software plus the ecosystem in one tool. Often what happens is it's done manually through Excel spreadsheet, and engineers have to track it all themselves. And at that phase of the design, most everybody will agree that Excel is their EDA tool of choice because there's nothing else. And so what's the solution for all of these problems that we talked about? So the solution is to have a tool that leverages artificial intelligence and machine learning to drive structured system design before the traditional PCB design tools take over. So that involves, ecosystem. It marries the ecosystem plus system knowledge design to provide the structured design. It brings the system design from electronic paper like Excel to digital age with this technology. It automates and accelerates the system design process and obviously improves the productivity. So let me go on to the next slide, and I'll have to. So with that, I'm going to switch to what you're going to see is a demo of the Smart System Designer, our tool that addresses the challenges. So we've purposely left the presentation part of it short so you can actually see the tool in action and appreciate the benefits. And the demo will mirror the challenges we talked about through the slides. I apologize for the echo, but you will see those challenges being addressed by the tool through the demo. So with that, I'll stop sharing and let the demo start. Vihang?
Yeah, thanks, Hemant. So Hemant, I'll start. So let me know when you can see my screen. Is it good?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah, we can see.
Thank you. So my name is Vihang Saple. I'm responsible for the hardware development and the product management as Acclivis Pune. And we are developing the Smart System Designer and EDA tool for the ANU design automation. So today, Ability is taking an use case for run my present. So let's understand this problem statement. So the problem center is like this. So design an advanced instrument cluster which will allow user to modify the information layouts without changing the hardware and software ecosystem from the older design. This new product will reuse the older software and hardware platform, that is an entry-level instrument cluster, making minimal changes to the hardware and software fitting to new requirements. So in case of the autonomous vehicle, there are multiple displays, and of course the type of displays are also different, right? So in my case, there is an entry-level instruments cluster, which is a character-based instrument cluster, and now I need to redesign instrument cluster with catering to the latest requirements. So what I need to do is I need to keep my older hardware and software ecosystem as same as possible, catering to the time for the development, right? So let's look at what are the traditional ways, right, through which the system design used to do. So the first thing is user always used to get a help from the Google search, right? So let's say in my case, if I enter any keywords like instrument cluster, right? So what Google returns is it returns the enormous results which are not directly useful for the system designer. For example, there are directly distributors and all. So if you want to look at the results from the semiconductor companies, either user needs to jump onto the multiple pages, right? For example, here we can see one of the example from NXP, another example from Renisas, so on and so forth. So it consumes a lot of time and resources. Then users goes through the different reference designs, right? Understand what are the different architectural models for the instruments cluster, and then user take a help of Excel sheet to plot this findings, right? So here is one of the example of the Excel sheet. What he had done is in this column I have like the subsystem models, which are the architectural models from the designs, and from then user derives the product, different product lines for that subsystem modules, and then the actual parts, so on and so forth. So this is becomes a lot of iterative process, right? So user has to identify multiple parameters like mechanical properties, electrical properties, technical properties, compliance, and then of course the supply chain, so on and so forth. So developing this kind of XLS is a lot of manual work and error prone work, and of course the time consuming work. So let's understand how the smart system designers helps to accelerate this process. Okay, so this is the block diagram of my older instrument cluster design, right? So what you see in the small square box are the subsystems like driver notification, engine monitoring, MCU, so on and so forth. So what are the features of my older design? So it has driver notification functions, low power consumptions, traditional character displays, analog gauges. So drawbacks are like it does not support to high resolution displays, no driver monitoring cameras, no high definition video performance. And the prime most is the ODM or the user cannot change the information content or layout by the front end applications. So these are the drawbacks to my older design. So this concludes me to have the what are my functional enhancements over my older designs. So in my newer designs should support for high resolution displays, high performance application processors. It should integrate the 3D navigations. Then it should have interface to driver monitoring cameras, heads-up displays, and of course different information layouts with a single hardware design. So how I will achieve this with the smart system designer? So user can use these smart web search features for latest configurable instrument cluster references, design ideas. Then user can go into the application flow where user can see the different reference applications. So let's look into the smart system designer. So here is the icon for smart web search. So when user clicks on the smart web search, it takes you to this page. So this is a smart engine developed over the Google search engine. So let's see what is the different it returns with respect to the Google results. Okay, so I use the same keyword that I earlier used in the Google search engine, but what you see over here, it returns a different set of results, right? So here you can see all the results are directly from semiconductor companies. So it takes you directly to the reference designs from this company. Okay, so these are the kind of results that it returns. So it saves me, it filters out a lot of noise in terms of earlier Google results, right? And it saves my time going through the Google search. So that is one of the advantages of the smart web search. Okay. So now let's look at the different search option available. So smart system designer has multiple search options. So let's look at the vertical search options. Okay. So what it lists out is the different industry verticals. So my interest is in automotive, and what you can see over is it lists out the different applications under the automotive domain. And what you can see is in the bracket is the name of the source for that particular reference design. So in this case, here are from the Texas Instrument. So I can use the keyword over here to look into it. So when I put the word keyword instruments, it returns me the applications which contain the instrument. So these are the different instrument cluster applications within the SSD. So my interest is in the reconfigurable instrument clusters. So when I click on the reconfigurable instrument cluster, it returns me the source information source link here, which is from the Texas Instruments. Also, it breaks down that particular designs into the number of subsystems. So when I click on this listing, it takes me to the reference design page of Texas Instruments. So this is the reconfigurable instrument list. Okay. So what you can see is a block diagram of that application, the reference applications. So what has done in the SSD, whatever you can see the dark green boxes, right? Those are the abstract functions. And what are the light green boxes? Those are subsystems. For example, cluster system control, off battery power, driver notification, display. So all those has been listed over here under the subsystem. So this gives me a pre-built subsystem list. So I can look from my requirement and I can pick up the new subsystems from this pre-built list. Okay. For example, here you can see now from my older designs, I developed the newer subsystem. So this becomes the newer designs functional block diagram. So what you can see is in your white is the newer blocks like camera interface, driver monitoring, HUD interface, application processor, display support. So these are my new subsystems in my newer designs with respect to my requirements. So when I go from now, the next is let's pick up one of the subsystems to understand the further process. So I'll take the application processor. So when I click on the application processor, it gives me a list of pre-built functions to develop that particular subsystems. For example, in case of over here, you can see when I click on the application processor, these are the different functions to cater to these subsystems. Okay, so this gives me a pre-built list of abstract functions. For example, microcontroller, processor, interface, Ethernet 5 ICs, power management ICs, so on and so forth. So what it breakdowns me from application processor, I build a list of functions, right? So this is another second level that we are going into the designs. So now this becomes my list of functions. So let's go to the next step. So when I click on this microcontroller processor, it gives me a list of part categories, and that part categories gives me a list of pre-built actual parts, manufacturing part list. Okay, so this is a part list. So if I want to build a function microcontroller, these are the options I have, and I can choose one of those options based on my requirement. Okay, so one more feature we have, I will take a example of that. So we have something called design intent. So what is design intent? So design intent is a system configurable parameters that relates to your system ecosystem. For example, temperature grid, right? So all the parts which I select are fall under the automotive temperature grid. So I select the automotive over here. I want end of life to be minimum 8 years. The reliability should be 150,000 hours, and total BOM cost should be $200. So this is how I can set this design intent parameters. So going forward, anywhere I select any parts, I will get kind of alerts whether these parts I select are falls under my design intent criteria or not. For example, what you can see now, this view, what we can call is a list view. So list view has the prime So coming to this now, you can see in the presentation. So there are, as I mentioned earlier, there are different properties that user needs to worry about while selecting the specific part. So like mechanical properties, electrical properties, technical properties, then compliance and supply chain and so on and so forth. And in that, doing all these combination, user might miss the measure of parameters and so on and so forth. So what we have is we list out the prime properties in the list view. over here, and also it gives you the color coding based on your design intent parameters. For example, all the parts what you can see here satisfies the automotive temperature graders, and that's what these are coming to be in the green color. So based on my requirement, I will take an example. I will take the part which is DRA 746. Okay, so when I click on this part DRA 746, it opens the details at the bottom pane. So part details shows me the properties from the one of the vendor database that I have, and these properties sometimes having more than 50 odd properties, right? In some cases, it goes up to 70, 80 plus properties. And of course, within this detail property pane, also it shows you whether which are the properties satisfy your design intent criteria. So it has ADC resolution, tag, everything, technical properties, electrical properties, all the properties. So now here you can see whether this part satisfies the compliances or not, whether this part is from automotive grade or not, EC qualified or not, so on and so forth. So all these details I get it under part detail sections. So the another tab is a part feature tab, right? So which gives me a detailed information from the data sheet. For example, these are my different requirements, right? I don't get to see these requirements present in the part detail section. So I need to see whether more detailed information from data sheet. So what SSD does is SSD picks this information directly from the data sheet. For example, in the data sheet, if you can see, this feature is one of the sections, right, which details the part properties. Okay, so so this information has been extracted from datasheet through natural language processing (NLP), and it is directly available in the Smart System Designer. So all this information you can see, this is coming from directly a datasheet. Okay, so user doesn't need to open the datasheet, download datasheet. Now you can see this is 400 plus pages datasheet, and user need not to browse through it. So this is very handy and quick available information under this part features. So part application area is another section that is being extracted from datasheet. So part application talks about what are the application that manufacturer suggests this part is most suitable of. So now in this case, this part is suitable for human machine interface, digital analog radio, navigations, multiple playbacks, web browse, and ADAS integration. So I can be assured like this is my right selection from manufacturer point of view. Then the next step is of software attributes. So under software attributes, we take care of the software ecosystem also. So this particular selected parts, it's supposed to different SDK operating systems and their data sheets, drivers, and also all this kind of information is available under the software attributes tab. So at the same time, user get the information about hardware also as well as software also, and various different properties information also. Under the availability tab, it shows you availability from the major distributor. So from Mouser and Element 14. So right now, due to the supply chain crunch, you don't see the part is available readily with the distributor parts. So, and of course, one more thing is, so for example, here is a checkbox is given. So user can add this checkbox directly into the BOM, right? So yeah, so information of this software attributes also relates in your BOM, and I will show you in coming slides how it relates. So this is how I add the different parts, let's say in the bill of materials. Now let's look at what is there in the bill of materials. Okay. So bill of material feature is one of the most rich features in the SSD compared to the any EDA tool. So what you can see is a very enriched dashboard of information, right? So it is most suitable for long life cycle products. So it talks about the manufacturer part number, source of manufacturer, pricing, part status, reliability. Your all design intent parameters are listed over here. Packaging, mechanical, supply chain information, temperature information, right? And of course, as I mentioned in the earlier slide, like it talks about what are the software attributes are associated, which are important from my requirement. So that also I get to see over here. Moreover, now there are these 2-3 tabs is been given. So one is a user subsystems, user abstract functions, and node. So here a designer can mention his own subsystem. So for example, in my case, I will customize this is as processing unit, my subsystems, and abstract from function as MCU, right? And I can have nodes associated with this part. I selected this part because let's say I can say because it supports the RTOS. This is one of, so user can have any other nodes also. So, and this becomes your part of your BOM. So this is one thing, and another thing is it gives you a summary of all your design intent parameters. So you can see over here, if all these parameters are green, means all your selection, all the parts that you selected are satisfying your design intent criteria, and you are actually good to go. So here you can see the total price, the minimum reliability, early obsolescence, everything. So all parts satisfying your design intent criteria, and everything is green over here. So this is becomes like a checklist for the designer before he finalize on the BOM parts, and user can save this bill of material in .BOM part, which is specific to the SSD tool. User can export this into the XLS. Now even the richness of information lies in the XLS that we export, right? So now here you can see one of the example of the BOM that has been exported from the SSD. So in the first worksheet, what you get is a bill of material. So this contains the same dashboard that we see in the SSD tool, right? Of course, it also gives you the color coding of you with respect to your design intent parameter. Which of the parameters satisfies your design intent criteria? Which of the parameter does not satisfy your design intent criteria? On the next page, what you see is more detailed technical information about the parts that you have added, like something like data sheets, and then some electrical properties, so on and so forth. So this second sheet talks about more of the technical parameters. So user doesn't need to download data sheets and specifically plot it into the further processing. So this is readily available. And the third sheets talk about your design intent criteria, those you have been used while selecting this BOM part. So this also stays with your design files. So this is a richness of the BOM parts that we have seen, right? So let's look at this thing. So in order to comparison the part that I selected, right? So with respect to the older part, now my newer part, what I do is I maintain my older ecosystem. So the same part is from Texas Instruments. Older part, newer part supports the RTOS. My older part used to support only one CAN interface. Now newer part supports two channel CAN interface. My newer part has the camera interface as well as digital signal processing. So here I'm not doing many variations in my older software and hardware ecosystems. So this is how it goes. Okay, so bill of material we have seen. So now let's understand now this whole design. What we have done is with the fixed functions ICs. Now there is a requirement, or is now in future if I want to reconfigure my hardware, something like Tesla does. If I have to add new codecs or new protocols with respect to audio, video, communication, security, so on and so forth, right? My hardware that I selected has to have a power of reconfigurable, and that is not achievable through the fixed function IC. So what is the option is I have to go for the reconfigurable fabric, and that is with the FPGA. So let's understand how this can be achieved through the smart system designer. Okay, so these are my requirements when I look into what are the parts that I can be replaced in the reconfigurable fabric. So of course there is an application processor. I want the interface between the processors and the different product lines, camera interface, communication. These are the things I look forward to be in the reconfigurable fabric. So what we have in the smart system designer, so under abstraction function search, right, you get a list of different product lines. So here I will type the FPGA, which is a reconfigurable fabric. So under the FPGA, I get to see the list of FPGA parts from different manufacturers and their properties. So this is the same list as earlier, right? So from my experience, I understand Xilinx Xing series 7000 series supports these kind of features. So I will directly look for that particular part. So actual part search allows me to search for the part directly with respect to any of the keywords or directly from the part number. So if I enter the keyword like XA7Z, which are the prefix for the Xilinx 7000 series, it gives me a list of actual parts that is available for 7000 series. Okay, so in the list, as I mentioned earlier, we get to see the prime properties for the FPGAs. Other than the packaging information, supply chain information, there are other technical properties that I get to see. I kept my design criteria as earlier as the same. Okay, so I selected XA7Z020 series. Okay, so again, it the same way, it opens the part details sections at the bottom page. Here I get to see the different attributes for that particular part, right? System gates, logic cells, number of multipliers, speed grades, so on and so forth. And again, this is giving me a highlighting my temperature rate, which is satisfying my design intent criteria. And it has more than 60-70 properties. So what another thing that we have in the part features, it is same, like we are fetching this information directly from the data sheet. For example, over here, right? You can see this all information what you see over here, it is what we are fetching it from data sheet. This is again from the natural language processing. So all this information we are getting it. So user again doesn't need to open the or search for the data sheet for the Xilinx part. So in case of FPGA Xilinx, there are multiple data sheets and multiple information is scattered along the different documents. So that always has been integrated in the SSD. So under Vivado attributes, we are fetching this information directly from Vivado software, which is the IDE tool for this Xilinx programming. So we are fetching that information from software tool itself. So software programmer also can use this kind of information. So soft IP is another prime features for these Xilinx, right? So it gives me information about the software packages available with the Xilinx. For example, now in case of my requirements, I look forward my soft IPs should be video connectivity, image enhancement, audio connectivity, and all. So this list out all the soft IPs that are supported for this particular part. Now let's look at whether it supports my video connectivity. Okay. Yes, so once I type this video connectivity, it gives me directly. So now this gives me what are the different soft IPs, what are their versions, whether it is included in productions or not, license included, and who are the vendors supported. And even this I can check box, and even I can add this into the bill of materials. Then the hard IP. So hard IP is the hardware fabric which is present on the FPGA part. So from here now it supports me dual core ARM core, right? So my requirement of application processor gets satisfied over here. Then it again supports single core ARM core. So all these requirements are satisfied with this part again, and again this is the ability gives me whether it is readily available to purchase from any of the distributors. So this is how I do the selection of my FPGA parts, right? So what we have seen till now is this is how my design progressed. From the older designs, I designed the newer requirement with the fixed function ICs, and then I replaced these fixed function ICs with the reprogrammable fabric, and this is how I optimize my design and build it for the future requirements, right? So, so in short, a summary. So information like subsystems, abstract functions, ability part features, and this is everything is available under the one umbrella and one tool, that is Smart System Designer. We can say with SSD we can accelerate our design process time up to 40%. The risk is minimized with this tool. So this is the prime feature of the SSD. Yeah, so that comes to an end of this demo. So I'll request Hemant to present the advantages of smart system design. Hemant?
Can you guys hear me? Okay, so Vihang, thank you very much. Appreciate the demo. So I will just take a minute and talk about the benefits that a system solution like Smart System Designer that Vihang called SSD. You saw him work at application level, and then subsystem level, and then function level. So essentially you are allowed to, you can work at a higher level, and thereby you're accelerating your design process, working at application and subsystem level. Then, we're taking away the manual effort that you put in and made it automated by managing certification, operation conditions, software ecosystem, all of those constraints in one place, and let the system be designed based on the criteria you've set. Lastly, typically what happens is most system designers have to go to multiple vendor sites to really get the data they need. So they might go to TI's website, Xilinx website, or some other vendor's website, and they are faced with multiple user interfaces and different parts such as paradigms, and essentially have to deal with that and spend a lot of time. Lastly, what we provide is one user interface that not only provides you simple, consistent user interface, but also provides the hardware, software, and the ecosystem, thereby accelerating the productivity of the senior designers. So with that, we come to the Q&A section. If we can open it up for the audience to ask questions, that'd be great. Any questions?
Any questions from the panelists? Hello? Just a second.
No questions?
Just give me.
Okay.
Okay, there is one question. While searching for design, it shows the parts from TI. Does it have support for NXP? So support for NXP is in under progress, and in the next version we will have that.
So while there's questions being typed up in the Q&A section, if you have any questions, feel free to send us an email at info@new-da.ai. info@new-da.ai. That's on the slide, so that email address is right there. You can, of course, visit our website, new-da.ai, and you can see more details on the company, the target markets we support, as well as the product details that Vihang just demonstrated.
Thank you, Hemant. Thank you, Vihang. We'll be sending you the questions. We'll gather all the questions. We'll be sending across the mail.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, next we have Anil, and he will be presenting on his work.
Thanks much.
Welcome, Anil. Please continue.
Yeah. So this presentation session speaks about the inertial measurement unit and the Acclivis work in this area of the IMU systems. So in this session, we will be covering internals to the IMU, where we talks about what are the different IMUs and the different types of IMUs, and what are the different emerging applications which are using the IMUs, and how the IMUs is currently used in autonomous vehicles, what are the different performance parameters which are used in IMU for the autonomous grade, and on the what are the different IMU errors or the challenges which we face, and what are the different compensation algorithms which will be applied for reducing those errors in order to improve the performance. And finally, we'll walk you through some of the few slides on Acclivis work on the inertial measurement unit. So giving a brief introduction about the background or on the inertial measurement unit. So it's inertial measurement units. It's a electronic module or the unit which incorporates motion sensors like triaxial gyros, accelerometers, and optionally sometimes magnetometers. So generally, these are high performance motion sensors which are used for the navigations applications, and the various outputs it provides basically on the IMU is angular rate and the linear accelerations, and optionally it also generates incremental angle and also velocity depending upon the configurations. So broadly speaking, the IMUs are categorized majorly based on various factors like technology. So there are three major technology-based IMUs, which are the FOG, which is the fiber optics, ring laser, and the MEMS. So these technologies drives various parameters like cost, size, as well as the accuracies and the end application and the performance requirements. So from the performance point of view, IMUs are categorized in the like consumer, industrial, and tactical and navigational. So the and this also drives the price points as well as the efficiency as well as the performance for the harsh environments, wide range operating environments, as well as the form factors. So in general, basically, we are working in the MEMS-based technology, which is like a small form factor, which has high performance gyros and acceleros, and also integrates various environmental sensors like temperature, humidities, and this also contains a signal processing unit, which is like a heart of the processing of IMU, which takes care of data acquisition of all these sensors at very high speed for the high performance IMUs, and performs a transmission on in the external interface and the IOs. And a lot of signal processing is carried out on the IMUs in order to perform various real-time operations. And of course, the mechanical enclosure, which provides enclosures and the standards for various operating environments and the of the end application. So these are the various emerging applications which are where the IM is used, and basically these are used for navigational purpose, for the dead recording, where we say, for example, in case of an GPS signal get lost or temporary or permanent failure of the GPS, it allows the vehicle or unit to navigate safely and performs to some safe stop or slow down. And it also gives a lot of vehicle dynamics, as it is a very close to the device or the end application, and it actually measures the vehicle dynamics in terms of like orientations, accelerations, angular rates. So which gives us a very high dynamics, which further is used to perform various navigational applications by applying various mathematical equations. So basically, when it comes to an autonomous vehicle, IMU is in the feedback path. So basically, a complete autonomous vehicle has a architecture at a very broad level, which contains 4 blocks: sensing subsystem, persistem and localization, planning subsystem, and the control subsystem. So basically, sensing subsystem is one where the IMU fits, and it acts like a feedback system for the vehicle orientation. It gives various other parameters like speed, orientation, and which further is used to perform other parameters like heading, altitude, and so on. So in autonomous vehicle, currently IM is used for getting the vehicle dynamics and use in case of an GPS outage, navigation, and precise localization. So basically, this is where the IMU fits, and depending upon the performance of the IMU, which are multiple parameters which drives the performance. Generally, the autonomous vehicle demands high performance IMUs to cater with the high bandwidth requirements of the dynamics of the vehicle. So here we have listed down few of the parameters ranging from temperature range, gyro resolution, scale factors. So basically, these are all various form factors and the performance of the IMU, which allows us to use different grades of IMU in the different applications. So what's the significance of an high performance IMU? So there are various range in the market where we have a low performance IMU up to the high grade IMUs. So autonomous vehicle demands high performance IMUs for a few of the purposes. For example, it requires improves the lane accuracies. It requires in case of an GPS or the GNS outages. It requires in case of an failure modes, for example, in case of an GPS outage, if you want to make a safe navigation, precise vehicle localization, and the enhanced navigation and the accuracy. So we have got a very high level glance about the IMU and the performance requirements and the parameters. So before going into the Acclivis work, let's have a very short understanding of what these performance means and what are the different sources of the errors which contributes to this performance, and how we compensate those into the IMU to make it more accurate and more high performance. So here we have listed various IMU errors. So this slide talks about the IMU error sources considering the gyro into the context. So there are other sensors, but gyro is the most critical with respect to the navigation and the and motion requirements. So various errors which contributes are categorized into like mechanical misalignment structures, thermal range where the IMU operates, and internal noises of IMU and its subcomponents. So to understand this, so what we do is we make a very complex error model of various sensors which are part of the IMU, and we perform the composition on those to minimize this error in order to make it more accurate and more high performance. So for this presentation, so we have done a very simple error modeling where we have considered the gyro sensor error model where it has a gyro input. So let's consider you are rotating a particular unit which is attached to an IMU. So IMU, the IMU sends a physical a rate which is like a degree per second. But when it comes to the measurement output, it adds various factors to depending upon the temperature range it is operating, the time, how much time it is in operating state. Depending upon that, so there are different factors like scale, bias, and the noise. So these are the factors which changes the actual gyro signal, and the difference between the input signal and the measured signal. So considering this as a simple example of our simple error model, we will discuss like how we try to compensate. So basically, I have given 4 blocks on the right hand side, which talks about some of the nature of the error. So for example, misalignment error. So when it comes to the assembly of these various sensors into a enclosure, which is an IMU box or the IMU unit, so there are slight misalignment. So here the slight misalignments between the axis differences or the angle between the actual sensor versus the body frame. So here I have shown the black axis, which are actually the axis to the body frame of the IMU. But due to the assembly errors, there will be a slight difference between the actual body frame angle and the sensor angle. And here we have exaggerated the angles, but it are very, very minor. But for the high performance, this small degree of change also adds more errors into the output. So this is what we call as the misalignment and cross-axis sensitivity. And there are other types of noises which adds like a bias and the noise. So bias is something like because of the hardware defects or because of the properties of the gyros hardware, there are some constant bias sources which adds on to the input signal, and it changes the value at a constant by adding a constant bias. And there are different types of noise because of the different thermomechanical effects, which adds different noise at different time and different nature and different amplitude. So these noise are hard to source and identify, but by performing a simple error modeling, we try to analyze this noise and try to minimize those by having a compensation algorithms. So moving to the next slide, here we have tried to show how input signal is impacted by various noise sources. So if you look from the left-hand side here, you can see to make it more simpler, we give a sine input. So this acts like a rotational degree per second signal, which is a sine wave nature, for example. And if an IMU which is not calibrated and compensated, then how the different sources impacts the nature of the rate signal at the output of the gyro or the output of the IMU. So for example, at the top, we see a sensor resolution. So this is basically a kind of quantization issues or the errors where if the resolution of an IMU sensor or the gyro sensor is not matching with the or not enough high, then you start getting a quantization errors and you start losing some of the information which is which is with respect to the input rate signal. ARW, which is an angle random noise. So this is basically a white noise in the gyro sensors, and that varies with respect to the time as well as the with respect to the time, and it really impacts high on the input signal. So if we can see on the right hand side, if you're given the input as a rate signal to the gyro, this is what output you can see at the output of the gyro measurement. And RRW, which is the rate random walk. So basically this these are the random outputs or random noise which adds to the input signal, and the signal gets inaccurate at the output of the gyro measurements. So these are also the various additional gyro errors like constant bias, bias instability, linear acceleration, sensitivity. So constant bias is are coming from the hardware of the gyro, which always have a nature of a constant bias. And these biases are different for the different parts. So even though we have a same part number from the same vendor, but two different parts do not have a constant bias, do not have a same constant bias. It varies from device to device. And bias instability. So bias instability is one of the performance criteria where so there is a constant noise which change the actual bias. And it varies with respect to the time as well as with respect to the operating temperature. So bias instability talks about how unstable the bias is for a given time. So this acts, so it adds various errors, and also it deflects the vehicle. For example, if you're trying to use autonomous vehicle and if you're using the IMU to for navigation purpose, and if there is a high bias instability, then the vehicle start drifting over the long run. So this is one of the example where the bias instability is used as one of the high performance criteria for selecting the IMU for the navigation system. So the IMU gyro signals are also impacted by the linear acceleration. So it is very sensitive to the linear acceleration as well. And it also changes the bias of the rate signal. So, and also there are the temperatures. So change in temperature, change in rate of temperature, which we call as a thermal gradients. So the change of temperatures and also the rate of change of temperatures also changes the bias as well as the scale factor. So depending upon the various environmental conditions and the time, the input signal always vary, the output signal from the gyro measurement always vary for the given input signal. So this comes to a understanding that these are the sources which acts as a error sources into the gyro output for a given input, a gyro input, which is like a rate signal. So this is one of the biggest challenge in the high grade IMU systems, where if you want to improve the performances. So at very high level, how do you improve that is the rate signal. For example, if you take as an input to the IMU, so this is how the IMU gyro signals sees the actual rate signal, which is added with the various errors and noises. So in order to compensate this, which we run a complex data processing algorithm pipeline, which contains multiple complex mathematical algorithms, which you call as a calibration and compensation pipeline, which compensate various like misalignment calibration, cross-axis sensitivity, thermal compensation, and G. So this is a very simple model. So the project which we are working as a much more complex and the proprietary pipeline, which compensate at the very good levels for the input signals. And this is done by a two steps process. So one step is like a calibration and compensation coefficient generation. So this is done in the factory. So every IMU is a factory calibrated, and the various parameters which we call as a calibration and compensation coefficients are derived for each device, and that device will be burned with these calibration coefficients and the compensation coefficients in the factory. And when it's get deployed, the inference the pipeline of the calibration compensation runs, so which takes input the signals as well as the compensation coefficients as an input to the data processing pipeline, and it's always try to make it more accurate and more stable with respect to time, temperature, and the noises. So this gives like one of the I would say the area where we improve the performance of an IMU. So there are different other methods and different other factors which contributes towards the IMU. For example, the technology which has been used in the gyro and the efficiency of the gyro sensor itself drives the performance as well, in addition to the data process. So data processing pipeline or a software pipeline is one aspect of improving the performance of an IMU for various grades. So giving this as a background, so I would like to showcase what Acclivis have a capability and the experiences, and how we help our clients in the inertial measurement units. So basically we work and have the experience in the consumer grade IMU as well as the automotive grade IMU. So these are the two IMUs which we have worked on. So in the consumer grade, we are working as an integrated module. So which IMU is not like a standalone module, it acts like an integrated part of a bigger system, which is a subsystem. And in the automotive grade, we are working with one of the client which is designing the complete standalone module for the various applications in the autonomous world. So and Acclivis is helping helping clients in the inertial measurement unit, like from firmware design and solution, complete firmware design solution for the inertial measurement unit, platform bring up, sensor and the sensor integration and sensor cluster integration. So as this IMU have multiple sensors which are running at a very high speed, minimum 2 kilohertz, 4 kilohertz sampling rates, and in order to perform the acquisitions, you need a very precise and high performance cluster integration pipelines, signal processing pipeline and integration, the performance optimizations, and the production support and software, and the wireless connectivity. So these are the areas where we are engaged and helping our clients in developing the inertial measurement unit in the different domains, market, and the sectors. So this is kind of a future work and the project which we are working with one of our client, which talks about what are the different emerging technologies which are added on top of the IMU to make it more stable, to make it more robust, and also opening up other market segments and other applications. So we talk about the general IMU. So here this is a conceptual level where we are working with our client in order to improve by the performance as well as additional features by adding some of the additional components, like we are adding the conceptual level. We are trying to look for the wireless connectivity which are in the like LTE, 4G, 5G, narrowband, and Wi-Fi. We are integrating the GNS system, which can be further perform as sensor fusion with respect to the IMU signals to make it useful for some of the application like AHRS, navigation, altitude ranging. We are also conceptually looking for the air sensors and the pitot tubes and the static air sensors, which would open up some of the applications in the navigation systems. And also we are looking from the AI and machine learning, where we are trying to improve the accuracies by in addition to the compositional algorithms. We are using AI and machine learning at the conceptual level and trying to improve the accuracies as a future work with a client. So this opens up some of the additional markets where it will be used. This future work will be used for the experimental forest drones, where the GPS signals are very limited, or there are various dead zones where there is a GPS outage. Autonomous subsea drones. So these are some of the drones which are subsea or undersea, which are used for the ocean seismic explorations and also for the other applications. Autonomous aerial drones, which requires high performance and also real-time transmission of the data over the wireless connectivity to some base stations. Also, one of the interesting application is a rescue and surveying robots. So where there are some snake robots and where they can handles the rescue and helps the rescue teams in terms of navigating to the areas where human cannot travel or visit. There, these snake robots can be navigated, and real-time control as well as the real-time navigation input can be possible by adding the wireless connectivity and the real-time transmission from the device. So this gives a very high level background of our future work and how the Acclivis is helping different clients in the world of inertial measurement unit. Thank you. So team, if you have any questions, then I would like to answer.
Any questions from anyone? Anybody has any question, please? Thank you, Anil. I think nobody has any question as of now. In case of any question, we'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. Over to Shivender to continue.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, I'm saying my name. Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Shivender, engineering manager at Acclivis Technologies. I'm leading artificial intelligence group in Acclivis Technologies. This group is responsible to execute projects in machine vision, machine learning, and deep learning. In this session, I am going to discuss our artificial intelligence and machine vision capabilities, and also I am going to discuss few past projects of automotive domain. Let's start our discussion with previous discussion of from polyvariate session. In that session, we have discussed that every autonomous vehicle have a software component as well as hardware component. So autonomous vehicles have used multiple sensor systems And actually, if we are talking, they are using multiple lidars, radars, camera system, ultrasonic sensors, GPS and IMU sensors. So they are using multiple sensors, but why they are using those sensors? The aim of their system is to provide human-like intelligence in perception and decision making. We also have questioned that how much time human required to learn driving. If we are talking that few persons can say that they take approximate 6 months to 1 year to learn driving, but actually that is not the case. Human learns driving from his experience. So from birth, he is experiencing various objects. He is trying to know human behavior. So that everything, whatever he learns from birth, that applies at the time of driving. So same 18 years to 20 years of experience, we are also trying to put in AV system, autonomous vehicle system. So perception is very important part, and Acclivis technology is also working on perception of autonomous vehicle system. In this slide, we are talking about our machine vision and deep learning capabilities. We have good expertise in core image processing algorithms. Till now, if we are talking about any image processing solutions, we have to use image processing algorithms in pre-processing or post-processing. So every image processing solutions required for image processing expertise. Also, we have implemented few intelligent pipelines to detect the various noises, and also those pipelines can select various filters based on the noise. We also have implemented various filters in FPGA. If we are talking about inductive learning, so based on the data, available data, input data, we can design the rules and we can implement many algorithms. We can also design the rules for decision making and for predictive analysis. Our team have mostly PhDs and MTechs, so we are good in mathematical concepts like fuzzy logic and neural network. If we are talking about neural networks, then we have done many projects for dataset generation, dataset annotation. Also, we have trained multiple deep learning models, and those models are currently running at client side for analysis. In deep learning, mostly we are using TensorFlow, but we also have experience of Caffe, MATLAB DL Toolbox, NVIDIA DGX, and NVIDIA Caffe. Till now, we have implemented many cross-platform solutions, and we also have ported image processing solutions on boards like NVIDIA TK1, TX1, IMX6, and IMX8. This slide talks about our complete capability on different sensors. As autonomous vehicles are also using multiple sensors, we also have experience in IR, optical, radar, as well as in lidar sensors. We have good capabilities in doing analytics, porting, and optimization of these sensors. We have also done fusion projects to get the advantage of multi-sensor data. If we are talking about perception, then we can discuss about few accidents. Those have occurred in past years. In one accident, where white truck was lying on the road, autonomous vehicle collided with that because of in absence of that truck detection, and that perception system failed. Also, a few days ago, Tesla vehicle applied certain brakes because of perception failure, and that one accident happened. So what happens that in object detection also, we need to generate multiple data, and whatever data is available, that is not sufficient, because whenever we are training our deep learning model, we are testing that deep learning model with respect to that available data. So there is possibility that whatever data we have, for that can provide good accuracy. But in actual case, there are possibility of new use cases, new critical cases, and those we are missing. So we also have one team, a specific team to capture always new data and to annotate that data so that our R&D team can use that data and can train our deep learning model again and again. So whenever we are training our model, we are checking that whatever is available data that is verified or not. So this is recursive process, and we are in process to improve our model, and also we are working to improve the performance of that model. Our model can detect various pedestrian, various vehicles, and also many in-road objects. We have also trained our deep learning model for traffic light detection. In traffic sign detection, we have done 2 projects. In one project, we have detected various speed signals, and in another project, which is purely deep learning based, we have detected various traffic signals and also recognized those signals using deep learning model. We have also trained deep learning models for semantic segmentation so that vehicle can know where is the road, where is the object, and what is the actual size of those objects. If we are talking to add intelligence into the system, we have implemented many AI-based solutions. Here we can see lane departure warning we have implemented. We also have implemented driver assistance system for one of our clients. This client was insurance first company who was interested to add insurance premium with driver behavior. So in this system, we have designed acquisition system, and also we have implemented multiple modules to monitor driver's state. In this one, we are not only detecting sleepiness of the driver using yawning and drowsiness modules, but we are also detecting his face direction to know that he is looking at the passenger, or he is looking downside on mobile, or he is looking outside. Using same camera, we are also monitoring his activities like smoking detection and talk detection. So these type of thing we have done, but using in-cabin camera, we can place one more camera to monitor passengers' health state and also driver's health state. And alerts can be generated to authorities or can be sent to driver and passenger for alerts. In morning session, Lars from ManoMotion already discussed that there is also possibility to add intelligence in infotainment system. Infotainment system can be controlled by gestures, hand gestures. So such type of functionality is possible. There is also one functionality to add into infotainment, that infotainment can automatically detect gender and age of the passenger and can provide the suggestion on the content. It can also put the restrictions on the content if passenger is of young age. So such type of possibilities are available. As previously, we have shown that we are working on object detection. So using same model, we have designed the algorithm and we have written forward collision warning. Which module also can be customized for blind spot warning detection. Acclivis team also have designed low-cost solution for parking assistance. In this solution, we have written intelligent algorithm to detect various noises because of degraded weather conditions, and we have written that pipeline that automatically can select the filters and always can provide better enhanced image. Now let's talk about multi-sensor data. So for one of our client, we have written simple API to add LiDAR data on optical data. Actually, client was having complex acquisition system, and because of its complexity and 3 different coordinate systems, he was facing problem in doing data fusion. So we have written simple API to simplify his problem, and that API reduced his lots of efforts in getting annotated data from LiDAR point cloud. So from optical image, in optical image, we can clearly detect and classify various objects, but in LiDAR point cloud, it is very difficult. So after fusion of data, he was able to get this classified and detected object in LiDAR data, which was huge time and cost saving for them. We also have capability of LiDAR data processing. In LiDAR data, point cloud data, we can classify and we can process. Our one team also have used scattered light technology to capture point cloud of various objects. Using multiple sensor data, we have also designed depth estimation and traffic flow estimation like modules. Those can help drivers to provide alerts while driving. Now let's discuss few vision and deep learning based case studies. So in this slide, for one of our client, we have trained deep learning model and implemented complete flow for their robotic application so that their system can detect various type of objects in real time. For this implementation, we have used TensorFlow for TF Lite based implementation. We have implemented this pipeline in C++. So our trained model can detect various type of object and can provide alerts to robot, and robot can take further action based on provided inputs. Similar deep learning model can be trained for traffic speed sign detection and classification, pedestrian detection, road vehicle detection, and in-road object detection. As we are working on deep learning, so deep learning required huge imaging data sets for training and testing. So we also have annotation tool for data set generation. This tool have the capability to annotate single image as well as multiple images. Also using this tool, we can annotate various type of shapes like rectangle, square, line, and polygons. We can also do the semantic segmentation using this tool. This tool have many shortcuts for faster and easy handling of data. It have zooming capability. Zooming capability helps us to satisfy client requirement of annotating image with 2 pixel or 5 pixel accuracy. The main functionality of this tool is to validate the image. So our annotation team always, wherever annotating, have divided in 2 parts. One is annotator, another one is verifier. So verifier need to validate every data and need to mark using button. So this button enables one more flag into the data and told that data is validated. And if data is validated, then only our R&D uses that data. Data validation is important whenever we are going to train our new model. So as I have discussed in previous to previous slide, that we have designed driver monitoring solution. For this solution, we have designed for one insurance company which was interested to add premium with diverse driving state, driver mode. In this modules, monitors driver's state and provides his geolocation to the administrators. In this model, these models are running on our PC as well as on TK1 board. So boards are processing live feed of the driver's face and then generating alert, and only alerts are sent communicated on the cloud. Now let's see the demo of driver monitoring system. This first module is vision monitoring system. In this one, we can see we are continuously monitoring driver's face and his direction. So if driver is talking to the passenger, he is looking backside, we can capture. He is not attentive in driving, he is looking left and right, we can monitor and we can generate alert. Even he is continuously watching mobile or seeing downside, we can generate alert. So there is possibility that if driver is distracted for 2 or 3 seconds, and he is driving with high speed, accident may happen. So such type of alert, if we are capturing and providing suggestions to the driver can improve his driving skill, as well as if we are generating alerts to admin, they can also monitor his driving skills. This is another module. In this one, we are monitoring his lip movement in lip, and based on that, we are declaring that he is talking or not talking. So he can talk on mobile or using Bluetooth, and he can also talk with. If that case is happening, then we can say that yes. And if that is restricted to the driver, not to talk to the passenger, we can generate alerts. This is another module, yawning detection. In this one, we are counting drivers yawn. And if the counts are more than 3 or 4, that time we are generating alerts. We are also in this different module, drowsiness module, we are checking drivers' eyes continuously, and in case of drowsiness, we can generate the alert. As in-cabin camera is already placed, so we have written a few more algorithms for driver monitoring. So it automatically can detect a smoking thing. And if smoking is banned and it is the case of cab, then alert can be generated. But all the modules will only work if camera is working. So we have also written one module where we are checking that camera tampering event is happening or not. Here we can see that if driver intentionally or by some mistake is trying to cover camera, then it can generate various alerts. So this is another automotive demo solution where we have implemented we have provided, designed and implemented low-cost reverse driver assistance system which can be retrofitted in old as well as in new cars. Acclivis solution have more useful functionalities than existing solution. Current existing solutions only provides visual feed and alerts, but this solution provides enhanced visual feed with alerts. In this one system, we can see there we have used 6 proximity sensors with rear camera. So this reverse driving assistance solution have intelligent pipeline which automatically can detect various noises and impact of degraded weather conditions like rain and fog, and that pipeline can decide various filters and always provides enhanced image. we have also written lane departing and front collision warning systems. Now, see the system overview. In this one, we need to place front camera either as a dash cam camera or on the grill. And our one board is processing completely running two different algorithms. In one algorithm, it is detecting various lanes and also monitoring vehicle's position. If vehicle is approaching towards the lane, it is generating alert. Second algorithm is vehicle detection and distance computation. If distance is less than, it is generating warning for that issue. So both algorithms are running parallelly. This is the video of lane detection and vehicle detection. Here we can see that dynamically it is detecting lanes and also detecting various vehicles. Now let's see one more video where we are running lane detection algorithm and also detecting various objects and generating collision warning if possible, if event is happening. At top right side, we can see we are detecting the risk type and also we are alerting to driver. Here we can see risk is high because vehicle is approaching towards the vehicle. So collision possibility and is there, so we are generating alert. Same algorithm we have also run in Indian scenario to get its accuracy. Here we can see that object detection algorithm is running, and also we have written fixed. We have designed fixed grid to provide risk probability. Also, we are detecting here that from where vehicle is approaching towards this vehicle. One more thing we can see from this video that our deep learning model is able to detect partial vehicle also. So we have customized data set which have various vehicles in partial state as well as in full state. So whenever we have trained our model using this customized data set, and our models can detect various vehicles whenever they are available in scene in full state or in partial state. We have also designed speed sign detection module. In this module, we have written image processing based method for sign detection, and then we have trained deep learning model to classify these various signs. This complete implementation was in C++, and BGG model was implemented, and for that we have used cafe model. Using same thing, currently we are working one project for our client, which is classified. In that one, we are detecting and classifying various traffic signs. That one, we are classifying more than 100 signs and detecting them using deep learning method. As I have discussed that we have worked on multi-sensor data. So these images are talking about our IR and optical data image fusion and our LiDAR and optical data fusion. So previously, if we can see image of IR and optical, in optical image, the human is not visible, but in IR image, we can see that human. So after fusion, clarity is more. So multi-sensor data provides better clarity and better visibility. And we have also seen, I have already explained this LiDAR and optical data fusion thing in first slide. So thank you. If you have any query, please let me know.
Thank you, Shivendra. Consistent as usual. Over to Manish and Shankar to continue.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Anurag. Thanks. So I'll share my screen here. Okay. So first of all, hello everyone. My name is Manish. I'm technical lead in Acclivis Technologies, currently working on one client in the multimedia domain for high-end servers. So we are working on the technology called KVM IP, which is for the remote viewing. And I'm going to brief you about the KVM IP technology and the Acclivis work in the KVM IP space. So before I brief more detail about the KVM IP project, which we are currently working on, I want to explain you what is KVM, what is KVM IP, and what they are used for. So KVM stands for keyboard, video, and mouse. So it is like we have a keyboard, we have the mouse, we have the video, but they are not connected to the system. They are separated actually. And KVM IP is a technology where we extend keyboard, video, and mouse signals or events from user computer to the remote server or database server over TCP/IP via LAN, WAN, or an internet connection. So, for example, I have this data center here, and it has lots of servers. There might be some users are connected here. So all the users might be, they are having the desktop PCs, they have the laptop, or so their keyboard, their mouse, their monitor. We are extending this functionality to these data center servers over the TCP/IP. This is what the KVM IP refers actually. So by this KVM over IP connection, these remote users can access and control numbers of servers simultaneously from wherever they are, and whether they are inside the organization or outside the organization, or they are anywhere in the world. So they can access the servers. So this technology works in diverse hardware environment, and it's ideal for managing multi-location data center and branch offices. So whether we have the Mac, we have the Linux, we have the Windows, we can use this technology to access those systems. So this is what the KVM IP stands. Now I have something called types. What are the types of KVM? What are the types of KVM IP or KVM solutions? So there are two types of KVM solutions. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry for the. Yeah. Yeah, Shankar. Sorry for the disturbance actually. So as I was mentioning, there are two ways we can access the KVM. One is the data center. Yeah, one way is the software based, and other one is the hardware based. So in the software based KVM, what we are using the VNC or RDP kind of softwares, and these softwares will be installed on the user computer and the remote computer. And using this software, we can access the target database servers. For example, we have like if any server are in the remote system in the data servers, then I have one RDP or VNC connections. I can use that to access those servers. But one major drawback is what? In case there is some OS failure, operating system crashes. In that case, there is no way I can access, because when the power system boots up, then only the software starts running on those servers. So in case the OS crash, the software have no access actually. So I cannot access those data servers. So that is a major challenge and major drawback with the software-based approach. That's the reason there is another way, which is called the hardware-based approach. In hardware-based approach, we are using some hardwares, and that hardware will be connected at the data center and in switch and in the client side. And using that, we access the data servers. The major advantage of this hardware-based approach is that we can directly access the BIOS of the, you can say BIOS or post or the first stage OS of the server. So even though the OS crashes or anything, we have the access from the first level of the boot environment. So we can again do the changes, do the corrections, and we can boot either from the pen drive or whatever you want, CD drive or something. We can boot the system, or we can fix the crash, and we can. So we have direct access from the BIOS level itself. So it is much more reliable than the software. Another advantage is what? Just like in the software, we are having the software and we are accessing the servers. In KVM, we don't have any dedicated software or something. We can use any browser to access the hardware. So these are some of the major plus point, or say you can say advantage of the hardware-based approach. Now to get the more understanding, I'll show you some examples. So as you can see here, there is one data center. This is one data center where lots of servers are connected. Now, one way to access is using some software. As I mentioned, we can have the remote desktop or VNC clients here, and then we can download the VNC clients here, and then we can access that one. But the issue is same, like if any server's OS crashes, we'll not able to access it. So it's not much reliable in the real world environment. So how to solve that? We'll have the approach in the hardware base. Here, what we are doing, this data center will be connected to one KVM module. We are calling it as a KVM server. This KVM server will be connected to one switch called as a KVM switch. And from that KVM switch, the multiple clients, which are the KVM clients, will be connected. So we can, from this KVM switch, we can have a client which is connected locally also, which we are calling local KVM clients. So it might be inside the server room itself. And from there, we can access the data center. Or we can have the client which are connected at remote places, might be in the head office, some organization, or in some IT operation office, and they are connected over the internet. So this hardware-based approach, we'll have one KVM module, and when the KVM switch come in between, which are totally independent of what the operating system install on this data center. It might be the Mac, it might be the Solaris, it might be the Linux, Windows. Irrespective of that, we are directly attaching our hardware here, and we are accessing the BIOS, and we are working on that. So that's the reason it is much more reliable than the software-based approach, and it is the one which can be mostly widely used in the data centers actually. So I'll show you the architecture of the hardware-based KVM, how it is. So as you can see here we have one KVM switch, which I was discussing about. From this KVM switch, we can have multiple KVM servers, or you can say KVM modules will be connected. And these modules will be connected to the database servers. From this database server, the signal will come to the KVM module, it will come to the switch. And from this switch, there might be some keyboard, mouse, a monitor, some local users can access this one. It's a local KVM client. Or we can have the LAN and WAN connections. From there, we can extend this network to the internet, and from internet any remote user sitting anywhere in the office can access this switch, and from there it can access these servers. So here we have the remote user, one switch and one KVM models. So these are the major component in the hardware-based approach of the KVM. And in our current project, which we're working, which the Acclivis is working, we have developed this, the complete framework, complete architecture of the client-based hardware-based KVM. So what is Acclivis work on the KVM? What we have done on the KVM? So on the technology side, if I talk about, so we have done the BSP development, kernel porting on the custom hardware for the KVM models. We did even the bring up of the switch configuration, L2 layer implementations, routing algorithms. We tweak the GPU and CPU performance to meet the real-time performance, because we are doing the video and audio streaming, so latency should be very minimum. So that we tweak, and we did the announcement. We did the driver development, such as for the PCI hardware, HDMI, and there are some other hardwares also involved. S264 and JPEG customizations, WebRTC and GStreamer for audio and video streaming. So these are some of the technologies on which Acclivis work for this KVM related activities. So I'll show the major feature of this KVM, which we Acclivis work actually. What are the major feature and what make it distinct from the other KVMs? So the first thing, it can. So the first thing is like it can have multiple modules. Like we have the client, we have the server, we have the switch. So all the modules are independent of the existing hardware. So there is no dependency. We are not, no need to install any software, any plugins or anything on the existing framework. We just hardware which we have worked like client on the KVM side, KVM server, KVM switch, and on the client we are using the browsers. So it can like development of the multiple systems components. The other is we have achieved the 1080p full HD streaming capabilities. So using the hardware and software encoding and decoding, we have, because we have the GPU and the CPU, those performance plus the software-based libraries and all we have used to match the full HD 1080p streaming capabilities. We are working on to meet it 4K streaming capability, 4K Ultra, but as of now it is a full HD 1080p. The video latency which we have reached, it's less than 80 milliseconds for the real-time performance. So we are working to make it as less as possible. As of now, it is less than 80 milliseconds for the real-time performance. Also, the support of the KVM server, database servers is from 32 to 1024 channels of servers that can be supported by the Acclivis KVM. On which we are working. So we have the support of 32 to 1024 channels. And the connectivity is local. We have the local consoles, we have the remote consoles where we can have the multiple remote users can be connected, and we have the multiple local users can be connected. And then for the video and audio streaming, we are supporting S264 and NGEM. Other major features are fail-safe remote access. So we have for every layer from KVM encoder, switch, and then the client, we are giving the provision for the safe fail-safe in case of any failure in the system. There is a backup provided so that it should not be, it should not disturb the system. It should not bring down the system. Backup is provided, whether it's a LAN, it's a backup LAN, or it's a backup ports, or in terms of hardware. So we have the fail-safe mechanisms provided for that. And for since the database server can have various display interface. They can have the DP, they can have the VGI, they can have the HDMI. So we support the multiple display interface from HDMI, VGA, and the DisplayPort. So all those display interfaces will be supported by the KVM unit. We are also supporting the audio. So if any audio or any video is playing at the running at the database server, that can be streamed from database server to the KVM server. From there, it will come to the KVM switch, from KVM switch to the client. So we are streaming the audio also. So we have the audio support. Even if you want to do the back, then that also, like from client to the database server, that also is also for the audio, that also is provided. We are also has the support not only for the keyboard and mouse. We have the support for the storage, whether it is a CD-ROM, DVD-ROM, or any flash media. That support is also provided. Live boot support, if you want to live boot the system, then live boot support is also provided, which map the live storage media to the remote server. That also is provided. In terms of security, we have the SSL, AES, and password authentication to make the system secure and make the system any error proof. So all those are provided, like SSL, AES, and the password authentication. And as I mentioned, we support multiple server environment like Windows, Mac, Sun, Linux. So irrespective of what is the database server, the KVM framework can work for anything. So if I'll talk this KVM, irrespective of what server here, it can work for anything, whether it's a Windows, whether it's a Mac, whether it's a Linux, it can work for anything. And then we have did the, as I mentioned, we work on the routing algorithms, routing protocols, L2 layer, that we made to minimize the bandwidth uses, so that even if we have the lower bandwidth, because it's not possible that everybody has the higher gigabytes of internet, but where we have the some lower amount of bandwidth there, then also we can get the real-time performance with the minimum video and audio latency. So we customize the switching algorithms, we customize the protocol so that we can get the maximum performance, maximum bandwidth from that. So that's the reason we customize the protocols. And as I mentioned, we are not in the KVM. We don't need any proprietary hardware or any proprietary software installations, any proprietary plugins or any applet we need to install. From any web-based remote access, we can access this one in like any web browser. We can access the database server. We are using a WebRTC, and to capture the USB data, we are using USB IP and other frameworks we are using. So from any browser, we can directly access the database server. So no need of any external plugins or any applets or any software installation. That nothing is required actually. So this is what we are currently working in the AVM domain, KVM domain. And as I mentioned, we have the hardware-based approach where we have the hardware KVM module, server, KVM client, and the switch. Thanks. Thank you.
Anurag, looks like you're on mute. Now am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
Okay. I would like to introduce Dr. Valli as a keynote speaker.
Yeah.
Mr. Valli is
Am I
currently
audible?
working at the DRDO.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Just a minute, I want to share my screen. Okay. So I think my presentation in the desktop. Okay. So can I share my desktop screen?
Yes, you can share from your desktop. That is absolutely okay.
Okay, okay. Just a minute. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you. So today I am talking about, actually myself, I am a PV Valli, scientist E, working at VRD, Vehicle Research Development Establishment, that is a DRDO based lab at Ahmednagar. So we are working in teleoperated systems, unmanned ground vehicles, and autonomous vehicles since from last 15 years. So today I am going to deliver a topic on autonomous systems and technologies for defense applications. My outline of presentation is, first I will discuss the purpose of this autonomous UGV for civilian and defense purpose, and background of the autonomous UGV, introduction of autonomous systems, how they are evaluated, how it is made, design and development, and applications in